The young man dressed like nobility was none other than our protagonist. Sol Madoc. He had once been the master of the Northern Sea Palace in Central Plains. But now he reigned as a lord in the magical world. Everything began on a torrential rainy day. The Snow and Ice Squad, led by Bai Yu Ju, entered the battlefield to sign a peace treaty with the Martial Arts Alliance. But in an instant, the Flying Dragon Corps under the Martial Arts Alliance leader, Dan Tianhe, appeared, ambushing them with ruthless precision. Blood stained the ground red. The entire squad was annihilated, none were spared. Hua Lian, Dan Tianhe's own daughter, driven by a fierce love for Sol Madoc, chose to side with the Northern Sea. Before her lover's subordinates, her father struck mercilessly with his sword, blood splattering into the rain, all to wash away the shame of a martial arts maiden who dared love a barbarian. Upon receiving this news, Madoc launched a 6-year-long war, leveling the Martial Arts Alliance and personally ending Dan Tianhe atop the icy peaks of Shui Mountain. He became the undisputed ruler of the Central Plains, but in his hand remained only the wilted Hua Lian flower, a symbol of true love that had died along with the girl. In the cold, silent night of the Northern Sea Palace, that withered flower suddenly bloomed again, its petals glowing softly as if imbued with a soul. Madoc summoned the 10,000 sages, the wisest minds in the land. They concluded that Hua Lian had been reincarnated in another life, and the flower would glow when her former lover drew near. Immediately, Madoc crafted a specially enchanted gem to house the flower, offering a reward of 100 gold taels to each sage who assisted. For 3 years, he traveled relentlessly, crossing snowy mountains and icy deserts, reaching the mystic realm, undergoing 2 rounds of soul transfer rituals, wielding extraordinary power, yet there was still no trace of her. His longing deepened with each passing day, like a bottomless abyss. On the fog-shrouded southern sea, Madoc's massive ship was nearly swallowed by a tsunami towering like a mountain. He struggled fiercely to stabilize it, preventing total destruction. Just when he thought the danger had passed, a sudden anomaly occurred. The relic necklace left by Hua Lian's mother flared with brilliant light, bursting into radiant sparks. He drifted in and out of consciousness for an unknown amount of time. When he finally woke, he was in a daze. Squinting, he muttered, "Where is this place? Inside a carriage? How did I get here? I was out at sea, battling a storm." At that moment, a panicked scream echoed outside. Startled, he sat up and looked out. Not far away, massive hornets, each the size of a mountain, were chasing a group of people. Nearby, 2 sisters cowered in a tree, their eyes wide with fear as they watched the swarm. 2 young men near the carriage tensed, trying to calm them. "Don't be afraid, we'll save you." Suddenly, slash, a hornet near the carriage was cut in half, crashing to the ground with a thud. The group gaped in astonishment. "It's a first-class carriage? What on earth is happening?" Madoc stepped out of the carriage, exuding an overwhelming aura, his sharp gaze sweeping across the scene. "Looks like a forest in the Central Plains," he muttered under his breath. Then he noticed the people before him. "Local tribesmen? That means I've gone far off course." Without warning, the hornets in the sky dived simultaneously toward him. Madoc stared in shock, his mouth agape. "Flies." In the blink of an eye, Madoc regained his composure, his cold, sharp gaze sweeping across the massive hornets. "What are these flies from the western regions doing here?" he muttered, his voice dripping with contempt. One hornet shot toward him at a terrifying speed, but he merely tilted his head slightly. With a flick of his wrist, the sword in his hand slashed through the air, and he unleashed the ice god palm. Cold energy radiated outward, instantly freezing the hornet. Its body exploded in midair, shards flying like fireworks. "How bold," he roared. "These pathetic creatures dare to attack me? Unforgivable." His body transformed into a streak of light as he charged forward. Boom! Every insect in the air was engulfed by the icy aura. One by one, they turned to ice, shattering into sparkling snowflakes that fell gently, creating a dreamlike scene. After dealing with them, Madoc casually remarked, "That should be enough to wipe them out." The onlookers stood frozen, their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. The 2 sisters hiding in the bushes also peeked out, their wide eyes filled with shock and awe. Madoc suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze scanning the area behind him. A middle-aged man stepped forward, speaking in a strange language. "Greetings, sir. I am Roel Edmund, the head of the Roel Trading Company. Thank you for saving our caravan. May I ask the name of the Dark Sword Master?" Madak was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Is he thanking me?" He furrowed his brow and replied, "I don't understand your language. Do you speak the language of the Central Plains?" This time, the group of people looked at him, dazed, as if he had fallen from the sky. Madak sighed. "It seems they don't understand me at all." The group began murmuring among themselves. Madak repeated, his tone slightly annoyed, "So no one here speaks the language of the Central Plains? How am I supposed to explain everything then?" Just then, another person hurriedly approached. Roel Edmund pulled out a sparkling ring and presented it to him. Madak eyed it suspiciously and reached out to take it. "A ring? What are they doing?" Roel Edmund immediately activated some sort of magic. Light from the ring flashed, surrounding both of them. Madak furrowed his brows, thinking, "This guy looks pretty weird." Roel Edmund spoke again. "Can you understand me now?" Madak was stunned. "You used that ring to speak the language of the Central Plains?" Roel Edmund raised his hand and smiled. "That's right. Turns out, the language you speak is the language of the Central Plains. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Roel Edmund, the head of the Gel Trading Company. Thank you again for saving our caravan. May I know the name of the Dark Sword Master?" Madak stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "I really don't know what a Dark Sword Master is. But my name is Madak." Roel continued, "So you really don't know what a Dark Sword Master is? People like you, who use sword light and magic, are usually called Dark Sword Masters." Madak furrowed his brow. "What's magic?" Roel Edmund was taken aback by the question. He thought to himself, "How strange. He just released a burst of freezing ice. Yet he says he doesn't know what magic is. I really don't understand where he's from." Hesitating, he replied, "Where should I begin?" Seeing Roel deep in thought, Madak lost his patience and snapped, "I've asked you a question. Why aren't you answering me yet?" Roel was flustered, thinking, he's lost his mind, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "All right, I'll explain everything to you. But first, calm down a bit." As the evening fell, the flickering firelight from the campfire danced in the woods. Madak sat next to Roel, listening to him explain for what seemed like hours. Finally, Madak's eyes lit up in understanding. "I see now. So, the magic you speak of, in the Central Plains, it's called dark arts. There's still a lot I don't know." Roel let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he's calmed down. He then asked, "But when you say, Central Plains, where exactly is that?" Madak's expression changed suddenly. "You mean the Central Plains? Don't tell me you don't even know where you are right now." Roel looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Madak looked into the distance, his voice low and serious. "You're standing on the land of the Central Plains, and you're asking me this?" Roel, hearing this, wanted to scream. He's completely lost his mind. But he held himself back and gently explained, "This place isn't the Central Plains you're talking about. This is the forest leading to Bahan, the capital of the Draken Kingdom." Madak, now irritated, shot back, "Old man, I'm telling you, I've never heard of a Draken Kingdom in the Central Plains in my life. Are you senile, talking nonsense like that?" Roel cursed inwardly. If anyone's senile, it's you. But he didn't dare say it aloud. Instead, he forced a smile. "I'm only 50, so I'm not senile yet. But it seems like you're the one who should be worried. You keep talking about the Central Plains, and no one understands what you're saying." Madak wasn't bothered. He pointed behind him. "Fine, then I'll just ask the kid hiding behind that tree." Roel, surprised, asked, "Which kid? Leo, are you still over there?" Madak turned to the young boy, his voice cold as he asked, "Hey kid, you tell me, is this the Draken Kingdom or the Central Plains?" The boy, named Leo, froze, unsure how to respond. Roel quickly intervened, explaining, "Leo, he doesn't understand what you're saying. Only someone wearing this ring can understand what you're saying." He handed the ring to Leo, secretly regretting lending it out. "It's really a shame to let him use this. But it's necessary. I can't let him misunderstand me." Madak put the ring on, and immediately, a magic circle enveloped him. He silently rejoiced. "Now I can understand what they're saying. This spell really is incredible." He turned to Leo and asked, "What's your name, kid?" Leo replied without hesitation, "My name is Leo." Madak continued, "All right, let me ask you, this place, is it the Draken Kingdom or the Central Plains?" Leo, confused, asked. What's the Central Plains? This is the forest leading to Bahan, the capital of the Draken Kingdom. Madak snapped. Are you as delusional as that old man? Old man, did you make this kid say that? Roel quickly waved his hand. No, not at all. You can ask anyone in this trade caravan. Madak fell into thought, his gaze darkening. So he's not lying? This isn't the Central Plains. Now that I think about it, I was struggling with storms at sea. And when I opened my eyes, I was already sitting in a carriage. Does this mean I've been pulled into a different dimension? Thinking to himself, Madak spoke in a deep voice, his mind still in contemplation. So, as you've said, this isn't the Central Plains but the Draken Kingdom, right? But before he could hear an answer, a strange aura suddenly surged from his dantian. What's going on? I feel like something is changing within me. Roel Edmund, standing opposite him, saw him dazed and quickly asked, Do you believe me now? Madak, still lost in thought, didn't answer. He could clearly sense the shift in his body's aura. It was as if a new surge of internal energy was swirling within him. Something was definitely changing. It was unusual. Roel, noticing that Madak suddenly turned and walked away, hurriedly shouted, Where are you going? Madak thought to himself, I need to explore around here and check this out. I have to find where this pure energy is coming from. It's so different from what I felt in the Central Plains. Without saying a word, he leapt into the air, floating in the sky. Suddenly, he bent over, and cold air erupted violently from his body, like a snowstorm pouring out of his dantian. In the blink of an eye, the internal energy in his body surged, making him start in surprise. I don't understand how this environment is so different from the Central Plains that it causes something like this to happen. I don't even know how I ended up in this dimension. He touched the pendant around his neck, his eyes lighting up. Could it be that everything happening is because of the light from this pendant? Wall Lien once said that its power would help the wearer return to their master. If that's true, maybe I ended up here to meet her. I'll just believe that. She must be somewhere, waiting for me. Below, Roel's group had gathered, whispering amongst themselves. I don't understand where that demon swordmaster went. It's impossible to figure out what he's doing now. Roel shook his head, his heart filled with doubt. Before long, Madak returned, his aura still overwhelming. He looked at the group that had now gathered and spoke. Is everyone here? I have a few questions to ask. Roel responded calmly, though his heart was tense. Go ahead and ask, he thought to himself. There's something different about him now. This aura, it's terrifying. Madak asked directly, as you and that kid over there said. This is the Draken Kingdom, right? Roel nodded. Yes, that's correct. We're on our way there. We'll be able to see the capital, Barhan, of the kingdom very soon. Madak continued. So where is this capital? Before Roel could answer, a young boy standing nearby eagerly interjected. You must be from the mountains, right? How can you not know this? This is the first time I've met such a strange person like you. Madak smirked and replied, It's true that I haven't had much contact with the outside world lately. So there are a lot of things that feel unfamiliar. I'm not used to them. In his mind, he thought, this is the first time I've heard of the Draken Kingdom. If I want to get there, I'll need information from these people. All I know is that they are foreigners. A group of merchants. The young boy excitedly continued. Just know that this is the Draken Kingdom. There's more to learn, and you'll find out little by little. Come, I'll show you. Madak nodded. Thank you for telling me. The boy waved his hand, his voice full of enthusiasm. Follow me. Madak walked after him, asking, All right then, what's your name? The boy smiled. My name is Lap Phi. What about you? Roel, standing behind, looked confused, thinking to himself, why has he suddenly become so approachable? I don't understand anything. That night, with Lap Phi's guidance, Madak learned much about this strange land. It turned out that this world was completely different from the Central Plains. The land, language, and writing were all unfamiliar. Apart from humans, this place also had elves, dwarves, and countless other races. The most notable creatures were winged monsters, flying through the sky, so powerful that they instilled fear in everyone. Furthermore, they had teleportation gates, which only mages who had reached 5 magic circles could use. When they wanted to teleport, they would recite a spell, step through the gate, and appear at their desired destination. The stronger the magic, the further they could travel. Madak thought to himself, this magic, I know nothing about it. This world is so strange. I need to learn more. He looked up, suddenly startled when he saw 3 moons hanging in the sky. Why are there 3 moons? This world is completely different from the Central Plains. The most important thing now is to find Wall Lien as quickly as possible. At that moment, a scream rang out. Hey, Savina, don't do that. Madak froze and turned to look. In the distance, a woman named Savina was holding a young girl by the neck. Her voice threatening. Why shouldn't I? Stay away, or I'll kill her. The group around them panicked, trying to persuade her. Savina, stop, don't do this. Once we reach the capital Barhan, we'll find a way to cure her. There are plenty of mages there. Savina scoffed coldly. Are you trying to deceive me? There are many mages there, but we have no money for treatment. Once the assassin bug parasite enters the body, it won't be long before the person becomes a vessel for the parasites. How can it be cured? The other person hesitated. As for that, Savina sobbed, when the parasite hatches, both me and the little girl will be torn apart by the bugs. That's something anyone can guess. So, please let us die together and end this. Madak stepped forward, his voice firm. You. Stop. He raised his hand and held a knife, which made the group around them panic. Sir, the Dark Swordmaster, what do you want? He smirked lightly. I'll save both of you. So, first, put down that sword. Savina, trembling, lowered her sword and stuttered. But, why are you? Madak interrupted her. Enough. Come here. I'll heal both of you. Roel was astonished. So you know healing magic? Madak glanced at him. I don't, but I know how to save them. You all stay calm. The group, seeing his confidence, couldn't help but feel relieved. Great. Thank you. Even though we don't have much money, we'll definitely repay you for this. Madak pushed Roel aside. I know. Now, step back so I can heal them. Roel immediately gave the order. Everyone, disperse. Madak moved closer to the 2 women. His voice soft. Don't worry. Just relax. Although they were anxious, they nodded in agreement. Yes. He commanded. Close your eyes. Then, he focused, channeling his internal energy into their bodies. Indeed, they have larvae in their hearts. Let me see. He examined thoroughly, and suddenly his eyes widened. Found it. Madak sat quietly, his hands channeling internal energy into the bodies of the 2 women. He focused intensely, each delicate stream of energy weaving its way into their hearts. Fortunately, the eggs hadn't hatched yet. If he controlled his internal energy to burn the eggs without harming their hearts, he could save them. Without hesitation, he focused all his attention, using his internal energy like a sharp blade, carefully destroying the larva. Time seemed to stretch on, and when he finally withdrew his hands, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Both women simultaneously woke up, exhaling a long breath of relief. He stood up, offering a faint smile. It's done. The 2 women stared in shock, their voices trembling. Really? Madak nodded. I've destroyed all the parasite larvae. You 2 should rest now. The members of the gel merchant group, standing nearby, were left in disbelief. Really? Annie and Savina are fine now? It's all over, right, Dark Swordmaster? He gave a firm nod. Of course, there are no side effects. You can rest easy. The 2 women stepped forward, tears in their eyes. Thank you so much, Dark Swordmaster. You're truly our savior. The entire group bowed their heads in unison, shouting, thank you so much. Madak waved them off, stepping back to lean against a tree, his gaze drifting toward the sky. His heart sighed inwardly. Today has truly been a long day. He lifted the necklace, gazing at it, and memories of Wall Lien flooded his mind. Today, I miss you even more. Wall Lien, I hope we'll meet soon. A few days later, the group finally reached the outskirts of Barhan, the capital city. The heat was oppressive, the air stifling, causing everyone to sweat profusely. Madak wiped his brow and muttered, why is it so hot? This is unbearable. Lap Phi ran over, holding a bottle of water. Grinning, Dark Swordmaster, why don't you make some iced tea? Madak nodded. Ah, sure, thanks, kid. He took the bottle, thinking to himself, it's a bit too hot. If I release some ice energy, it'll feel cooler. He gently channeled his energy, a chill spreading through the bottle in an instant. Lap Phi drank eagerly, his eyes lighting up. It's so hot today, right? Are you okay, Dark Swordmaster? Madak smirked. At least it's better than yesterday. Lap Phi suddenly froze, pointing at the bottle. There's a strange noise coming from your bottle. Oh my god, why is it so cold? The kid grabbed the bottle from Madak, astonished. Wow, how is it so cold? He took a long gulp, his face lighting up with sheer delight, as though he had just tasted the best food in the world. Madak laughed. Refreshing, isn't it? Lap Fi nodded enthusiastically. Dark Swordmaster, could you freeze this bottle for me too? Madak thought to himself. This kid has helped me quite a bit. At least I should return the favor. He waved his hand, and more ice energy surged out, freezing another bottle of water. There you go. Lap Fi hugged the water bottle, his grin so wide it seemed impossible to stop. But just then, Madak's expression darkened. The entire group, from the elderly to the young, gathered around, each holding a water bottle, their eyes sparkling with hope as they looked at him. Please help us make the water cold. Their gazes were full of anticipation, as if he were a savior in the middle of a desert. Madak sighed internally, thinking to himself, it's not that hard, but if I keep giving in to them, it might cause some serious problems. A curious person asked, what's going on, Mr. Edmund? Can someone explain this to me? Lap Fi quickly responded, Ma Swordmaster made cold water for me. Everyone else saw that, so now they're asking him for help too. The crowd buzzed with excitement. What, cold water? Roel Edmund chimed in eagerly. Ma Swordmaster, I'd love some cold water too. Please, help me as well. Madak stood there dumbfounded, thinking it was something important. He sighed and said, fine, hand me the water bottle. He used his ice-cold energy to chill the water, thinking to himself, I have to travel with this merchant group to learn more about this world. Solving the language problem was a start, and making them some cold water is no big deal. Roel took a sip, savoring it with a delighted exclamation. Thank you. But then, he froze in surprise. This is strange. Ma Swordmaster, how can you make ice like this? Madak raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? Is something wrong? Roel's eyes lit up. This is perfect. I've tried every kind of stone across the continent, but I've never tasted anything like this. This is on a divine level. No. Even beyond that. Madak was confused. The ice tastes that good? I just froze the water. How could it possibly taste different? What are you talking about? Roel eagerly explained. When creating ice, people typically use the ice attribute of mana in the air to freeze water directly or absorb moisture. In this process, the purity of mana blends with the water, creating a flavor, but every mage has their own mana traits, so creating pure ice is difficult. But your ice has an incredible level of purity. That's what makes the taste so amazing. Madak nodded slowly. I see, so that's why. He glanced at the crowd, who were still filled with excitement, thinking to himself, so that's why they reacted so intensely. Who knew something as simple as ice could create such a reaction? I almost felt sorry for them earlier. Well, I'm in a good mood now, so let me make a bit more for them. He was about to begin when Roel suddenly spoke again. Ma Swordmaster, I have a proposal for you. A few days later, in the heart of Barhan City, the air was lively as if it were a festival, with voices and laughter echoing through the streets. In the back courtyard of the Gel Merchant Guild store, everyone was working hard, sweat pouring down their faces. Hold it tight. Take it to the back carefully, someone shouted, holding a box of ice. Hurrying along, inside the house, Madak had not a single moment of rest. Standing in the center of the room, he raised both hands, releasing a stream of cold air that poured out like a river. Condensing into sparkling ice blocks under the light, the ice continued to form, piling up on top of each other, releasing a chilling cold that made the whole room feel like it was plunged into winter. The people around him looked at the mountain of ice, clapping and cheering, their eyes shining brightly. This is the Ma Swordmaster. Incredible! A young man in the group shouted excitedly. With him, our merchant guild will rake in money. The scene shifted to a few days earlier, when Roel Edmund made the proposal that left Madak stunned. He stared wide-eyed, his voice filled with doubt. What did you say? You want me to sell ice? He crossed his arms, his sharp gaze sweeping over Roel, as if trying to see through the old merchant's intentions. Roel nodded, his face alight with excitement. Yes, that's right. Normally, only a fourth-tier mage can create pure ice like yours. With your abilities, we can start a business and make a fortune. Madak stroked his chin, thinking to himself, so that's what it is. No wonder he's been flattering me so much. This merchant guild is weak, and they're relying on me. But of course, if I'm doing this, I want my share. He smirked and said with a firm voice. Then how about a 70-30 split? I get 70% of the profits from selling the ice. And you get 30. What do you think? Roel quickly did the math in his head. 70-30 is acceptable, since ice is always in short supply. But this kind of business means I'll be losing a bit. I need to negotiate better. He cleared his throat and replied, selling ice isn't simple. You know, we need manpower, carts, a store, and even mages to keep the ice from melting. If we do 70-30, I'll lose money. I have a proposal. Before he could finish, Madoc interrupted, his tone decisive. Make it 60-40. He waved his hand, as if it were no big deal. Roel was stunned, his eyes wide. It's that easy to agree? He quickly grabbed paper and pen to write up a contract, afraid that Madoc might change his mind. Reflecting on this, Madoc thought, either way, traveling with the Merchant Guild, I'll learn a lot about this world. If business goes well, I'll make money and gather information to find Wallin. It's worth it. Just then, someone rushed in, speaking urgently. Mr. Edmund, come outside now. The people inside the store were startled and looked around. What's going on? Outside, a crowd had gathered, bustling like a broken market. Are you selling ice here? Sell me some ice, a man, claiming to be Arnold from Naren, shouted, his voice full of excitement. I want to sign a contract to buy ice from the guild. Others joined in, pushing and shoving, making the situation even more chaotic. Roel stepped outside, trying to calm the crowd. Please, everyone, be calm, but the shouting only grew louder, drowning out his voice. Roel, feeling helpless, thought to himself, they're not listening at all. At that moment, a voice rang out with authority. Like thunder rolling through the sky, everyone, quiet down. The speaker was none other than Madoc. He stepped forward, a murderous aura radiating from him, his cold eyes sweeping over the crowd. Be silent and listen to me. If you continue making noise, don't blame me. The overwhelming pressure from him froze the entire street. The people were terrified, nodding vigorously in agreement, not daring to make a sound. Seizing the moment, Roel spoke up, trying to calm the crowd. We're only selling ice in bulk right now. We don't have enough manpower for individual sales at the moment. We'll sell them individually later, but not right now. Hearing this, the crowd's faces fell, their voices full of frustration. What's going on? We traveled all this way to buy ice. Please, sell us some, one of them called out. Madoc, seeing that they were still protesting, grew colder than ever, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He stepped forward, releasing a subtle chill that made the air around him unbearably cold. The crowd shivered and fell silent, not daring to speak again. They reluctantly turned and left, murmuring in disappointment, what a waste of time. This is frustrating. Madoc smirked, waving his hand dismissively. Come back next time. Roel immediately picked up the pace, his voice booming. Anyone wanting to buy in bulk, please form a line. At once, 3 figures stepped forward, their demeanor dignified. I am from the Merchant Guild, one said, his voice deep. I am the steward Benjamin of Count Slave's household. The second announced, his sharp eyes gleaming. I am from Ailun. The last person introduced himself, holding a scroll of silk. Roel's heart skipped a beat at the mention of these names. The Merchant Guild is a powerful force. The slave family is influential in the royal court. Someone from Ailun surely isn't ordinary either. This is going to make us a fortune. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude. All thanks to the Swordmaster. Although we haven't fully revived the guild yet. At this rate, success is just around the corner. Turning to Madoc, he added, Sir, if you're tired, please take a break. Madoc furrowed his brow. Is the job finished? Roel smiled. Not yet, but I can manage. Madoc nodded and walked inside. Then I'll rest here. Roel watched him go, thinking to himself, I can handle the business side of things. But making ice, that's all on him. I need to rebuild the guild and make it stronger than ever to get back at Duke Akaruth, the one who ruined my family. Once I've achieved that, I won't stop. For now, I must rely on the Swordmaster. If we succeed, I'll forever be grateful to him. Madoc returned to his room and collapsed onto the bed, letting out a sigh. This is exhausting. If the business goes smoothly, I'll have the money I need. With that, finding Wallin will be easier. He reached up to touch the necklace, his gaze softening as memories of her filled his mind. Wallin, where are you now? Just then, a knock came at the door. Startled, he sat up. Who is it? It's me, Savina, came the clear voice from outside. Madoc felt a surge of relief. Is it time for the meal already? Come in. As Savina entered, carrying a tray of food, his eyes lit up. Is it that? Ice cream. My favorite, made from ice and fruit. And created by Savina herself. He grinned widely as he took the tray. Thanks so much. Savina smiled gently. It's nothing, sir. Please, enjoy your meal. She bowed her head and left, leaving Madak alone with the bowl of cold ice cream. He grabbed a spoon, his eyes lighting up. All right, let's do this. He scooped a spoonful and brought it to his mouth. The sweet, cold flavor melted away instantly, washing away his fatigue. Delicious. It just melts in your mouth. No wonder Roel's guild thrived with this ice cream. Now I understand why they needed so much ice. He ate hungrily, finishing the large bowl in no time. He licked his lips. It's gone, but I still want more. Oh well, I'll go get some myself. Everyone's busy anyway. Just as he stepped outside, the sounds of a heated argument filled the air. Savina was behind the counter, her voice calm yet firm. Everyone, please form a line. One customer, draped in a red silk cloak and adorned with sparkling gold jewelry, laughed mockingly. A mere girl selling goods like you dares to give orders to nobles like us? Madak, standing not far off, narrowed his eyes, a murderous aura emanating from him. Who are these damn people? The group continued to shout at Savina aggressively, their arrogant posture threatening to overwhelm the entire stall. One young man pointed a finger at her, his voice dripping with contempt. It seems you don't know who we are. Stop talking and bring out that thing you're calling ice cream. We came all the way here because of the rumors. If it's not good, you'd better prepare yourself. Savina remained firm, her gaze resolute. The Roel Trading Guild does not serve ice cream to those who skip the line. So please understand. The young man was furious. He slammed his hand down on the table and shouted loudly. Are you telling me that even nobles like us have to wait in line? You commoner. I'm already annoyed enough having to stand in line with your kind. And now you're telling me to wait even more? You really want to die, don't you? Savina stood her ground, her voice steely. Whether you're noble or not, you still have to wait your turn. The young man's anger flared, his eyes bloodshot. What the hell are you saying? Are you disrespecting nobles? Savina thought to herself. If they dare lay a hand on me, Sir Ma Swordmaster will definitely help me. With that thought, she found more courage, replying firmly. Disrespecting? No, you're the one trying to impose your will. I'm just following the rules. The young man, already furious, gritted his teeth, unable to contain himself. He drew his sword, the blade gleaming dangerously. You little bitch, do you really want to die? Though the sword tip was right in front of her face, Savina stood unflinchingly, her gaze unwavering. The young man was about to strike when another person intervened, his voice deep and calm. Don't act rashly. Do you want to degrade yourself? After advising his companion, he stepped forward, facing Savina with a cold gaze. We're here to try your ice cream. Savina, meeting his gaze, felt an icy chill run through her, as if her heart had frozen. What kind of cold gaze was that? She opened her mouth to speak, but the young man cut her off, his voice like ice. I don't like to wait long, so hurry up and bring it out. Crushed under the pressure of his presence, Savina began to tremble, her voice faltering. Please wait just a moment. Realizing she had to compromise, Roel quickly rushed out from inside, his tone stern. Savina, wait, the Roel Trading Guild does not serve ice cream to those who skip the line. Have you forgotten? Savina, startled, lowered her head in apology. I'm sorry. Sir. Madak, standing nearby, thought to himself. Looks like there's some kind of conflict between them. Which is why the atmosphere is so tense. He crossed his arms, his sharp eyes observing the situation, a faint murderous aura emanating from him. Roel spoke up again, his voice commanding. Escort them out. Please leave. I will not tolerate any further disrespect toward the rules of the Trading Guild. The two young men behind the group immediately stepped forward, their aggressive energy palpable. How bold. How dare you insult nobles like us? Roel remained calm, showing no fear. It seems you're mistaken. The reason I'm not serving ice cream to you is not just because you skipped the line. The group exchanged confused looks. After a moment, the lead young man spoke, his voice laced with suspicion. Then what is the reason? Roel replied coldly. You can ask Duke Icarus about that. The group was startled, whispering among themselves. Duke Icarus? Did he just mention Duke Icarus? The lead young man furrowed his brows, suspicion growing in his tone. How do you know my father? Wait, you look familiar. Those eyes. I get it now. You're the last one left from the Roel Trading Guild, aren't you? The two young men accompanying him, seeing his smile, couldn't help but sweat nervously. That smile. It was the same smile Justine wore when he was angry. The lead young man drew his sword, his murderous intent palpable, for insulting nobility. You will pay with your life. Without hesitation, he swung the sword toward Roel. Facing the sword, Roel gritted his teeth, accepting his fate. He couldn't even avenge his family, it was frustrating. But to his surprise, the blade didn't reach him. Roel opened his eyes to see Madoc standing in front of him. Unarmed, blocking the sword with his bare hand. The blade struck his hand but caused no harm. With a casual flick of his wrist, the young man was pushed back, stumbling a few steps. Furious, the young man yelled, "You bastard, how dare you do that? Are you looking to die?" Madoc scratched his head, sighing to himself. I just wanted to eat some ice cream. But this is what happens. They were only told to wait in line, and yet this guy tries to kill someone over it. Unbelievable. He spoke sarcastically. You're really uneducated, aren't you? The young man, taken aback, widened his eyes. What did you say? Madoc continued, his tone icy. Let me teach you a few basic manners. The young man's eyes flashed with murderous intent, his anger uncontrollable. You bastard. He quickly channeled his energy into his sword, then lunged at Madoc with a deadly strike. I'm going to kill you. A powerful slash cleaved through the air, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Madoc didn't even flinch, standing still as the young man approached. No matter how many strikes the young man landed, Madoc effortlessly dodged each one by mere inches, his movements as light as a breeze. Oh, I'm so scared. You're young and skilled, but no matter how many times you swing that sword, you won't touch me. By the way, in theory, justice always comes with reason, meaning harmony. If your actions represent the nobility, then the nobility must be all about lawlessness. However, I'm not petty, so today I'll teach you some manners. The young man, furious, his eyes bloodshot, growled, You bastard, how dare you talk to a noble like that? Madoc replied nonchalantly, You can say whatever you want, but manners are what teach you to respect others. Looking at the young man before him, a hint of nostalgia flashed through Madoc's mind. This reminds me of when I was in Central Plains. The bond I had with Wallin made me forget about the moral compass. In the end, everything boils down to the survival of the strongest. He raised his hand and used the invisible bullet finger technique. The young man's sword arm was immediately struck, blood splattering as a large hole was gouged out of his wrist. Ah! He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his disfigured wrist and crying out, My arm! Even as the young man howled in pain, Madoc stood there calmly, his expression blank, as if none of it mattered. Roel, stunned and shaken, cried out, What just happened? The two companions rushed over to support their injured friend, their eyes filled with dread as they looked at Madoc. Seeing him approach, they moved to block his path despite their fear. Stop right there. Come any closer and we'll cut you down. But Madoc didn't even flinch. He kept walking, unfazed by their threats, his cold gaze fixed solely on the wounded young noble. It was as if the other two didn't even exist. What? You're getting back up already? I thought you'd be staying down a little longer. Grinding his teeth, the young man struggled to his feet and barked at his companions to step aside. Madoc saw him still willing to face him and burst into hearty laughter. Now this is getting fun. You've got guts. I'll give you that. Fighting you is turning out to be quite the entertainment. If you want to keep going, I'm all for it. Let's see how long you can last. Facing the terrified expressions of the two young nobles, Justine raised his bloodied arm, straining to launch himself at Madoc for one final, desperate clash. But before he could even take a step, Madoc casually swiped his hand. A burst of force erupted, strong and swift, sending Justine flying like a rag doll. He crashed hard into the ground, tumbling through the dirt. Panicked, the two companions rushed over to him, struggling to lift him up, their voices shaking. Justine, are you all right? Please wake up. Your wrist, it's seriously injured. This can't be real. From a distance, Madoc looked on, puzzled. I only used the strength of a first-class martial artist. Is this guy really that weak? He paused, considering, should I stop? I still don't know enough about this place. Killing him now could complicate things. With that thought, he relaxed his stance and silently told himself, No, I can't go around killing people carelessly. Justine, face twisted with rage and humiliation, shouted through clenched teeth. Who do you think you are? Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Me, Justine von Icarus. Madoc watched his outburst with quiet disdain, still blaming others instead of himself. Bold, I'll give him that, but so very blind. He glanced at the bloodied noble and thought, should I just end him here? But that would make me no different from them. One of the other young men suddenly stepped forward, sword drawn, his voice sharp with fury. You bastard, you think you can get away with harming a noble? Justine also shouted, don't ignore me, damn it, answer me. But Madoc was lost in thought. This world is still too unfamiliar. I need to be careful, but I also need to make an example. He picked up a wooden staff nearby and gave it a casual twirl. His eyes went cold. Murmurs erupted from the gathering crowd. Did you see that? Is he a magic swordmaster? Justine fell silent, sweat beading on his forehead. Madoc sneered and let out a low, mocking chuckle. Cold energy surged from his body, sword aura crackling to life like frozen lightning. Justine's body stiffened, a sheen of sweat covering his face. What the hell is this? Madoc took another step, sword energy flaring even stronger. Justine backed away in terror, screaming, stay back, I said stay the hell away from me. But Madoc just laughed, advancing without hesitation. His presence alone sent all three of the young men sprawling onto the ground, overwhelmed by fear, sweat pouring down their faces like rain. This can't be happening. Raising the wooden staff, Madoc's eyes gleamed with an icy glare. For trash like you, the best medicine is a good beating. So listen up. As he began to pummel them, his voice rang out between strikes. Start learning some respect. He didn't just fight them, he taught them a lesson. Blow after blow, strike after strike, he disciplined them from afternoon till dusk. Only when the sun had fully vanished behind the mountains and the world was swallowed by night did the sound of wood on flesh finally stop. By then, the once arrogant nobles were nothing but whimpering wrecks. Kneeling, trembling, and broken, they begged like beaten dogs. We're sorry, we were wrong, please stop, we won't do it again. Please, just forgive us. Madoc waved his hand dismissively, his voice calm and indifferent. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. Justine clenched his teeth, fury boiling inside him. I swear, I'll kill you one day. I'll chop off that arrogant head of yours and stomp it into the ground until I'm satisfied. But outwardly, he dared not resist. Forcing a loud voice, he declared, I admit I was wrong. I'll never make a mistake like this again. Madoc smirked coldly to himself. Just as I thought, no matter where you are, a good beating always straightens people out. His tone turned sharp as he stared them down. From now on, you'd better watch yourselves. Got it? Off to the side, Roel and his group watched the scene unfold. Eyes brimming with emotion, one of them stepped forward, nearly in tears. You're incredible, Swordmaster. Thank you so much. The next day, in a luxurious noble estate in Barhan, tension thickened the air. A long table stretched across a grand hall where several nobles were seated, discussing weighty matters. Count Slave held up a letter, his voice low and measured. A few days ago, we received an intelligence report from our spies in the neighboring kingdoms. King Tomalova III gave a solemn nod. Go on, Count Slave. Clearing his throat, the Count explained, the Kingdom of Serbia has successfully reclaimed the northern Blackstone territory. Moreover, it appears the Kingdom of Hazen is attempting to develop a region deep within the Saraha Desert. Duke Sergio von Icarus raised a skeptical brow. Beyond the Saraha Desert? Isn't that area far too dangerous to inhabit because of the high concentration of monsters? Does Hazen possess some kind of special method? Count Slave replied, we cannot confirm the details yet, but we suspect that Anios may be involved. The king jolted in his seat. Anios? Are you certain? Count Crash leaned forward, tension written across his face. Is that true? Count Slave nodded solemnly. Yes. Baron Arista interjected. You're talking about the Anios? One of the 10 grand swordmasters of the continent? I heard he refuses any amount of money, no matter how vast, choosing instead to wander the land freely, loyal to no nation or faction. Why would someone like him be working with Hazen? Count Crash chimed in, half joking, half serious. If not for money, don't tell me he's fallen for someone in Hazen? Count Slave's expression hardened. That may be the case. The room fell into a murmur of hushed whispers. Is that true? The king frowned in disbelief. He fell in love with someone? Who is she? Count Slave answered clearly. She is someone well known to all of us, the younger sister of the current Wa of Hazen. Layered 2. Princess Daphrin. The king's eyes widened in disbelief. You're telling me that Layered 2, the man who treats his sister like his most prized possession, was actually willing to offer her up? Looks like that sly old king is finally showing his true colors. If this is true, then Hazen now has 2 grand swordmasters under its command. Count Slave nodded. Exactly. With this advantage, it's likely they'll attempt to expand their territory once again, a goal they've failed to achieve repeatedly since Layered ascended the throne. In the east, Hazen is already pushing its borders. In the south, Serbia is reclaiming lands, and across the sea to the north, the kingdom of Jiva is expanding as well. We cannot afford to remain idle. Taking a moment to consider, the king asked, then what course of action should we take? I'd like to hear your thoughts. Duke Icarus was quick to speak. In my opinion, we too should begin expanding our territory. It would benefit us greatly. The king frowned, uncertain, but we don't have any viable lands left to expand into. Are you suggesting we cross the Lara mountain range to the north? Duke Icarus nodded. Yes, because we no longer have any other option. Expanding northward will be extremely difficult. And even if we succeed, the northern lands are covered in ice and snow. Any efforts to develop them would likely be in vain. However, pushing north also means removing ourselves from the current power struggles. That's why no one's dared to take that step yet. But soon enough, someone will be dispatched to the north to begin talks of territorial expansion. The king seemed deep in thought before finally saying, "Let us conclude today's meeting here. We will continue this discussion another time." Duke Icarus furrowed his brow. Suspicious. His Majesty is hiding something. The nobles all rose in unison and exited the meeting room, the echo of their footsteps trailing through the cold stone corridors. Only King Tomalova III and Count Slave remained, slipping into a hidden chamber as a heavy stone door sealed shut behind them. The king frowned, his voice low and serious. Kot Tong, have you made any mistakes lately? Count Slave bowed deeply. No, Your Majesty. The king's gaze sharpened. Then this must be that duke playing his games again. Ever since 10 years ago, he's been sending anyone who opposes him off to the north. Count Slave bowed even lower. It is entirely my fault, Your Majesty. The king sighed, his tone softening. Don't say that, you're the only one I still trust. Count Slave lifted his head. Yes, Your Majesty. Shifting the topic, the king's tone grew more curious. Enough of that, there's been a rumor about a new kind of ice being sold in the capital. Do you know anything about it? Count Slave blinked, then responded, you must be referring to the ice candy being sold by the Royal Merchant Guild? The king looked surprised. Ice candy? Count Slave explained. Yes, unlike regular ice, it's sweet, hence the name. It's become quite popular. How late does the Merchant Guild stay open? The king asked. I believe they stay open fairly late into the night, Your Majesty. Count Slave replied, secretly thinking. So His Majesty is interested in this candy. That could work in our favor. He added aloud, I'm planning a covert inspection of the area. Would you care to join me on the way? The king chuckled, eyes lighting up. You always know what I want. Just as I expected. Count Slave smiled. Fulfilling Your Majesty's wishes is my duty. With a look of eager anticipation, the king asked, then when will you be heading out for this inspection? Back at the Royal Merchant Guild, a group of children, led by Laffy, stood in front of Madoc, their eyes shining with determination. Please teach us magic, they pleaded in unison. Madoc, mid-bite into a cup of ice cream, froze. His spoon halted halfway to his mouth. Savina stepped forward, voice earnest and pleading. We're sorry for approaching you so suddenly. We know not everyone can learn magic, but we have to learn it. We need it. Annie also spoke up, her voice earnest. That's right, Sir Swordmaster. If the guild runs into trouble again like last time, it could be dangerous. I promise I'll train as hard as I can. So please teach me. Madoc set his bowl of ice cream down. His tone relaxed. Kid, that eagerness to learn is admirable. But like I said before, I'm not a mage. What I'm using isn't. He paused. But Laffy jumped in. Didn't you say it was like martial arts? You told us that once. Madoc nodded. Yeah, you're right. What I use isn't magic, it's martial arts. More specifically, it's the white snow divine palm. Since I don't know magic, how could I teach you that? Roel quickly offered another idea. Then, could you teach us martial arts instead? Madak blinked in surprise. Wait, what did you just say? The kids all chimed in with excitement. That's a great idea. I want to learn martial arts too. Please, Sir Swordmaster, teach us. Madak looked at them, thoughts stirring. Those serious eyes, they burn with the same kind of determination I had back then. His mind drifted to the past. Please, teach me martial arts. He shook his head, pushing away the memory. I can't just take in disciples when I'm rushing to find the flower lotus. Still, these kids want to protect something, and they've helped me a lot. I may not know much. And technically, I'm not allowed to teach the martial arts of the North Sea Ice Palace to just anyone. But, this is a different world. Seeing him deep in thought, Savina pleaded once more. Please, Madak sighed. Let me think about it. Come back here at the same time tomorrow. And I'll give you an answer. The kid's eyes lit up with hope and excitement. Lafi beamed. Are you really going to teach us? Roel added with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, sir. Even if I die, I'll never forget this kindness. Madak called after them in exasperation. Wait, hold on. That's not what I meant. But the group didn't care. They ran out cheering, their voices echoing behind them. This is the best. We're gonna learn martial arts. Sleep well, Sir Swordmaster. Madak stood frozen. How did things turn into this? He sighed. Oh well, I'll figure it out later. I wonder, was I like that when I was their age? Master must have been exhausted. Kids really are carefree. He walked to the window, gazing outside, then suddenly tensed up. What was that? The sound of metal clashing? At this hour? Do people here never sleep? Outside the forest, several figures were locked in a fierce battle. Count's slave stood in front of the king, shielding him, thoughts racing. Can I hold out until reinforcements arrive? Who would have thought we'd be ambushed while just out for some frozen candy? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of heat surging from behind. He turned just in time to see an enemy mage unleashing a blazing fire burst, sending torrents of searing flame barreling toward them. There was no time to dodge. Behind him stood the king. A deafening explosion erupted, smoke and debris filling the air. Katong, the king cried, panic in his voice. He rushed into the flames, searching frantically. Count's slave had barely withstood the blast, his appearance battered, blood streaming from his arm. Your Majesty, I apologize. The king looked at him with concern. Your arm, you're bleeding. The count dismissed it. This is an emergency. Please forgive my state, Your Majesty. The king gave a solemn nod. I understand, don't worry. Their uniforms look too similar, hard to tell friend from foe. If we lose here, it's over. But for the kingdom, I must protect His Majesty at all costs. The count thought grimly. He shouted, hold steady, regroup and form up. The royal guards immediately tightened formation, preparing to counter. The assassin leader barked orders, attack again. Leave no one alive. That noble bastard's head is mine, ha! My prize. Without a word, the count dashed forward like lightning, his blade flashing, cutting the man down before the sentence finished. The remaining assassins, eyes burning red with rage, surged forward, attempting to strike from behind. But the count spun, sword raised, and clashed steel with them in a furious exchange. You're gonna die anyway, one assassin snarled. That last spell already took out too many of our side. These bastards clearly have no intention of letting us live. If we lose, it ends here, but I must keep His Majesty safe. The count thought, eyes locking on the enemy mage preparing another incantation. Damn it, another spell? He roared, incoming spell. Everyone, protect His Majesty at all costs. The enemy mage cackled, too late now. Just then, from above, a streak of ice-blue energy crashed down on the mage, instantly extinguishing the flames. Everyone froze, stunned. Who the hell? One of the enemy fighters shouted. From high in a tree, Madak smirked and called out, oh no, I've been spotted. Madak dashed forward like a streak of lightning. Before anyone could react, he was already behind the group. With swift, precise strikes, he slammed his palm into the necks of several assassins, sending them crashing to the ground unconscious. Glancing around with a calm, disinterested look, he said flatly, I was just out for a moonlit stroll, but the noise coming from here piqued my interest. The young assassin turned, eyes wide with fear. When did he even get back there? Madak didn't strike again right away. He merely looked at him with icy detachment and said, let's wrap this up before my ice cream melts. The assassin's face twisted. his mind racing. I missed every single one of his movements. He's clearly on another level. He's just confused about what's going on. But he's far superior to us. Clenching his jaw, he made up his mind. I have to assassinate the king now. Before it's too late. Madoc's gaze flicked toward the weapon in the assassin's hand. A glimmer of interest in his eye. Oh, that thing is. Before he could finish, the assassin lunged, swinging his blade toward Madoc's neck and yelling, "This one's mine. The rest of you, go kill the king." A blinding flash of white light erupted. For a moment, no one could see clearly. When the glare faded, Madoc stood firm, his ice blade, Tuyat Lan, blocking the assassin's strike. He smirked. Didn't expect to see a blade like that around here. Guess I'll play along with you using Snowscale from the Northern Ice Palace. Come on, little man, you bastard, the assassin roared. Face contorted with fury, he charged wildly, shouting, "You won't leave here alive." But Madoc didn't seem the least bit concerned. He grinned, almost excited. All right then, if you're that eager, I suppose I'll humor you. Another blinding flash burst forth. Once again, the assassin's strike was deflected with ease. He didn't give up, his blade flashed again and again. But Madoc dodged every slash, each one missing by a hair's breadth. Frustrated and desperate, the assassin pulled out a hidden dagger and screamed, "You damn rat, just die already." Madoc sidestepped effortlessly, then landed a palm strike squarely on the assassin's back. The man grunted, stumbling forward from the impact. This time, Madoc didn't dodge, he advanced. Wielding his ice blade with cold precision, he launched a barrage of strikes, his movements so fast and ferocious that the assassin could only defend in a panic. Step by step, he was forced back, overwhelmed. Finally, the assassin failed to parry. Madoc grabbed his head and slammed it brutally into the ground. With the fight ended, Madoc stood upright, a faint grin tugging at his lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He turned his gaze toward the rest of the assassins, those who were still frozen in place, stunned by what they had just witnessed. The king, still shaken, turned to Count Slave with suspicion in his voice. "What in the world just happened?" Slave replied in a low, steady tone, "We should retreat for now, Your Majesty." The king's eyes widened in disbelief. "Slave, that man, he's the hope of our kingdom." Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the young assassins huddled in confusion, their voices trembling. "Moran, Captain, is he a swordsman?" Madoc finally spoke, seething with anger. "You bastards, if it weren't for you." He paused, his expression darkening as a thought crossed his mind. "It's all your fault. That damn ice cream of mine melted in the rain." He suddenly shouted, "So that's what this is about." He's mad because his half-eaten ice cream got ruined. The others glanced at one another, baffled. "Ice cream? Seriously?" Madoc grit his teeth, voice rising in fury. "I'll show you just how terrifying ice cream-fueled rage can be. I'm going to count to 3. If any of you are still standing here when I'm done, then get ready to die." The assassin scoffed, unbothered. "What nonsense. Don't be scared, there are more of us." "Yeah, he's all bark and no bite." With a defiant roar, the entire group charged toward Madoc. "Shut your mouth, you bastard." But Madoc didn't flinch. He simply stood there, calmly counting aloud, as blades swarmed in from all directions. He reached 3, just as it seemed he wouldn't react in time. A blinding aura flared to life around him, his protective chi shield burst forth, blocking every incoming weapon. The assassin staggered in shock. "A barrier?" Madoc raised his ice sword, cold air radiating from the blade in waves. "Don't blame me for what happens next." With a single sweeping strike, jagged ice erupted from the ground beneath the attackers, spearing them in an instant. None of them had a chance to react. From a distance, Count Slave and his men watched the massacre unfold. Their jaws dropped. This can't be real." Madoc exhaled softly, voice cool and flat. "Now we're even." Without another word, he vanished into the night. "Wait, stop," the king called out. But Madoc didn't turn back. Slave let out a heavy sigh. "He's gone." The king's eyes narrowed with newfound resolve. "Slave, I want you to find that man. Immediately. Hand over his heart." Slave bowed solemnly. "You have my word, Your Majesty." Guildmaster Roel looked up from a mountain of paperwork, his brows lifting in surprise. "Studying magic, you say?" The man standing across from him nodded. "Yes, they're learning magic now." Roel stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hura-level magic isn't something one can just learn on their own. He paused, fingers steepled, voice low. Could it be, the one teaching those kids is that magic swordsman? The man let out a long sigh. Exactly. My whole family, myself included, wanted to learn magic, but that man's only teaching those 4 children. A tense silence settled between them. The man glanced nervously at Roel, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he looked away, silently sympathizing with the envy aimed at the lucky kids. It's understandable, he thought. Maybe the guildmaster's just exhausted from overwork. Meanwhile, Roel's mind wandered. So many people want to learn magic, but few ever do. Those children, they're truly lucky. Then, without warning, he stood up sharply. Where are they learning it? Take me there, now. The man hesitated awkwardly. Yes, sir. Roel's eyes gleamed with anticipation as they stepped out. If this is true, our path to greatness might come sooner than expected. A short while later, the man led him to Sol Madoc. Madoc was leaning against a tree, arms crossed, his voice flat. What kind of nonsense are you babbling? Roel chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha, come now, don't be like that, I know everything. Madoc squinted suspiciously. Know what, exactly? With a bright smile, Roel said, word is, the magic swordsman has been teaching magic to some children. The moment he heard that, Madoc closed his eyes and let out a sigh. So that's what all the whispering has been about. Suddenly, Roel's tone softened, his eyes misty. Tears began to roll down his cheeks. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I don't know how I'll ever repay you for this. Madoc blinked, caught completely off guard. What the? Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. A man cleared his throat. Ahem. Seeing him, Roel immediately asked, what is it, Henry? Henry bowed slightly. You have a visitor, sir. They've come to see the magic swordsman. Madoc furrowed his brow. A visitor? Roel echoed, curious. A visitor? Before anyone could react, the so-called visitor stepped forward unannounced. As soon as he laid eyes on Madoc, tears welled up in his eyes. His hands trembled as he stammered. Please, sir, I beg you. But Madoc cut him off before he could even finish. His voice firm and cold. No. The man cried and begged. Please, show some mercy and help this poor soul. His Highness said that if I couldn't bring the magic swordsman here today, you would come yourself. He clung to Madoc's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. Madoc, visibly irritated, tried to pull his leg free, shouting, why should I believe you? Roel, watching this scene, was taken aback. A poor soul? And His Highness? Could it be the king? His mind raced, and before he could process further, the man continued to cry and beg. Whether you pity me or not, please, don't refuse His Highness's invitation. Madoc, now genuinely annoyed, kicked at the man's hands. Damn it, this bastard, he yelled in pain. Frustrated, Madoc snapped. Why do you bother people every day like this? He turned to leave, muttering curses under his breath. Stop wasting my time, get out of here. The royal envoy, sent to bring Madoc, continued to wail in desperation. Roel, seeing this unfold, was speechless. Madoc, walking casually down the road, murmured to himself, I wonder if this is a lead on Hua Lian. But if this keeps up. He touched the pendant around his neck, his expression growing melancholic. The Hua Lian pendant hasn't glowed brightly since that day. He remembered the past vividly, recalling the time he had shouted, no. Suddenly, a man appeared before him, pleading earnestly, please, Sol Madoc, answer me. Madoc replied coolly, after 3 years, I've mastered all the necessary tactics. Those from the Central Plains will come soon. How should I deal with those bastards? The man, with a scar on his hand, sipped a cup of hot tea before speaking slowly. There are times when you should demonstrate your strength, and times when you should hold back. He paused, then continued, I believe now is the time to show that the North Sea Ice Palace is not just about brute strength. Madoc pondered, looking off into the distance. Ultimately, if that doesn't work, I'll just demonstrate my strength. I'll take the lead. He stood up, a resolute look on his face. All right, I leave it to you. The man called after him. Master. Madoc took a sip from his tea, then added, but if they refuse to cooperate, we'll strike. The man awkwardly smiled. Is that really a viable option? As Madoc set out to negotiate, he crossed paths with Hua Lian. The first time they met, he was immediately drawn to her. He glanced at her, and she, too, noticed him. their eyes locking in a moment of mutual curiosity. From that encounter, their connection grew, as if destined by fate. Hua Lian was beautiful, and Madoc found happiness in her presence. That day was the happiest of his life. Thinking about Hua Lian, Madoc smiled softly to himself. Right, I should only think about Hua Lian now. He tried to push away his other thoughts, but a lingering feeling remained. I need to do something. Lap Phi, seeing Madoc, raised his hand in greeting. Ah, master. Madoc looked at the kids with a gentle gaze. Smiling faintly, I suppose it helps ease the loneliness a bit. There's a lot to consider. I need to think carefully about everything. As the sunset descended upon Draken's castle, inside the Grand Palace, King Tomalova III, upon hearing the report from his attendant, looked disappointed. So he refused again? The attendant, full of earnestness, bowed his head apologetically. I'm terribly sorry, Your Majesty. The king, dissatisfied, muttered, the more I think about it, the more I can't stand that guy. He glanced to the side, his spirit clearly sinking. I had intended to thank him for saving my life. Seeing the king's disappointment, the attendant spoke up. Tomorrow, I'll go again. I'm sure he'll. The king waved his hand dismissively. Enough. How many times have you done this already? At that moment, a knock on the door sounded. The servant announced, Your Majesty, Princess Eschild has arrived. Hearing his daughter was here, the king pushed the matter aside and told the attendant, do as I've instructed, then you may leave. The attendant, still feeling guilty, sobbed, understood, Your Majesty. He left, dejected. Princess Eschild entered, noticing the attendant's odd demeanor. The king has given his orders. Enter. Eschild, beautiful and graceful, performed a courteous bow before her father. Afterward, she curiously asked, Father, the royal attendant didn't seem well. What happened? The king, startled, quickly looked around, searching for an excuse. After a moment, he recounted the situation to Eschild. She was shocked. What? How could that be? The king chuckled. Ha ha ha. Worried, Eschild asked, Father, are you all right? Are you injured? The king replied calmly. Ha ha, we're in good health, my daughter. Don't worry. Eschild let out a sigh of relief. Then asked, but why did that magic swordsman refuse your invitation? The king closed his eyes, feeling helpless. I don't know either. I wanted to keep him close because he's such a talented young man. Yet he refuses my invitation. Eschild guessed. He must be truly exceptional for you to say such things about him. The king nodded. He's not just exceptional. Do you know how the ice and ice cream craze started in Roel? Eschild brightened. Yes, I've tried it once. The one who created the ice was the mage who saved me. Eschild was surprised. Really? Then she sighed, a bit discouraged. The king continued. Yes, after I learned about that, I started to feel greedy. Eschild stroked her chin thoughtfully. Ah, who wouldn't feel that way? Remembering her first taste of ice cream, Eschild eagerly took a small scoop. Savoring the deliciousness, she thought to herself, I can't forget how it felt when I first tasted that ice cream. No matter how hard I try, the mage who created it happens to be the very person my father is searching for. Who exactly are you? From the high balcony, Eschild gazed down and saw two kids, one boy and one girl, chatting happily while enjoying their ice cream. They laughed brightly, full of joy. Eschild widened her eyes, thinking, should I take this opportunity to meet him directly? In the dense forest of the Draken Kingdom, the sunlight peeked through the thick canopy, casting dappled rays onto the young guild members as they diligently practiced the martial arts of the North Sea Ice Palace under Sol Madoc's guidance. He stood there, sharp-eyed, observing each of their movements, deeply impressed by their remarkable progress. It had only been half a month, and they were already able to control their energy? He thought to himself, arms crossed. The concentration of energy here is denser than in the Central Plains. So this pace is to be expected. Perhaps the land of Draken hides some secret. Seeing that they had mastered the basics, Madoc clapped his hands, the sound echoing through the forest. Stop. He stepped forward and stood before the children, his expression serious as he declared, it seems you all have learned to control the energy. No, it's magic, you're proficient now. So, let's move on to the next phase. The children, their eyes shining like stars, shouted in unison, their voices filled with excitement. Yes, sir. But before he could continue, a shadowy figure appeared, sneaking from behind the ancient tree trunk. peeking out with a hesitant voice. Ahem, Master Mage, Madoc sighed, muttering to himself. Again? Is this going to repeat? He turned around, his irritation apparent, and noticed not only the familiar royal attendant but also a stranger. The woman was cloaked, her face hidden, standing still with an air of mystery surrounding her. Madoc couldn't be bothered, thinking to himself, they didn't come this morning. I thought I'd finally get some peace. But no, they're as persistent as ever. He scratched his neck, speaking curtly, why are you back here? Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light exploded, startling Madoc. He gasped as the pendant on his chest gleamed fiercely, like a blazing frostfire. Is the pendant glowing? He looked up, his heart racing as a strong intuition surged through him. Could it be? The woman slowly removed her hood, revealing Princess Eschild, a face so beautiful it could rival the moon, stirring deep emotions in anyone who laid eyes on her. She smiled warmly, her voice gentle and full of kindness. Greetings. Sir, I am Eschild, the princess of the Draken Kingdom. In that moment, like fate itself, Madoc felt his throat tighten. His breath caught. I found her. In his mind, the image of Wallene from his past life and Eschild in this life merged. Their clear eyes, their gentle smiles, the only difference being her hair styled high. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he was certain, it's her. There's no mistake. The scene shifts to Madoc's modest room, the flickering candlelight casting a soft glow on Eschild's delicate face. She sat across from him, her voice gentle as she began. I've heard about the things you've done. For the first time, Madoc agreed to speak with royalty. He sat down, his eyes never leaving Eschild's face, as if trying to memorize every detail. She continued, her voice clear and steady. They say you saved my father's life. Madoc closed his eyes briefly, trying to keep his tone steady, concealing the emotions bubbling up inside him. Well, it was just a coincidence, he muttered. Eschild looked taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly as she thought to herself, how rude. What kind of answer is that? She forced a smile, keeping her manners intact. I also heard that my father invited you to the palace to express his gratitude. She asked pointedly, her sharp gaze unwavering. Why did you refuse his invitation, Master Mage? In front of the woman he cared for. Madoc faltered, unable to respond immediately. His awkward pause made Eschild restless. She frowned and snapped, her voice tinged with anger. It wasn't just once. I've heard you've coldly refused him many times. In Madoc's eyes, Eschild looked just like Wallene. Her angry expression, her tone, everything about her reminded him so much of Wallene. He lost himself in memories, the image of her from his past life flashing in his mind. He forgot to respond. Eschild raised her voice, growing impatient. Hey! Madoc snapped back to reality, quickly grabbing his teacup and taking a sip to hide his discomfort. All right, then when should I leave? The attendant standing nearby hesitated, unsure of what to do, too hesitant to speak up. Eschild replied, her tone stiff, and that's why She stood straight, surprised that Madoc agreed so quickly. Gently placing the teacup down, she asked, are you here to invite me? Eschild hesitated, looking to the side before mumbling. Well, actually, she hid her true intention of simply wanting to meet him. Sitting down, she added, yes, I'm here to invite you. Madoc responded immediately, his voice firm. Then tell me when I should come to the palace. Eschild chose a random time, her voice slightly rushed. Tomorrow, around 11 in the morning. But inside, she felt frustrated, thinking, this isn't what I wanted. He agreed too easily, with no sense of ceremony. Madoc smiled warmly, his gaze tender as he looked at Eschild. His voice was soft and reassuring. All right then. I'll see you tomorrow. Eschild stood up, her tone cold and distant. I will leave now. Madoc felt a surge of joy, though he masked his emotions. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself, tomorrow, I will meet her. His brow furrowed with concern. But she's a princess, the daughter of the king, the highest-ranking person in the kingdom. How can I approach her? Even marry her? Remembering the story of her father killing his daughter on a rainy night, Madoc clenched his fists tighter, resolve hardening within him. I must plan carefully. I can't lose her again. His fingers tapped against the wooden table, and he muttered to himself, to do this, I'll need. His eyes lit up, and he spoke aloud. I'll need Edmund's help. Later that afternoon, in a rented house belonging to the Roel Trade Guild, a loud scream shattered the quiet. Marry her? Madoc sat calmly across from Roel. His voice firm and steady. Yes. I plan to marry Princess Eschild. Roel froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. And he shouted, No way. Are you insane? What you're saying is completely out of line. Madoc's tone sharpened, his gaze icy and commanding. What did you say? Roel snapped out of his shock, the intimidating look from Madoc bringing him to his senses. Madoc softened, his voice lowering. HMPH. Let's see why you think this is a bad idea. Roel spoke frankly, his tone serious, almost like a lecture. Princess Eschild is the only daughter of the late Empress Suan. She's the rightful heir and the top contender for the throne. And you're telling me that a person like you, someone with no official position, no title, wants to marry the princess? The words felt like 1,000 arrows piercing Madoc's heart. An outsider, of unknown origin. Not even a knight. Roel sat back, brushing off his hands, his voice cold. That's absolutely impossible. To marry the princess, you'd have to be a prince from another kingdom. Or at the very least, a noble from a prestigious family. And you'd need to be handsome, too. The pressure weighed on Madoc, and his gaze dropped momentarily. Yet, he remained resolute. If I attain a position of equal standing or gain significant renown, that will help a great deal in my plan to marry her. Roel looked up, nodding thoughtfully, his voice low and reflective. Ah, yes, if you accomplish something great, perhaps you'll find the key. Madoc pulled out a chair, standing up with a renewed sense of purpose. His eyes were alight with determination. Perfect. Let's give it a try. Roel called him back, his tone sincere. Hold on a moment. He asked, Do you know the rules you need to follow in the palace? Madoc looked puzzled, raising an eyebrow. Rules? Roel eagerly pulled a book from the wooden shelf. Seems like you don't know. A moment later, he placed a towering stack of books about court etiquette in front of Madoc. Madoc stared at them, his eyes wide in horror. Like a child being forced to study. Roel smiled warmly, thinking to himself, if he causes a mess, our trade guild will be finished. He beamed, offering, I'll teach you properly. Madoc, curious about Roel's enthusiasm, wondered, why is he so excited? He picked up the books, feeling a sense of resolve, though a bit weary. All right, I get it, let's get started. That night, Roel's voice continued non-stop, patiently instructing, Master Mage, please adjust your posture. Madoc tilted his head, his expression clueless, fumbling through the motions, sweat beading on his forehead. He endured the lesson all night, his head spinning from the constant barrage of information. The next morning, Madoc woke early, carefully grooming himself and choosing an outfit that matched Draken's style, paying attention to every detail. On time, he stepped out the door, his posture confident, his eyes burning with ambition, muttering to himself, Let's go. The carriage came to a halt in front of the grand palace of the Draken Kingdom. The sound of wheels grinding against the stone echoing throughout the courtyard. A servant rushed forward and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, the magic swordsman has arrived. Sol Madoc stepped down from the carriage, his demeanor striking and confident. Dressed immaculately, he exuded a distinct, commanding presence. With a fluid and practiced motion, he bowed deeply. His voice was calm and resonant. I greet your Majesty. King Tomalova III, seeing the man who had once saved his life, beamed with joy and spread his arms wide. Ha ha, come in, quickly now. With a slight tug on his collar for dramatic effect, Madoc strode into the grand hall, his eyes sweeping across the room. Why is it so crowded? He wondered silently, surprised to see so many counts in attendance, among them Princess Eschild. Wasn't this supposed to be a private audience? A flicker of disappointment crossed his face as his brow furrowed subtly. Eschild glanced at him nervously, her voice soft and apologetic. I'm sorry, I had no idea today's meeting would become like this. Looking at her sincere expression, Madoc thought to himself, she's not lying. But then, his gaze landed on someone else, Justin, the son of Count Icarus. The young noble sneered, his voice biting. What's that scoundrel doing here? Madoc shot him a cold, sharp look, immediately recognizing the troublemaker from before. Ah, that idiot. A faint, arrogant smile tugged at his lips, his eyes gleaming with disdain, utterly unbothered. Justin, still nursing his grudge, growled under his breath, that bastard. But Count Icarus's voice rang out, firm and sharp. Enough. Justin, are you trying to disgrace yourself in front of His Majesty? Justin scowled. But, Father, he lowered his head reluctantly, muttering a sigh, though the fury still blazed in his eyes. Madak took it all in, thinking to himself, still bitter, are we? Across the room, the king leaned in to whisper with Count Kodong. He's clearly been through a lot. The king murmured. It would seem so, Your Majesty. Kodong replied, clearing his throat. The king straightened up and addressed Madak directly. Ahem. So, tell me, why did you suddenly decide to accept my invitation? Do you know how disappointed I was all this time? Madak responded without hesitation. I had my reasons, Your Majesty. The king raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Reasons, you say? Madak answered with blunt honesty. As you may know, the Royal Merchants Guild has been extremely overwhelmed due to a lack of manpower. Among them, I happen to be their top resource, because I've been producing ice non-stop. I wanted to finish fulfilling their requests before coming to see you. However, the daily demand kept growing, and every batch of ice I made would be gone in a flash. And so, I kept delaying, day after day, until finally, I made it here. The king let out a hearty chuckle. Completely unbothered, I didn't realize that was the reason. Well, with ice and sorbet selling like hotcakes, it's no wonder you've been swamped. Madak replied politely. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Just then, a thought crossed his mind, his father-in-law, Hualien, from his previous life. Compared to Chun Hak, you're practically an angel. Old man. With a warm tone, the king leaned in curiously. All right, but tell me, what's your name? Madak answered calmly. I don't go by a name, Your Majesty. I prefer a title. You may refer to me as the Magic Swordsman. The king blinked in surprise. Really? But I can't just keep calling you that forever. He paused, rubbing his chin. This is quite the conundrum. If it's that difficult, Madak mused, then why don't you give me a name yourself? As if picking up on the same idea, Eschild stepped forward excitedly. Then why not give him a name yourself? Father? A name? The king repeated. Surprised, Eschild quickly clarified, waving her hand. No, I meant a title granted by you. Count Icarus, having overheard the exchange while sipping his tea, turned toward them and interjected. The princess is right. That's an excellent idea. He addressed the king respectfully but firmly. This young man saved your life. Your Majesty, how could we not honor such a noble deed? Bestowing a royal title upon him would be most fitting. I believe the princess's idea is quite brilliant. Eschild blushed slightly, murmuring, thank you. The king clapped his hand on the armrest of his throne. You're right, I can't turn a blind eye to the man who saved my life. Leaning forward, his voice resolute, he declared, I will grant you a title. Gripping his sword and looking out the grand window, the king continued, that night, when I saw you standing between me and death, one word came to mind. He remembered the fearless image of Madak standing against the blade. Turning his gaze back, he locked eyes with him. Now, step forward. Madak approached, muttering under his breath, a title, huh? Then, he knelt. I hate kneeling, but for her, this is nothing. Before the gathered nobility, the king raised his sword and made his proclamation. I, Tamalova, king of Draken, hereby recognize you, the brave soul who saved me in my court without hesitation. He extended the blade before Madak, voice booming, I grant you the noble title of Baron, and with it, the name, Blizzard. Madak accepted the honor with deep respect, silently reflecting, Blizzard. That means, blizzard, in this world's language, doesn't it? To him, the king truly did seem like an angel, especially compared to the monster that had been his father-in-law in his past life. With a commanding tone, the king concluded, from this day forward, your name shall be passed down to future generations. It will endure for as long as the kingdom of Draken stands. Looking at him with pride, the king said, rise now, Baron Blizzard. Madak stood up, and the king gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be standing here today. Once again, I offer you my deepest gratitude. Madak gave a modest smile. If faced with the same situation again, I would make the same decision without hesitation. Then Count Icarus spoke up. Your Majesty, Baron Blizzard saved your life. I believe it would be only fitting to grant him a piece of land worthy of his title. The king hesitated. Granting land to a newly appointed baron was unprecedented and would likely draw opposition. But Icarus countered firmly. Who would dare go against your decree? Your Majesty? His tone sharpened, his gaze intense. "If anyone does, I'll personally remind them of the weight your commands carry." The king looked at Icarus, suspicion stirring. What's his angle? He turned to the other noblemen present, Counts Arista and Crash. "You both agree with this proposal, don't you?" Caught off guard, Arista wiped the sweat forming on his brow. "Are you speaking to us, Your Majesty?" Noticing Icarus's eyes narrowing in disapproval, both Arista and Crash hurried to respond. "Yes, I agree, Your Majesty. As do I." The king crossed his arms, now weighing which territory would be suitable. He murmured, "If everyone's in agreement, then very well, but we must find a land truly fitting for Baron Blizzard." "No?" Icarus didn't miss a beat. "Indeed, Your Majesty. I was referring to the northern frozen lands I mentioned during our council meeting a few days ago." The king hesitated, uneasy. He's doing this on purpose. But Icarus pressed on stubbornly. "We need a lord to govern that region anyway. Everything seems to be falling into place. When you think about it, his name and the northern lands carry a certain poetic symmetry, a blizzard across the frozen frontier. Perhaps it's fate." And with that, the king realized Icarus's true intention. So this was his plan all along. He glanced sharply at the count, silently vowing, "You'll pay for this, for wounding your son's pride and my trust." Princess Eschild had picked up on it too. Her eyes widened slightly. The northern lands, could he mean the ice continent? She looked toward Madoc, her gaze full of concern. Madoc met her eyes and thought, "They're seriously sending me there as a lord?" A quiet laugh escaped him, more amused than surprised. His eyes turned sharp, seeing straight through Icarus's maneuver. "He's trying to get rid of me, for the sake of his son." A sly smile crept across his lips. "Dangerous and calculating, but if they're offering land, then I have no reason to refuse." His expression grew darker, his wool sharpening into resolve. "I'll take this opportunity, carve out glory for myself, raise my reputation, and close the gap between her world and mine." Back at the Roel Guild, the guild master's voice boomed like thunder. "What, the northern lands?" Sol Madoc had just returned home and casually recounted everything to Roel, his expression calm as ever. While Roel rambled on in disbelief, Madoc sat there quietly, sipping his tea like nothing in the world could bother him. Outside, violent blizzards roared across the mountains. Avalanches thundered down, and chaotic magical energy twisted through the icy air like it might explode at any second. "You seriously plan to head north?" Roel asked, voice shaky. Madoc took another sip of his tea, then answered in a composed tone, "Yes," and with the same deadpan calm, he added, "Don't worry, I don't feel cold." Roel looked like he'd just fallen off a cliff, his face went pale. "Sir Magic Swordsman, no. Baron, are you a Yeti or something?" Hearing that, Madoc blinked, confused. "A what?" Without missing a beat, Roel launched into an explanation. "A Yeti, a mythical race said to live only in the northern lands. The legends go back to ancient times. They're human-like in form, nearly 3 meters tall, and their raw strength is no joke. They're immune to the cold and are known to be terrifyingly violent. But, well, no one's really seen one, so maybe it's all just myth." On the other hand, the northerners themselves are said to be fierce warriors. Rumor has it they can crush 100 men on their own. They loathe being ruled and refuse to bow to any leader. As he listened, Madoc's eyes lit up. He stood up with a spark of excitement. "Sounds like fun." Roel's voice trembled. "Fun? Did you just say fun?" Madoc walked to the door and flung it open, voice brimming with bold resolve. "If I can earn the recognition of the northerners, my name will spread far and wide." Roel, listening to that, could only think to himself, easier said than done. But just as the door opened, Madoc flinched back in surprise. "What the?" Several kids from the guild were huddled outside the room, tears welling in their eyes, all wearing panicked expressions. "What are you all doing here?" Madoc barked, stunned. The scene shifts to the edge of a forest, where Sol Madoc's voice roared like thunder. "No, for you kids, who've only just started learning martial arts. The northern lands are far too dangerous." The children pleaded with him, their voices trembling with emotion. "Master," Savina protested, "we still have so much to learn. If you leave now, who's going to teach us magic?" Leo chimed in from beside her. "She's right, sir." Then, with reverence, Savina bowed deeply before him. "Please, we're begging you." Seeing her, Leo followed suit. "Please don't leave us behind. Ah, these kids are a handful." Madak clicked his tongue. You little punks? He stepped back with a sigh, only to bump into someone standing behind him. He turned around, startled. Huh? Who? Taking a closer look, his eyes widened in shock. A superstar? It was Princess Eschild, who had somehow snuck up behind him unnoticed. She looked up at him with wide eyes. Hello, Baron Blizzard. Madak quickly shifted his tone, concern in his voice. You don't look well. Is something wrong? But the princess, clearly a little shy with the kids around, replied softly, I think we should talk after sending them off. At her suggestion, Madak turned to the kids and snapped. All right, off you go now, move it. Then, without missing a beat, he turned back to the princess with his usual charming demeanor. Smiling politely, the kids, watching this sudden switch in attitude, exchanged glances, clearly feeling a bit slighted. Seriously? He's kicking us out just like that? Savina, not ready to give up, turned back and called out. Does that mean you're going to accept our request? The question caught Madak off guard. It was like an emotional landmine dropped right in front of him. Leo added with urgency. Answer us, and then we'll leave. Caught in the middle of this tug of war, especially with a pretty girl watching, Madak gave in with a resigned sigh. All right, go on now. Immediately, their gloomy faces lit up like sunshine. The other three ran off ahead, but Savina stayed behind a moment longer to bow once more. Thank you, master. Madak urged. Go. Internally, he thought, hurry up and scram already. The grown-ups need to talk. As the kids disappeared into the distance, Princess Eschild smiled, watching them. Your disciples sure are full of energy. Madak, still a little annoyed, let out a tired breath. That's not energy. That's pure stubbornness. Now that they were finally alone, the princess turned to him and giggled softly. Hee hee. Soul Madak glanced sideways and asked, feeling any better? But the princess had stopped smiling. Her voice grew quiet. Yes, and I'm sorry. I'm the one who asked my father to grant you the title. I didn't think it would lead to you being sent to the northern lands. Seeing her expression, Madak felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu. She doesn't just look like her, even this part is the same. He remembered the past, how Wall Yen had once thrown herself into his arms. Sobbing, I'm so sorry, because of me. You, lost in that memory. His gaze toward Eschild softened with affection. Then he returned to the moment, shaking his head with a sigh. If I hadn't accepted the title, I wouldn't be heading to the north. The princess looked up, startled, her voice small, avoiding his eyes. Right, it's my fault. Madak turned away, cheeks burning red as a smile crept across his face. She's seriously too cute. Then, keeping his cool, he walked off with a simple, apologies won't change anything, I still have to go. Eschild was hit by a wave of guilt. She reached out, calling after him. Wait, is there anything I can do? Just something, anything, that'll ease your heart. Even a little? He paused and glanced back, purposely suggesting, I heard that carrying a protective charm or a lucky talisman helps ease the mind. A charm? She blinked, confused. What's that? Madak turned around and boldly stepped closer until they were face to face. Then, in a low voice, he murmured, it's a kiss, one given with genuine care and concern. Or, something like that. The princess's face went beet red, her eyes sparkling with confusion. A kiss? Suddenly realizing just how close he was, she jerked back. Wait, what? Madak took a step back as well and said calmly, judging by your reaction, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Then he turned his back to her. Anyway, I need to go prepare for the journey. Just forget I said anything. Your Highness. After suddenly pulling her close, he now just walked off like nothing happened. Eschild was left flustered. Her thoughts a mess. She couldn't even get the words out. Fuming slightly, she thought, what kind of guy just says something like that and walks away? She watched his retreating figure, broad shoulders, steady stride, standing tall and masculine under the sunlight. He was heartbreakingly attractive. Her heart was pounding. She stared after him and called out impulsively. Wait! Madak stopped immediately at the sound of her voice. Turning back, the princess stepped forward. Just wait a moment. He looked at her calmly and asked, is something wrong? Eschild took a deep breath, trying to muster the courage. Wait, what just happened? Did I imagine that? Her heart was a mess. Her thoughts tangled. The way Soul Madak had acted, it felt strangely familiar. Then, softening in front of him, she quietly said, all right, fine. I'll do it. Oh no. Oh no. Sol Madoc froze. Stunned. She's actually agreeing? He was sweating bullets. I was just joking. He stammered. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. But the princess was fearless. Before he could finish saying, let's just pretend I never said anything, her small hands grabbed his collar and yanked him down. Eschild kissed him. Time stood still. For a moment, the world around them faded away. Sol Madoc felt like his soul had left his body and ascended to heaven. After everything, after all the waiting, the longing, the loneliness since crossing into this world, he was finally rewarded. The princess rose on her toes, holding the kiss just a little longer. When she finally pulled away, she was beet red, yanked her hood over her face, and whispered, "It's done," before sprinting off toward the palace without looking back. Madoc stood there in a daze, heart racing, unable to move. His mind went blank. He looked like a complete fool. Eyes wide, lips still tingling. Around his neck, the necklace bearing Hua Lian's charm gleamed, glowing as if it had just recognized its rightful place again. Madoc muttered, half laughing, half in disbelief, maybe I really have made it back, for real this time. Meanwhile, the princess was practically speed walking through the streets, face burning so red it could have melted snow. She kept her eyes glued to the ground, too flustered to look anywhere else. Far away, up in the cold and rugged north, word was spreading fast. A new lord's coming in? Someone muttered. Yeah, I heard he saved the king's life. They gave him land and a title. Supposedly, the guy wiped out 100 enemies in the blink of an eye. For real? In a dimly lit tavern, two rough-looking men sat at a table trading rumors. One with a shaved head nodded. He's supposed to be a sixth circle mage, but he's so good with a sword that even veteran knights can't beat him. The other man raised a brow. No way, why would someone like that come here? A third voice, deeper and darker, chimed in from a nearby table. He probably pissed off Duke Icarus, the man said, slamming his mug down, his long, unkempt hair draped over one side of his face, the other side marked by an old eye wound. Just a rumor, he muttered, rising to his feet, leaning on the table. He looked over at the others and sneered. In the end, all we gotta do is put a little pressure on him. He'll run away just like the rest. Far up in the frozen north, where the wind cut like blades and the mountains loomed high above a land locked in year-round frost, survival itself was a struggle. Deep in a snow-covered forest, a man and a woman stood back to back, eyes darting around warily. Damn it, the man cursed. What the hell is going on? Moments later, they split up, each heading in a different direction. But then, the girl let out a terrified scream. Ah, ah, her face twisted in panic. She couldn't keep it together. Out of the blinding white landscape, a monstrous wolf lunged toward her with terrifying speed. Its fangs bared, hunger in its eyes. It was enormous, its muscles taut and powerful, ready to rip through anything in its path. The beast struck, but she ducked just in time, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Her companion, further off, saw it all and felt his chest tighten with dread. Rui, he shouted, immediately sprinting toward her. Are you okay? His mind raced. Seriously? We just came out to gather a few eggs. How did it end up like this? Rui was still trembling, struggling to catch her breath. As she looked up and saw him rushing over, her face suddenly froze in horror. Oh no. Her eyes widened in shock. The wolf had switched targets and was now coming straight for him. Its mouth opened wide, every tooth on display, ready to tear into Jake like a feast. Rui screamed, "Jake, behind you!" Jake instantly recognized something was wrong from her tone. He turned around in a flash, and came face to face with the massive wolf's jaws, open wide, ready to devour him in one snap. This is it, he thought. I'm dead. But just then, a figure cut through the storm like a gust of divine wind. A cape flared against the blizzard. A noble silhouette emerged, platinum hair glinting through the snowfall. His movements were fluid, deadly, fast. In a single, elegant strike, whoosh, the wolf's head flew clean off. It never even had time to register what happened. A heartbeat later, its severed head hit the snow with a heavy thump, crimson blood spreading out like spilled paint, dyeing the fur a terrifying shade of red. Rui stood frozen, horrified. She stared up at the man now standing before her, tall, composed, in a noble's outfit, framed by swirling snow and the wolf's lifeless corpse. Ah, she cried out again. In disbelief. It was Sol Madoc. He stood firm, unshaken by the howling wind. Calmly, he said, "It's all right now. You're safe." Rui felt a rush of relief and gratitude. Still holding up Jake, she said, breathless, thank you so much for saving us." But Madoc only closed his eyes slightly, brushing it off. "No need to thank me. I simply did what any lord should do." He turned to leave, casually tossing over his shoulder. "Until we meet again." With a faint smirk, he leapt into the air and vanished in a blink, swept away by the storm, leaving the two stunned and speechless. "Wait," Rui called out, still holding Jake over her shoulder. She blinked in disbelief. "He's gone already?" A moment passed. Then Jake, still shaken and frustrated, burst out, "What the hell? A blizzard, pitch black skies, Z's screaming in my ears. And now the wyvern eggs are missing too?" The next morning, sunlight peeked over the mountain ridge, casting a soft glow over the snowy landscape. The flakes still fell steadily. The scene shifted to the castle of the newly appointed Baron Blizzard. Nestled beneath the towering snow-covered peaks. Inside the great hall, Sol Madoc sat alone on the throne, chin resting on his hand, smirking to himself. "This is going to be fun," he murmured. He glanced around the near-empty hall. Only one retainer stood before him. With a sigh of disappointment, Madoc muttered, "It's completely empty. Did no one get the memo that today's the day I officially take office?" The retainer bowed deeply, looking both worried and embarrassed. "I apologize, my lord. I'll dispatch messengers to all the villages again right away." Sol Madoc waved his hand dismissively, eyes closed as if brushing off the idea. "No need. Even if you send the message again, they probably won't show." In that moment, he truly felt the isolation that past lords must have endured. He imagined how they'd been abandoned, left to rule ghost towns. Their titles empty, their halls silent. He thought to himself, so this is how miserable an inauguration in Carolyn is. No wonder every lord before me was thrown out. But Sol Madoc was different. A slow, dangerous grin crept across his face, one that radiated power and confidence. "If that's how things are, then I'll do things my way." A few days later, in a dimly lit tavern, the one-eyed man slammed his mug down and growled. What the hell happened? Around him, his men were a wreck, faces bruised. Bandage, some barely upright. Was it him? The one-eyed man snapped. That new lord? A scruffy little guy with a thick beard lowered his head and said, "Yeah, as much as I hate to admit it. He's strong, really strong." The bald one grumbled. "He was fast, too fast. I don't even know what he did. He just touched me and I couldn't move. My body locked up like stone." He clutched his face as if the memory still hurt. "And his hits, I'm telling you, they don't just hurt, they burn." The leader listened silently, his brows furrowed, frustration simmering beneath the surface. TCH. Then a loud shout broke through the tavern doors. "He's here." The long-haired man's eye flashed open, cold and sharp. A younger thug burst in, panting. "He's in the village square right now." The leader, Max, stood, cracking his knuckles. So he's finally shown himself. He strode outside, boots crunching in the snow. As his broad figure emerged, the crowd around the square stirred. Whispers rippled through the people. "Whoa, is that him? The strongest warrior in Carolyn?" Voices rose in excitement. "Finally, someone who can take him down. You've got this, Max." Max didn't react. His gaze locked forward as he made his way toward the center. There, in the heart of the square, stood Sol Madoc. He moved with elegance, dressed in his noble attire, every step cold and precise. The air around him was icy, as if the snow bent to his presence. He didn't look anxious, but in his mind, calculations ran non-stop. There are more people than expected. Good, let them watch. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind him. "Hey, Mud." It was the girl from before, the one he'd saved in the forest. Rui ran over, waving enthusiastically. "You're here too?" Sol Madoc turned, slightly surprised. "Huh? Oh, it's you." Just as she was about to reach him, a firm hand yanked her back by the hair. Rui, startled, she spun around. Wah! It was her father, none other than Max, the strongest warrior in Carolyn. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. Rui, still buzzing with energy, replied, "Oh, I just saw a big crowd and got curious. That's all." He stared at her, tone serious. "Curious about what? The new lord?" "New lord?" she echoed, puzzled. Then it hit her, back in the forest. Just before leaving, Sol Madoc had said, "I simply did what I had to do as a lord." That's what he meant. Wait, he was serious? Max caught the look on her face. What did you just say? Rui, still not quite putting it all together, said innocently. I told you already. Remember? When I was out trying to steal a frost dragon's egg, I almost died, and someone saved me. Max's eyes widened. Ah. His gaze shifted toward Sol Madoc. Don't tell me, the man who saved my daughter is the new lord. This just got complicated. Max closed his eyes and sighed. Tension building in his chest. And it wasn't just any wyvern, it was a frost wyvern. He took it down in one strike. Not even I could do that so easily. He scratched his head, visibly frustrated. As the strongest warrior of Carolyn, I have to acknowledge him, but I can't back down now. After a beat, he stepped forward, extending a hand toward Sol Madoc. I'm Max, the strongest warrior in Carolyn. Sol Madoc stood with arms crossed, making no move to shake hands. He spoke coolly. I am no. Bard, the new Baron of Carolyn. Max flushed slightly. I've heard rumors about you, he admitted, getting straight to the point. Max asked, is it true what they say? That you've been going around the village tying people up without mercy? Sol Madoc didn't flinch. No, he said plainly. I simply taught a lesson to those who were looking to stir up trouble. His expression had hardened now, his guard fully raised. He locked eyes with Max, his voice low and sharp. What, you planning to do the same? Max gritted his teeth. That's not it. I came with a proposal. That caught Sol Madoc off guard. He hadn't expected anything from these people besides resistance. A proposal? He asked, narrowing his eyes. What kind? Max took a breath, then explained. This place, Carolyn, it's cold to the bone. Always has been, for generations. The people here have survived by drinking strong liquor to fight off the chill. It's tradition, part of how we stay warm. Then, without warning, Max threw out a completely unrelated challenge. How about a drinking contest between the two of us? Seems better than a brawl. No? Sol Madoc's lips curled into an intrigued smile. Sounds fun. But Max raised a hand, voice rising in warning. Think it through. This isn't some mild brew, it'll burn like fire going down. Not everyone can handle it. Sol Madoc's tone turned hard. I don't care. Then, grinning devilishly, he held up a thumbs down, his own twisted gesture of confidence. If I win, you acknowledge me as the rightful lord of Carolyn. No arguments. You'll follow me without question. The crowd gasped, murmurs exploding like wildfire. Is he insane? Going up against Max in that? He's betting against Fenna? He doesn't stand a chance. Max's jaw tightened. His face darkened as he growled. Fine. Sol Madoc shot back. Then keep your word. Moments later, the two of them were seated inside a nearby tavern, packed to the brim with villagers eager to witness the showdown. On the table between them, 24 shot glasses filled with a deep, amber liquid gleamed like molten gold. Max and Sol Madoc sat face to face, locked in a silent war of wills. The tension in the room was electric. Max leaned forward slightly, giving Sol Madoc one last out. You sure about this? It's not too late to walk away. Rui was nearby, eyes sparkling with excitement as she watched the scene unfold. Sol Madoc didn't blink. How could I back down? As a lord? Let's get started. Max chuckled, low and menacing. Heh. Then his gaze sharpened. The air around him changed. His eyes darkened, ominous, full of warning. With a calm, chilling voice, he said, just don't regret this later. The moment Max finished speaking, time seemed to slow. All he could see was a thick darkness, punctuated by muffled sounds. Someone shouted his name, through the fog in his vision. Sol Madoc remained seated with his arms crossed, but his image blurred like he was lost in mist. A hand waved in front of him, and a voice called out. But the strongest warrior in Carolyn was completely out of it. Rui stood beside him, looking panic-stricken. Max struggled, but it was no use. Sol Madoc placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, You okay? Max's head hit the table, and he fell silent. Sol Madoc continued, I think you've been out for a while. Max's mind was foggy, and he barely registered the words. Out? Me? The best drinker in Carolyn? I passed out? Rui, pale with worry, begged, Dad, please, stop. Max jolted back to consciousness, but he stubbornly waved her off. I'm not drunk yet. He slammed his cup on the table, his inner voice screaming, "No way, I can't lose like this." He gritted his teeth, growling, "One more drink." The cup was filled again, and Sol Madoc spoke calmly. "Maybe you shouldn't push yourself too hard." But to Max, Sol Madoc's face seemed like a ghost, fading in and out. Damn it, how can he drink like he's invincible? Sol Madoc, though flushed, was still as composed as ever. He taunted, "Hey, why don't you fill my cup again?" Max held his head, groaning, "I've tried, but I can't take any more." He thought to himself, how is he still so calm? Sol Madoc leaned in, smirking. "So, are you going to give up?" Max, now red as a beet, slammed his hand on the table. "I'm fine, let's keep going." Sol Madoc's expression remained unbothered. "All right then." Max took another gulp, his face twisted in agony. Rui and Jake stood by, their faces pale with concern. Sol Madoc, on the other hand, calmly downed another drink, his composure unshaken. Rui and Jake exchanged horrified looks. This guy is a monster. With a sharp crack, Sol Madoc slammed his cup down on the table and muttered, "It's probably been a while since I've had a drink. This feels so smooth." Suddenly, a noise broke through the tension. Sol Madoc glanced over, a mocking smile curling on his lips. "If you look closely, you'll see that noise came from Max collapsing." Max, unable to hold it any longer, had toppled from his seat, unconscious. Sol Madoc thought, "Looks like I'm about to win." Max's two underlings were stunned. The one with the scowl muttered, "Impossible." The bearded one sighed in resignation. Max lost. Seizing the opportunity, Sol Madoc stood, addressing the crowd in the tavern with a booming voice. "All right then, everyone here must gather at my castle in exactly 5 days." He raised 2 fingers, exuding an aura of danger. "Let's see if you're the type to keep your word." 5 days later, at the grand castle of the newly minted Baron Bard, Sol Madoc sat confidently on the Lord's throne, muttering, "Well, well." Before him stood a crowd of Caroline villagers, with the strongest warrior, Max, leading the group. They had kept their promise and come to the castle. Sol Madoc looked down at them. "I didn't think you'd actually show up. But to my surprise, you kept your word." Max stared up at him, answering, "Of course, it was the right thing to do." Sol Madoc interrupted him with a raised hand. All right, I get it." His expression turned serious as he looked down at them. Speaking with authority, "I'm sure you all know who I am. So, let's get to the point. Starting today, I'm giving you 10 days to prepare for relocation." The crowd murmured in confusion. What do you mean?" Rui raised her hand, asking, "Are you saying we all have to move into your castle?" Sol Madoc sighed, his tone blunt. "No, do you think everyone can live in this castle?" The crowd continued to question him. "But you told us to pack up, didn't you?" Sol Madoc smirked. "Who said you'll be living here?" He clenched his fist, his muscles tensing, and gave a smile that was both cryptic and unsettling. "We're moving north." Hearing the news, Max and the others were stunned, frozen in place. Sol Madoc explained, "For the past 5 days, I've been scouting all over, and I found a place up north that can house at least 10,000 people. From now on, we won't live scattered around anymore. We'll come together as a community." This plan for reform was so new that the villagers started murmuring. "Does that make sense? Is this really going to work?" Max stood up, representing the group, and spoke. "However, that place is inhabited by groups of ice goblins." Madoc raised an eyebrow. "Ice goblins?" Max explained. "They're like goblins." Madoc thought back to the vicious monsters but shrugged it off. "You mean those creatures that walk on 2 legs and have pointy heads?" Max hesitated. "Have you really encountered them?" Madoc let out a laugh, clicking his tongue. "Encountered them? I fought them all myself a few days ago." He recalled the battle, taking down the ice goblins single-handedly, cutting them to pieces with his skilled swordplay, the blood mixing with the white snow. He firmly stated, "I've wiped them all out." The crowd was stunned. Max felt as if lightning had struck. He shouted, "What?" While the villagers were in panic, Madoc remained calm. He placed a hand on his leg and asked, "I'm wondering what you're all worried about." "Don't worry, I've already found a perfect place for us. Just get ready to move." Outside the castle, Sol Madoc shouted, "All right, everyone disperse." The villagers hurried out the gate to prepare their belongings. Left alone, Madoc stretched and muttered, "That's done." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Good morning, sir." Madoc glanced back, surprised. "Huh? Who's there?" The voice belonged to Rui, accompanied by Jake, who hadn't left yet. Rui reminded him, "Last time, I was too upset to properly greet you. I'm Rui." Jake introduced himself. "And I'm Jake." To their surprise, Madoc burst into laughter. "Ah, I think I understand why you're here to see me. Funny enough, I was just about to call for you." Jake asked, surprised. "You were going to call for us?" Madoc answered casually, "Yes, but it's no big deal. Don't worry too much." He looked at them and smiled warmly. "Follow me." From outside the castle, Jake and Rui's screams echoed, "Ah! Ah!" Inside, both were panicked, sweating as they stared at the sight before them. Before them lay wolf pups, rolling over each other and sleeping soundly. Together, they exclaimed, "These are the ice dragon pups?" Rui, frustrated, shouted, "Just as I suspected. You're the one who stole the certificate that day. We went through so much to get it. How could you do this?" Madoc frowned, crossed his arms, and let out a chuckle. "Hey." Then, turning around, he grinned widely and said bluntly, "Who saved you that day?" Jake was at a loss for words, while Rui, still furious, couldn't hold back. "Kill, you're going to." But Madoc raised his hand, cutting Jake off. "Forget it." Then, with a dismissive wave, he said, "Take them back." Rui's eyes lit up. "What, the ice dragons?" Madoc nodded. "Yes, I initially thought of raising them, but they eat too much and are too noisy. I can't focus with them around." All around him, the ice dragon pups growled, constantly demanding attention. Madoc continued, "But now, keeping them is pointless. Ice dragons think the first creature they see after hatching is their mother." He sighed in frustration, holding his head. "You want me to raise these troublesome, noisy things?" Jake scratched his head, replying, "Ice dragons are very valuable." Rui approached the pups, gently stroking them. "The larger the ice dragon, the stronger it is compared to other creatures. You have the chance to raise such beings." Jake glanced over and spoke up. "If it were me, I'd train this ice dragon properly and leisurely fly it to Tay-10." Madoc, new to the area, wasn't sure what Tay-10 was. Rui explained, "It's about 1,000 kilometers west of Carolyn. It's the second capital of the G Kingdom. A place where there's everything we need." Madoc turned to Jake, asking, "So you're saying we can fly to such a place on these creatures?" Jake raised a finger, calculating, "Yes, I think it'll take about 1 to 2 hours to go there and back." Madoc's eyes lit up. "Wait, if that's the case, these ice dragons could be incredibly useful." He crossed his arms and asked Rui, "How do we tame them?" Rui, sitting below him, changed her tone. "Have you changed your mind?" Madoc scoffed, slightly lowering his face. "Yeah, I just came up with a brilliant idea." Several days later, the people of Carolyn began the Great Migration under Madoc's orders. He led the way, with the group following behind. Savina, the little girl, ran up to him, calling, "Sir." Madoc turned, his eyes cold. Savina reported, "Everyone seems to be very tired." He thought to himself, traveling non-stop for 3 days and nights. Even a brocade banner would be exhausted. Madoc glanced at the crowd, his sharp gaze noticing that some were still hesitant, unsure, but looking ahead to their destination. He reassured himself, soon, they'll change their minds. The people were exhausted, shivering from the cold, and needed rest. Madoc shouted, "Listen up." Standing in the middle of the crowd, he declared loudly, "We're almost there, no matter how difficult it is. Trust me and keep going." Below, a bearded man muttered to his friend, "But we don't even know where we're going." The other man with a bald head replied, "And we're not even sure there aren't ice goblins there." Overhearing them, Madoc plunged his sword into the snow, leaned on it, and growled, "Didn't I tell you I defeated all of them already?" He was furious and shouted at the doubters, "How dare you call yourselves warriors of Carolyn and be scared of ice goblins?" His words struck their pride, and they clenched their fists. Feeling ashamed, Madoc then turned his back and continued leading the way. Savina called out, "Sir." Madoc didn't look back but said, "That should be enough for them to understand now." His firm attitude silenced Savina, leaving her only to mumble in confusion as she looked at him. Madoc smiled in anticipation, muttering to himself, "They'll understand everything when they see it." Savina blushed, confused, and stayed silent. Moments later, Madoc led the group to a cave. He stepped in first, followed closely by Savina and Leo. Both of them were astonished by the sight of the cave. Leo exclaimed, "Oh, this is the cave that..." The cave was incredible. radiating warmth, vast, with countless winding passages. Leo, excited, said, "Is this the place Master was talking about?" Madoc smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, it is. I worked hard to find this place. And I really like it." Looking around, the people seemed just as enthusiastic about the location. Madoc thought to himself, "Seems like they're finally warming up to the idea." Inside the cave, there were many smaller chambers, and the warm water flowing through made it the perfect sanctuary. After everyone had entered, Madoc shouted, "Everyone, listen up." Standing on a raised platform, he declared, "This was once the lair of the ice goblins. But from now on, this will be where we live." A cheer rose from the crowd. Madoc continued, "Since this will be our home, it makes sense to give it a name, doesn't it?" The people cheered loudly in agreement. Madoc stroked his chin, thinking, "Let's see, the place we lived before was the North Sea Ice Palace, so it should be something similar." An idea sparked in his mind. He raised his head and said, "Yeah, that sounds good." Madoc raised his hand and called out loudly, "From now on, this place will be called White City." Behind him, the flag of White City fluttered proudly. Max and his son exchanged looks, pleased and satisfied with the choice. The crowd echoed in agreement, their cheers ringing out. Madoc turned toward the corner, his thoughts drifting. "Now, we just need to wait for the ice dragon pups to return." Just as he was settling in with the people, a loud explosion suddenly made him flinch. Madoc turned around, on alert. In the sky above, a triangular object hovered, with a glowing sphere inside that emanated a terrifying energy. The crowd screamed, "Lightning!" The energy from the sphere struck one of the ice dragon pups. Being young, it could only endure the assault, curling up in pain before collapsing, unconscious, with its tongue hanging out. It wasn't just one, the same happened to many others. The owner of the glowing sphere appeared. A man wearing glasses spoke with a sharp tone. "Why are there ice dragons here?" Madoc was stunned. "What? Why is there a sorcerer here?" Hearing Madoc's voice, the sorcerer immediately became cautious. He focused his spiritual energy into the magic sphere. Glancing around, as soon as the sorcerer turned, Madoc charged toward him, closing the distance quickly. The sorcerer was taken aback, furious that his ice dragon had been killed. Madoc pointed his finger and unleashed a freezing force, sending a surge of spiritual energy crackling around the sorcerer. The man was hit, his body completely controlled, unable to resist. Madoc grabbed him by the throat, his saliva and mucus dripping everywhere. With a burst of strength, Madoc slammed him down onto the stone ground, delivering a brutal, cold punch, tightening his grip. The pressure was overwhelming. The sorcerer was battered, his glasses flying off, and he screamed in pain. "Ah, ah!" His face was pale, but Madoc didn't kill him. He beat him senseless, then released his grip and said, "I won't go easy on you a second time." The sorcerer, battered and bruised, looked up at Madoc, his face a mess. Madoc growled, "Who are you?" Madoc gathered a surge of energy in his hand, ready to strike the sorcerer again, and demanded, "Why did you attack my ice dragons?" The sorcerer, battered and lying in the snow, groaned in pain, his body paralyzed. "Damn it, my body is numb, I can't move." Madoc leaned in close, growling, "Your mouth isn't paralyzed, so you can answer me. Speak up, now." Terrified, the sorcerer trembled, but slowly relaxed. He lifted his head and introduced himself. "I am Count Jerome von Karajan." Madoc looked down, confused, and asked, "A count? You're a noble? I'm just a baron. So, does that mean you outranked me?" Jerome was also taken aback. "A baron? So you're the one? The snowstorm that saved His Majesty's life and was granted land?" Madoc clicked his tongue. "You know about that?" Jerome, in front of Madoc, paused for a moment, still held tightly by the collar. This seemed to unsettle him. Madoc suddenly remembered and asked, "So, you were the former lord assigned here before being driven out, right?" Looking at the shattered magical sphere lying in the snow, Jerome sighed deeply. "Yes, that's right." Madoc tightened his grip on Jerome's collar. Panicked, Jerome quickly added, "I have my reasons." Madoc's anger flared. He shouted, "I don't care about your reasons." All this time, he glared at Jerome with a cold, dangerous look. "You act as if you're better than me." Jerome broke into a cold sweat, trembling with fear. "Now that you know who I am, shouldn't we be on the same side?" Seeing Madoc remain silent, Jerome desperately asked, "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" Madoc squeezed Jerome's head with a grip like iron and snarled. Wrong? You're horribly wrong. Equality? What a load of trash. Jerome, in immense pain. Tears streamed down his face. Madoc applied more pressure, brutally punishing him, saying, You failed to fulfill your duty. You should give up your title. He shoved Jerome down, the pressure unbearable, causing Jerome to scream in agony. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. But Madoc only pushed harder before easing up and saying, But this time, I'll make an exception. Don't ever try to oppose me again. He unleashed a freezing blast, relieving Jerome's paralysis, and said, I've unsealed your acupoints. You can move now. Moments later, Jerome sat up, gasping for breath. Madoc raised his hand, his expression venomous, and threatened, Say anything foolish again, and I will kill you. Jerome's voice trembled as he replied, I understand. Madoc pointed to the injured ice dragons and ordered, Now, go heal the dragons, and then leave. You need to treat them right away. Jerome pointed to himself, asking in disbelief, I need to heal them? Madoc sneered, his tone changing, I'm good at reading people. You dared to use magic in front of a lord. You've got guts. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Jerome to fumble alone. Jerome reached out but didn't dare say a word, muttering, Now. Jerome felt as though he had fallen into a deep, hopeless abyss, thinking, Damn it, something's really off here. It was dark outside, but Madoc's tent was still brightly lit. Jerome spoke up, What did you say? Madoc was busy with paperwork on the table and replied, Now, what should we send to the capital? Jerome's attitude seemed unstable. Madoc extended his hand, questioning, Why do you look so surprised? Is it really that difficult to send a letter to the emperor? Jerome paused, lifting his pen and responding, It's not that, but didn't you tell me to send a letter asking for a tax exemption? Madoc answered seriously, Yes, the people here are struggling to make a living. That was what Jerome had feared. He lowered his glasses and said, But the other nobles will certainly oppose this. Why doesn't Mach understand that? Jerome then went on to explain the dark plots within the palace, saying, From their point of view, it's unfair. If the law passes, they'll threaten that their situation is just as difficult, and they don't want to pay taxes either. No matter how much His Highness values you, he'll refuse. That's the reality of it. Madoc pondered for a moment, thinking, the problem lies with those nobles. They're always afraid of someone pulling the strings behind the scenes, manipulating the power. The one who sent me here. He said, All right, then we'll put that on hold for now. Jerome sighed with relief, feeling lighter, but Madoc didn't give up. He gestured for him to come closer and whispered, What about this idea instead? He leaned into Jerome's ear and, after hearing the plan, Jerome's eyes lit up. He shouted, What are you? Madoc turned his back and calmly replied, It's not impossible. Jerome frowned, tense, and said, Well, it might actually work. This situation is similar. Maybe this plan could have some potential after all. Madoc turned around with a mysterious smile. Hey, all right, no more hesitation. Let's act now. A few hours later, Madoc summoned the elite warriors of Carolyn. They all carried weapons, as if preparing for battle. The sudden summons left Jake confused, and he asked Rui, What's going on with the Lord? Before Rui could answer, Madoc shouted, Is everyone assembled? Max and his son, who had been talking, immediately stopped and listened attentively. Rui spoke up on behalf of the group. I brought my weapons as instructed. But what exactly are we doing? Madoc gruffly replied, I'll explain now. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath to calm himself, then raised his hand high. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and an overwhelming aura radiated from him as he declared to the crowd, We're going to hunt the ice dragons. The crowd murmured, Ice dragon eggs? Aiming for eggs shouldn't be too hard. As the noise settled, Madoc continued, For safety, we'll divide into groups of 30. Each group should aim to bring back at least one egg, if possible. Jerome, standing nearby, exclaimed excitedly, The groups have been divided. Madoc lowered his voice. If the mission is successful, the group that returns first will receive a reward of 100 gold coins. The crowd's excitement surged at the mention of gold. 100 gold coins? A long-nosed man daydreamed. That much money? I've never even dreamed of that in my life. A bearded man scratched his head, asking, You're saying we just need the ice dragon eggs, and you'll reward us with that much? The bald man in Max's group confirmed. Really? You'll actually give us 100 gold coins? Madak responded with confidence. I never promise something I can't deliver. He shifted his tone, now enthusiastic, and laughed heartily. He called out, Warriors of Carolyn, can you do it? The crowd looked at each other, hesitating for a moment. Then, after a pause, they all shouted in unison, Leave it to us. The entire group erupted in excitement under Madak's command, like a fire igniting in a narrow cave. As everyone excitedly prepared, Madak called out, Jerome. Jerome responded immediately, Yes, my lord. Madak looked down and instructed, Over the next 10 days, keep an eye on each group. Identify those with potential. I'll need them for future tasks. Jerome guessed, Are you planning to form a knightly order? Madak turned around without replying. Jerome was curious. Why are you doing this? Madak's silence made Jerome uneasy. But Madak thought to himself, Even though he's just joined, I assign tasks, and he does them well. He understands my intentions. Truly useful. Madak answered, You're right. I've heard every lord should have at least one knightly order. Jerome agreed. Exactly. Especially when you hear that Duke Icarus's Lion Knights are incredibly strong. He's trained and recruited knights so powerful they can rival and even defeat the Royal Knights. Madak nodded. I understand. Max, standing below, furrowed his brow and asked, You've checked all the weapons and manpower, right? Everything secure? Madak grinned triumphantly and said, Soon, my team will be the strongest. He thought to himself, This time, I'll build it bigger, stronger than the Snowfrost squad. I don't want to lose her again. My Wall Lien. Everything was ready. Madak spread his arms wide and shouted, All right, with confidence and a grandiose air. He led the way, shouting, Let's move out. At the icy mountain's edge, a deafening explosion shook the earth and sky, as billowing smoke and flames shattered the eerie stillness of the frozen landscape. Below, a frost dragon opened its massive mouth, charging forward with terrifying force, radiating destructive power as if it sought to swallow everything in its path. Madak grinned maliciously, grinding his teeth as he whispered, Now, on the pure white ice. Surges of energy erupted violently, tearing through the thick ice, shooting like lightning bolts through the snowstorm. The Carolyn warriors slid down the long slope, one after another, swift as the wind, their eyes burning with resolve. They coordinated seamlessly, pouring all their strength into taking down the frost dragon. Rui hung midair, drawing his bow and launching sharp arrows that sliced through the wind. Jake, on the ground, perfectly synced his movements, swinging his sword to sever the dragon's tail, shouting, I've cut it. Meanwhile, Max gathered all his power, delivering a hammer-like punch to the frost dragon's snout, causing it to grimace in pain and stagger. Roaring in agony, Max growled, Team 2, deploy the nets. A warrior from Team 2, moving with practiced precision, threw a large net over the frost dragon, entangling it like a fish caught in a trap. The creature howled helplessly, thrashing in pain, eventually falling into the net. From a high vantage point, Madak and his right-hand man, Jerome, watched every tense moment of the battle. Madak nodded, his voice solemn. Everything is going quite smoothly. Jerome, eyes never leaving the battlefield, cautiously replied, They've been hunting continuously up to this point. Their teamwork is flawless. In his heart, Jerome silently admired. I never imagined Madak could turn the wild Carolyn warriors into such a sharp force. And even come up with a way to tame the frost dragons from their eggs to transport the spoils to distant towns. Madak urged them on, his voice booming like thunder. All right, everyone, give it your all. If you bring back a lot of dragon eggs, the reward will be massive. The power of money ignited like fire, rousing the warriors, their eyes gleaming with hope, their hearts ablaze with anticipation for victory. Jerome thought to himself, just a promise, and he's infused the entire army with spirit. Truly extraordinary. Suddenly, a soldier leapt forward, surrounded by a violent surge of magical energy like a tornado. With a pair of sharp blades in hand, he charged directly at the frost dragon, radiating an unstoppable force. With a single slash, the massive beast fell, its red blood mingling with the white snow, leaving a long, horrifying streak. The crowd marveled, shouting, It's the Gale. Madak narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp, asking, Well done, who just felled that frost dragon? Jerome hurriedly flipped through his list. Excited, That's Shuat, the Gale. Madak nodded, sneering, Ah, With a nickname, must be quite famous. Jerome continued. Yes, he's a common hero, known for raiding the estates of corrupt nobles and sharing the spoils with the poor. Madoc, intrigued, fixed his eyes on Shu-At's figure in the snowstorm. Really? Then why is he here? Jerome eagerly explained. He was set up, imprisoned, but it seems he escaped and wandered here. Madoc's voice grew serious, his thoughts racing. He's integrated with the villagers. Has a righteous heart, truly a raw gem worth polishing. He ordered, Jerome, if anyone else escapes like him, report it to me immediately. Jerome nodded. Yes, my lord. Madoc added, who knows, we might find another useful person. These words made Jerome break into a cold sweat, muttering to himself, oh no, my workload is piling up. I'm going to be buried under it. In the vast cave, Madoc roared, his voice like thunder. You've all done well. He stood triumphantly among the crowd and declared, thanks to your efforts, we've gathered enough frost dragon eggs, and I will ensure the promised rewards. The crowd erupted in excitement, raising their fists to the sky and cheering, their voices reverberating through the cave like a crashing wave. Max raised his scarred hand and spoke, ah, my lord. Madoc turned around and asked, what is it, Max? Max looked up, his voice deep. We've followed the orders to hunt the dragon eggs. But may I ask why? Madoc spoke openly, his tone firm. All right. I'm sure everyone's wondering why I suddenly instructed you all to gather frost dragon eggs. I will explain. As you know, a frost dragon, when it first hatches, will consider the first thing it sees as its mother. And I plan to tame them that way. My plan is to use the tamed frost dragons as transportation. And these dragons will carry our specialties to other countries. The crowd murmured, asking each other, what are our specialties? Madoc rested his chin on his hand and replied, I've thought of many things. But the first is our livestock. His eyes glinted with dangerous calculations, but among all the ideas I've considered, the main product is the snow elf tribe. The crowd stirred in panic, shouting, the snow elves? Are you planning to indirectly kill us? Max retorted angrily, I still want to live. Madoc raised his hand, signaling for silence. Quiet. The crowd immediately fell silent, no one daring to breathe loudly. He asked in a booming voice, who was it that eradicated the snow elves hiding around here? The crowd answered in unison, it was you, my lord. Madoc pointed to himself, his chest swelling with pride. Yes, it was me. So do you really think I would let you become the prey of the snow elves? The crowd whispered among themselves, their eyes lighting up. Things have changed. Standing side by side with the lord, I will become stronger. Madoc clenched his fist and laughed loudly. Ha ha. So what do you think? Does that make you feel more at ease? The crowd smiled, responding in unison. We will do it. Madoc, filled with enthusiasm, declared, excellent. But before he could finish, Leo rushed in, sweating profusely, shouting, my lord, my lord, my lord. Madoc growled in frustration. I'm speaking. What is it? Leo gasped for air, his voice trembling. I'm sorry. But it's urgent. Madoc froze, his eyes widening. Urgent? Leo replied, Sister, Savina, she's on the brink of death. Madoc stood motionless, his heart stopping, his gaze darkening. What? The scene shifted to Savina, lying motionless on the white snow, her breath faint like mist vanishing in the cold wind. Lap Phi and Annie were fumbling beside her, their faces frantic, eyes red from crying. Lap Phi handed her medicine, his voice shaking. Sister, take this, Savina whispered, her lips pale. Thank you. Lap Phi. Annie sobbed uncontrollably, holding her sister's hand, calling out, Sister, sister. Lap Phi squeezed Savina's hand, trying to keep her awake. Hang on. Sister, the master will be here soon. Madoc rushed over, his steps heavy, roaring. What happened? The two children startled, turning around, their eyes shining with hope. Madoc approached Savina, his voice low, as if suppressing a storm. Let me see. But his gaze darkened, muttering, damn it. Savina shivered, murmuring deliriously, it's so cold. So cold. Madoc placed his hand on her forehead, feeling the chaotic cold energy, thinking to himself, this is worse than I thought. The cold is swallowing her. He turned back, asking urgently, how did this happen? Explain it to me. Savina trembled, and the two children recounted, their voices faltering. Actually, while helping Mr. Osborn find a place to build the Frost Dragon Egg Hatchery. We discovered a vast field of ice flowers, a type of flower only seen in books. We thought she wanted to pick flowers to give to you. Savina had once said, "Everyone, bring back a few flowers. I'm sure he'll like them." But when they brought the flowers back, Savina showed strange symptoms, then suddenly collapsed and fell unconscious. Leo was stunned, his voice choked with emotion. "What should we do now? If she doesn't wake up?" Then, Madak patted Leo's head, his voice firm. "No way. Calm down." He opened Savina's hand, took out the flower, and murmured, "Ice flower. What the hell is this?" Looking closely, his face darkened as he thought to himself, Snow Lotus. The legendary elixir from the Northern Sea and Central Plains. How did it appear here? Bringing with it deadly cold energy? Annie approached, sobbing, "My lord." Leo bowed his head, pleading, "Please, save Sister Savina." Madak smiled reassuringly. "I'll handle it. Leo, carry Savina and follow me." Leo lifted Savina and followed Madak, with Lap Phi and Annie hurriedly trailing behind, their hearts racing. In a warm room, Madak ordered, "Leo, place Savina on the bed gently. Be careful not to hurt her." Leo carefully laid Savina down, replying, "Yes, my lord." Savina was barely breathing, her breath as fragile as the mist of ice. Madak nodded in approval, his voice softening. "Good." He patted the heads of the two children and instructed, "Now I'm going to treat her. Everyone step back. Do not enter unless I allow it." Annie and Lap Phi replied in unison, "Yes, my lord." Lap Phi, eyes red from crying, sobbed, "Please, my lord, save Sister Savina." Madak nodded, his tone reassuring, "Of course. Now go." He looked at the snow lotus flower, thinking to himself, this mysterious flower, known here as the ice flower, emits deadly cold energy, but in the Northern Sea, its fruit is an invaluable elixir, and few are able to harvest it due to the immense freezing aura. He blew a stream of cold air onto his hand, muttering to himself, "For me, someone well versed in cold energy. This is child's play." Savina collapsed due to the overwhelming cold, her body unable to withstand the frost aura. He placed the flower's fruit into Savina's mouth, channeling his cold energy to heal her, whispering, "Savina, wake up." Savina trembled lightly and suddenly jolted awake, her eyes wide in confusion, as if she had just escaped from a freezing trance, her breath still shaking. Madak gathered a brilliant stream of cold energy, his voice warm, "Yes, it's me, Savina. When you wake up, sit up straight and try to circulate your energy." Savina rubbed her eyes, her voice weak, "Yes, my lord." She closed her eyes, sat up straight, and lifted the ball of cold energy, the power flowing into her body like a cool stream. Savina gritted her teeth, cold breath escaping from her mouth, as freezing as the winds from the Northern Sea. Madak watched closely, thinking to himself, "Good. Her cold energy has stabilized. Stronger than before, like a flame just reignited." Savina opened her eyes, then unexpectedly collapsed face first onto the bed, her body stiff as a block of ice. Madak exclaimed, "Oh no." She struggled to make a sound. Madak thought. Is she asleep? At least close your eyes. Savina was regulating her energy, her cold energy skyrocketing, like a river of ice breaking through a dam, holding the snow lotus flower. Madak murmured, "The results are beyond expectations. I can speed up her training." He smirked, calculating, "But first, when Savina wakes up, I'll return to the flower field and quickly achieve a greater goal." Savina woke up, confused, calling out in a faint voice, "Master?" After the dragon egg hunt, Bai City underwent a massive reconstruction. Madak reviewed the list chosen by Jerome and established the Snowstorm Night Order. During the meeting, he declared, "I won't say much. I will train you to become my knights. With the authority of a lord." Madak's voice was firm, "Become Snowstorm Knights." Shuat, the outstanding one, was appointed as the team leader. The school, hospital, taverns, and clothing shops were moved according to Madak's plans. Training facilities were adjusted to suit each individual's capabilities. In the study, Madak looked over the list and spoke to Jerome, to organize effectively. People must be arranged properly. Jerome nodded vigorously, perfectly correct. Madak continued, Osborne Murray is more suited for the guards. My assistant Jerome, you will take over his role. Jerome rebutted, But I still have to teach magic to the people. Madoc asked sharply. What's this? You don't want to? Jerome answered honestly. No. I don't. Madoc growled. What's that supposed to mean? You damn fool. His tone made Jerome reluctantly reply. I'll do my best. Madoc cheerfully said, of course. That's what I want to hear. Jerome thought to himself. Not even 1,000,000 gold could compensate for the effort I'm putting in. Madoc established 2 armies, appointing himself as the leader. I will be the captain of the patrol team. The second team was given to Jake, but when Madoc saw Jake's overly enthusiastic reaction, he thought, he's completely unreliable, like a gust of wind that sways. Since there weren't enough dragons yet, the number of dragon knights was decided. The remaining eggs were handed over to the merchant Carolyn. Madoc instructed Rui, my position as team leader is still a secret. You'll represent me, Savina replied. Got it. Madoc continued. That's all I want to say. You've all done well. A few days later, Jerome, panting and carrying a large suitcase, muttered, I'm late, and they said I'd have less work. He opened the door, thinking, today's chaos is overwhelming. I'm about to collapse. Jerome adjusted his tone. Sorry for the trouble. He scratched his head. Sorry. I'm late. Max turned around. The meeting's just started. Sit down. Jerome froze when he saw Savina, vibrant and cheerful, thinking, that frail girl from before. How is she now radiating life like a frozen flame just ignited? Madoc noticed Jerome's confusion and said, since you're here, sit down. Jerome stammered, yes, my lord. Madoc became serious and signaled Osborne to continue. Osborne stood up. The newly established security unit has already imprisoned over 20 people in the jail. The issue is that more than half of them are criminals who escaped from outside. Max, losing composure, jumped up, shouting loudly, my lord, they're clearly criminals. We locked them up to prevent trouble. Jake slammed the table. Exactly. Madoc remained calm, his voice as cold as ice. Then should we start by locking up all of you first? Because you are the ones who led the rebellion to overthrow the old leader Joram Kin without any valid reason. Max growled. That's different. We acted to protect the autonomy of Carolyn from the central aristocracy. Madoc's words cut sharply. Oh, so your actions were a noble struggle, while Captain Shuat's actions are just theft? Max softened, his voice lowering. No, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry, Shuat. Shuat spoke up. I hope Max will never forget what truly causes suffering for the common people. We are here for a meeting. Personal matters can wait. Madoc turned away, thinking to himself. HMPH. Narrow-minded, like an iceberg that refuses to melt. He asked aloud. Does anyone have any other opinions? Savina spoke up. May I share my opinion, my lord? Madoc was surprised and nodded. All right. Go ahead. Savina stood up, her voice urgent. If Max has mentioned it, it seems the villagers also have a negative view of the group of fugitives. Madoc nodded. Yes, that's true. Savina continued. And we're about to begin the campaign to hunt the snow goblins tomorrow. Madoc rested his chin on his hand and asked, what does that have to do with this? Savina pointed to her chest, her voice firm. Why not send the prisoners in jail to the front lines to hunt the goblins first? Her words struck like thunder, shaking the room. Jake's eyes widened, his heart pounding as he muttered to himself, sending prisoners to face the goblins? This crazy idea. Will it save anyone? Max stood frozen, sweat beading on his forehead, thinking to himself, too bold. Could this plan endanger the entire village? Jerome's mouth hung open, frozen like ice, muttering, this girl, she wakes up and immediately proposes this wild plan. I'm about to drown in work. Madoc smiled a dangerous smile, his eyes gleaming like icy flames, thinking to himself, Savina, this girl is truly a precious gem. This bold idea could turn the tide, opening a new path. He glanced at his disciple, his voice filled with satisfaction. Go on, Savina. In the dark cavern, faint purple crystals cast a lazy glow over the ground. The ice goblin screamed as it staggered along. Hidden behind a nearby trunk, a man tensed and hissed, Captain, looks like they slipped past us. Behind him came the first-ranked deserter Gregor and the squad leader Schuart. The man who spoke was another first-ranked deserter, Lennon. Schuart replied, maybe. Keep your distance for now. Strike the enemy when the chance comes. Both men nodded in unison and fell into step without further comment. The ice goblin wandered on, oblivious. In an instant, the three lunged forward and struck. Caught off guard, the creature howled in agonized pain as their surprise assault hit home. A warning voice cried out, "Careful, brace yourselves, it is waiting for a counterattack." Just as he would warned, the ice goblin swung its mace in reprisal. Lennon's face hardened. He gripped his longsword tight. It looked like it was already too late to dodge. Schuart vaulted forward at blinding speed, shouting, "Duck down, Lennon!" His twin blades flared to life as he struck. Before the goblin could retaliate, Schuart intercepted Lennon's line and slammed into him. The creature took the blow again, blood and gore splattering as it wailed pitifully. The three pressed the advantage without mercy. In short order, the ice goblin had been felled. Cut back to the meeting from before. Sabina asked, "So what if we use convicted deserters as cannon fodder against the ice goblins?" Osborne balked. "You mean send them to the front lines to fight? That seems cruel." Sabina explained, "If a master accompanies them, it is actually more humane than locking them in a cell where they could be sentenced to death at any moment. With a capable master, they will find ways to defeat the ice goblins. Afterwards, the master can select the competent ones and recruit them into the ranks." Back in the present, Schuart turned to his teammate. "Lennon, you okay?" "That move was risky, but I am fine," Lennon answered. Another voice cut in, "You're talking big again. You almost died back there, lucky break." Lennon laughed it off. "Yeah, it was dangerous. But forget it. The real fight's just beginning." The other replied, "All right, keep bragging. If our sentences get reduced after this, we should throw a party, right?" Lennon nodded, "I hope so. But our chances of victory are not great. Hey, do you remember that bar where we met before?" "Of course," the other said. "How could I forget? That fight felt like the most dangerous one I have experienced since coming to this land." Somewhere nearby, Madoc stood watching, thinking to himself, "Looks like my calculations were right. This battle should turn out well." Not far off, someone else observed the group. From its shape, it appeared to be a goblin. Elsewhere, another hunting party stalked after the ice goblin. "Do not rush, wait a bit. If a monster shows up, we can herd it toward the traps. That'll make the fight safer." A voice from behind asked, "You understand the plan, right?" The masked man nodded. "All right, do not worry. I will shoot an arrow and bait them." He released the bowstring. The arrow streaked away and thudded into several tree trunks nearby, rattling them with the impact. They stood in tense silence and waited. After a moment, the masked man spoke up, "Move in. Looks like nothing's stirring, just leaves falling. I will go pick the arrows up and check the situation." But as they crept closer, another goblin stepped out from behind a trunk. Cut back to Madoc's camp. The villagers no longer seemed as terrified of the ice goblins as they had been before. Osborne said, "That is all thanks to your decisive leadership." The aide chimed in, "Of course. Everyone's fired up now, but we still need to follow the plan. Tell everyone to hold position and be ready to fight on my command." Madoc asked, "Besides the ice goblins and ice drakes, are there other monsters in this region?" The aide confirmed, "Yes, there is still a lot we need to catalog and investigate." Nearby, Osborne turned to another man. "Have the villagers offered any suggestions for dealing with these monsters?" The man replied, "They have mentioned a few things, but we have kept the situation under control since we arrived. However, there is one issue now." Madoc's face grew serious. "Osborne, what is happening here?" The young man answered, "It seems serious. A pack of monsters moving together has appeared." "Monsters traveling in a group," Madoc repeated, frowning. An older man stepped forward and explained, "Two soldiers who were researching the local ecosystem were attacked by monsters." Madoc asked, "Are you sure they were ice goblins?" The man confirmed, "Yes. And there were some other species too." Madoc nodded. "Okay, give me the details." The man continued, "One of them seemed like a leader. It is covered in white fur and huge, about 3 meters tall. It looked like an ice goblin but much larger and more powerful." Madoc issued orders at once, "Jerome, stop the hunt." Jerome blinked, "Do you mean you will go confront it yourself?" Madoc answered, "Yes. You all return to your original encampments and wait there for me." The group offered no objections and obeyed immediately. Madoc pressed deeper into the forest alone. "If the description's right, I know that beast. Edmund mentioned it before. The memory of that remark came back to him. Edmund had said something as if the creature would become a snowman. Madoc activated his triple eye. With that power his vision sharpened dramatically, and he soon spotted the monster. He drew his greatsword and charged without hesitation. The creature panicked, sweat beading down its face. One of its arms took a blow, and blood spattered like rain. Madoc sneered inwardly, big and strong, but too slow. If you face me like this, you are done. Only then did the snowman turn its head toward him. Madoc looked it dead in the eye and silently confirmed, this is the snowman. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, standing poised and ready for combat. The creature, which had just roared and swallowed armor whole, now froze like a startled wildcat. Its reaction was almost as if it could sense the full extent of his martial prowess. The look in its eyes said it all. Thinking this through, he spoke aloud. I am curious to spar with you, but I can't let someone who harms villagers live. In your next life, be reborn as a human. With that, he surged forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the snowman, bringing down a powerful slash. But immediately afterward, his expression twisted in frustration. The creature in front of him had vanished. It emitted a sudden flash of light and disappeared along with its energy just before he could strike it. What kind of magic was that? Wait. It is the 6 rays. He recalled what Luffy had told him when he first came to this world, that sorcerers of 5th rank or higher could use spatial magic, teleportation, while most kept at ranks 1 or 2. 5th rank was roughly between the transformation and arcane stages in martial cultivation. Yet this beast, essentially a giant humanoid covered in white fur, was wielding such extraordinary magic. Even so, spatial magic did not mean he could not catch up. He raised his hand, unleashing a devastating palm strike that tore through the air. The massive creature scurried like a coward, yet he could still sense its presence nearby. Even with teleportation, it clearly could not move far, maybe just over a kilometer. It has to be somewhere around here. With that thought, he spun around, then headed toward a nearby cavern. Upon entering, his eyes widened in shock. A library. He stepped inside slowly, eyes scanning the surroundings. A natural snowfield. In the middle of another snowfield. As he walked further, he stopped abruptly, eyes widening. What is this? If you are going to hide, at least hide properly. The snowman trembled, crying out, do not come any closer. Madoc reassured him calmly, I am not here to eat you. Stay calm. Are you human? The snowman hugged its head and replied, no. I am a great warrior of Howers Condal. Madoc stroked his chin thoughtfully. A great warrior of Howers, you say? At that moment, someone approached from behind, speaking up, that means a Yeti, sir. Madoc turned to look at him. Well done finding this place, Jerome. Jerome replied nonchalantly, thank you. The area showed clear signs of destruction. No one here besides me could cause this level of devastation. This scale rivals a natural disaster. Yet why would a legendary race like the Yeti, passed down through generations, be hiding in a library? Madoc pressed further, I was going to ask that too. Hey, you said your name is Condal, right? Where did you come from? The creature remained silent, fueling his irritation. Damn it, are you planning to run again? Speak quickly, I am not a patient man. Seeing him ready to strike, the Yeti panicked, leaping up. Tears welled in its eyes. Finally, it confessed honestly, I come from Gaia. Madoc frowned. Gaia, that is your village. The creature nodded in affirmation. Madoc asked again, so I suppose there used to be many Yeti living there. The young man who had been silently listening to their conversation from the start did not speak. After a moment, Madoc let out a quiet sigh. Forget that. But tell me, why did you attack my people? Depending on your answer, I might. Before he could finish, Condal leapt up, agitated, shouting, I did not kill them. I am a great warrior of Howers. My staff cannot kill people. Madoc's expression remained stern. Is that true? The Yeti nodded tensely. I am Condal. The young man walked over to inspect the books on the shelves. Then spoke up, what the Yeti says is true, sir. From what I can see, most of them were only injured. None were killed. Madoc recalled the words of the elder he had met earlier. None of them had died, though they had been severely wounded and were receiving treatment at the hospital. Reflecting on this, he quietly marveled. No one said anyone died, yet they all acted as if there had been casualties. Kondal spoke up again, more emphatically. Exactly, I drove them out because those humans attacked the sanctuary first. I would never strike first. Never. Madak frowned. So, that means we inadvertently trespassed into the Yeti's territory while hunting the ice beasts. The young man nodded. It seems so, sir. Madak recalled Edmund's earlier misinformation and decided to act, heal Kondal. The young man nodded. Understood, sir. And its name is Kondal. He stepped forward and began casting his magic, warning, Kondal, this might sting a little. Madak turned to the Yeti, adopting a more friendly tone. Tell me where your sanctuary is. I will make sure my people know, so they won't trespass again. Kondal's eyes lit up. Really? Madak nodded. Yes. But one more thing, why have you been speaking to me so casually all this time? Do not you know how to use honorifics? Kondal scratched his head in confusion. Honorifics? What is that? Madak sighed. Never mind. If you can't even speak normally, what good are honorifics? After a moment, the young man finished the healing spell. It is done, sir. Madak nodded. Good. Now, let us head back. The young man straightened, serious. I have one request. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Henry, how long has it been since you made that promise? Ah, about 3 months, Sir Edmund. Ha ha. 3 months already, huh, Henry? The young man nodded. Yes, Sir Edmund. What do you intend to say this time? Edmund grabbed his head and shouted, our trading guild is doomed. Henry panicked. You mean the Royal Trade Guild is about to collapse? Edmund fell to his knees, replying, the sword mage promised me. You just need to hold out for 3 more months, then I would send someone to help. After that, he would vanish from this world entirely. Henry stepped closer to calm him. Relax, Sir Edmund. He is not the type to break his word. At that moment, the two of them were startled. Out of nowhere, an ice dragon appeared in the sky, descending right in front of them, filling them with utter terror. Sabina, perched atop the dragon, smiled brightly. Hello, Sir Edmund. Hearing that familiar voice, he was even more astonished, his eyes widening instantly. Sabina, still riding the dragon, beamed cheerfully. The delivery has arrived. Edmund, realizing it was her, rushed forward with excitement. It is Bang, really Bang, I knew you could do it. Henry, standing behind him, was struck with shock. An ice dragon. A creature capable of annihilating an entire squad, being used for delivery, what in the world is going on? Sabina suddenly remembered something. Ah, right. My master asked me to have you deliver this to that person. Edmund smiled at that. That person, you say? Elsewhere. Princess Escheidel, thank you for accepting my invitation. You truly become more beautiful with each passing day. She replied coolly, you flatter me too much, Justin. He took a sip from his glass, inwardly reflecting, just as usual. She does not even bother to smile. No matter, a game is no fun if it is too easy. Soon enough, I will make her smile. At that moment, a servant approached, whispering something into the princess's ear. Her eyes widened in surprise. What? A letter from Baron Blizzard. Justin was startled as well. Without hesitation, the princess left the table. The letter is in your office. Then let us go at once. Justin shouted. Wait, you are leaving already? I came here early just to see you, princess. She answered nonchalantly, I hear your training schedule is packed all day. Do not waste time here, go back instead. With that, she ignored his frustration and left, leaving him standing there watching her retreating back. After a moment, he slammed his fist on the table in anger. That bastard. The princess quickly returned to read the letter from Madak. To Princess Escheidel. How have you been lately? I have been quite fortunate recently, thanks to your charm. The Northern Empire is a wonderful place to live, sparkling crystal caves and warm springs. We have built a castle inside called the White Fortress. It is a beautiful place, but there is one terrible thing, it lacks you. Your absence makes it emptier and lonelier than ever. I have sent you a small gift, hoping you will like it. I will write again soon. From Baron Blizzard, who misses you deeply. Seeing the icy flower he had sent, the princess was even more surprised. She hugged it to her chest, clearly treasuring it. After a moment, she sighed softly. Why do I feel like this? Why do I keep thinking about him? She looked at the flower again, then slammed her hand on the table and stood up. I need to check something. I must meet him in person. Meanwhile, Madak was crafting an ice flower. After a while, he finally stopped, lowering his tools with a sigh. I am good at destruction. But making something like this is really difficult. At that moment, someone approached. Sir, you are needed in the office immediately. It is urgent. A once-in-a-millennium event. Madak sighed. All right. No need to rush me so much. It is good that you are diligent. The two then led him away, leaving the crafted ice flowers behind. Upon reaching the office, he gaped. What? The library of an ancient mage, and… So what? The young man continued, your reaction is too casual, sir. This is a monumental discovery, a legacy of ancient civilization. It is a key to restoring magic and an essential stepping stone to surpass the fifth circle. Madak suddenly snapped, recalling something. I can sense something. Jerome, it is at your waist. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. After a moment, Jerome spoke up. It is nothing, master. I did not report it because I thought it was useless. Madak quickly seized the item from his clothing. The more you try to hide it, the more I want to see what is inside. After examining it carefully, he finally calmed down. This is… Madak picked up the stone, examining it closely. Is not this just a rock? Seeing him inspect it, Jerome quickly explained, I am not trying to hide anything. It is a mana-infused stone, condensed with magical energy. We call it a mana stone. Soul Madak placed it on the table and asked, so why did you feel the need to hide it? What were you planning to do with it? Jerome adjusted his mana and replied, I am currently a fourth circle mage, nearly reaching the fifth circle, but I have been stuck at that wall for some time. I thought using a mana stone might help me break through. Soul Madak nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Surpassing a level is not easy. I know how it feels. Jerome exhaled in relief. Thank you, sir. In that case. Madak cut him off sharply. That is exactly why it is unacceptable. Jerome's eyes widened in disbelief. But increasing my power would benefit Carolyn, would not it? Please, I beg you to allow it. Unexpectedly, Soul Madak rejected him outright. Yes, a mana stone could help you surpass that wall, but then what? You would just go searching for another stone, would not you? That is not what matters at a new stage. What counts is the understanding you earn, the growth that comes through time and effort. There are no shortcuts. Jerome clenched his fists, struggling to restrain himself. After a moment, he relaxed, calming down. Despite his frustration, Madak's words were true. He had reached the fourth circle through his own effort. Memories resurfaced. Someone had once patted his shoulder and said, Jerome, you can't rush magic. Step by step, and you will realize that is magic itself. Thinking back, he could not help but marvel. At some point, I forgot those words without even realizing it. Soul Madak silently reflected. I was ready to scold him if he did not understand, but thankfully, it seems he has. He then asked, so what else can this stone do? Jerome explained, it can be used in almost any type of magic. It is extremely versatile, amplifying mana, creating barriers, even magic-based communication. Madak's voice cut him off sharply. Wait, communication? You mean this mana stone can do that? You do not need a mage to communicate. Exactly, Jerome replied. As long as I cast a communication spell on the stone, even someone without mana can use it to communicate. And this one is top quality. With stones of this caliber, we could communicate all the way from the Zeba Empire to the ocean. Madak asked, Jerome, do you know the most important factor in governing a country? It is the speed of information. Whoever gathers and distributes information faster can change the game. Turn every mana stone into a communication stone immediately. Time passed. Outside the palace, Madak held one of the stones, and a voice rang clearly from within, Jake here. Can you hear me? Madak smiled. Yes, loud and clear. Jake, how far have you traveled? The voice responded from atop an ice dragon, flying through the sky. I am currently about 10 kilometers above the snow castle. I hear you perfectly, sir. Madak beamed. Excellent. The signal is stable. The communication stone test is a success. From now on, we will use these stones to stay in contact. He then ordered Jake to return. When he sensed Jake still had the urge to play around, Madak scolded him sharply, increase your training intensity once you are back. Jerome hesitated, worry etched across his face. Sir, at this rate, you will end up breaking the communication device. Just then, a familiar voice called out to Madoc. It was Sabina, who had just descended from her ice dragon. Seeing her return, Madoc's face lit up. Good, come in. The group quickly took their seats around the meeting table. Sabina, concern in her eyes, asked, Is there something wrong with Sir Edmund's letter? Madoc shook his head. No, it is fine. I asked Edmund to send information on the political situation of neighboring nations, and he described everything in great detail. His gaze narrowed on a certain name, and he mused inwardly, but the name Anos mentioned in the letter. For some reason, it feels strange. He then spoke aloud, Does anyone here know about Anos? Stuart replied, I have not seen him in person, so I can't be certain, but based on rumors, he is said to be a grand swordmaster. The group reacted with audible shock. What? A grand swordmaster? Is not that a level above a regular swordmaster? There should not be anyone in this continent surpassing the swordmaster level, right? Madoc raised a hand, signaling them to quiet down. A tense silence fell over the room, though the strain was visible on everyone's faces. Madoc's mind drifted. Grand Swordmaster. That is the term used in Zhongyuan for the harmonized realm. Someone at that level can condense sword energy. I remember hearing that only about 10 people here have achieved sword energy. Life without a worthy opponent is dull. But the thought of a master from the harmonized realm appearing even if he is not a rival to me still sparks my curiosity. I want to see him, the strongest in this world. Stuart interjected again, and perhaps it is trivial, but I have heard something unusual. Apparently, when he uses his sword technique, it carries the scent of plum blossoms. Madoc froze for a moment. Plum blossoms, sword techniques can release the scent of plum blossoms, memories surfaced. Back when I had not unified Zhongyuan, Huashan. The sword technique emitted the fragrance of plum blossoms. Your swordsmanship is excellent, but your opponent is far too strong, Master of Huashan, he said. I was beaten terribly, pinned against the ice, unable to move, only able to curse, you wretched fiend, if my disciple had been here, it would have been different. Madoc's lips curved into a faint smirk. You mean the one who disappeared a few days ago? The other had snapped, the boy did not flee. He vanished while training, as if he disappeared from the world entirely. Recalling this, Madoc's suspicion deepened. At the time, I thought it was just a ridiculous excuse. Could he have come here as well? Suddenly, Jerome interrupted his thoughts. Sir, is there an issue with the letter? Madoc exhaled. It is nothing. The kingdom is simply sending an inspection team. The group stiffened, panic evident. An inspection team? What the hell is going on, sir? Madoc responded nonchalantly, Is that really something to fear? Jerome's face was grim. Of course. The inspection team only comes for two reasons, either a royal tour or to apprehend and execute traitors. Either way, we need to be prepared. When are they arriving? A month from now, he paused, glancing around with a puzzled frown. By the way, it is currently 1 p.m. local time, right? Elsewhere, flags fluttered in the wind as an army assembled. It is about time, someone muttered. Sabina, peering down from the window, panicked. Even the knights are coming. A voice called out. Master of the White Castle, Ice King, descend immediately and receive the inspection team with proper protocol. Madoc slowly approached. It has been a while, Justin. Has your hand healed yet? The young man clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Those nearby whispered among themselves, when did he come down, more importantly? That is Justin. What is the Ice King thinking? Is he really about to admit to treason? Sol Madoc stood below, a faint smile tugging at his lips, and called out loudly, You may stop hiding now and step forward, Princess Eschidel. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the princess spoke up, Sir Justin, please lower your weapon. She approached him gracefully, her tone light and warm. How have you been lately, Ice King? He guided her through the castle, showing her around. So this is the crystal cavern mentioned in the letter. It is truly magnificent. Hot springs. I want to see the hot springs. Sol Madoc chuckled. Very well, follow me. The inspection team is here primarily for a royal excursion. After reading my letter, Eschidel requested her father to allow her to join the royal entourage. As they walked, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia, You are still as stubborn as ever. And that lucky charm of yours, too. The princess immediately blushed, cutting him off with a sharp protest. That topic is now officially forbidden. Sol Madoc squinted, thinking to himself, even in such small matters, she resembles the woman from my previous life. This is going to be a long journey. I conquered the martial world to avenge Hua Lian, and after so long, I finally meet her again here. Even if her outward appearance has changed, being reunited with Hua Lian alone is enough. Upon reaching the hot springs, the princess's excitement was palpable. So this is the hot spring, it is beautiful. Sol Madoc raised his hand, then gently embraced her. To me, you are even more beautiful. The princess's face flushed crimson at the unexpected gesture. Baron, she murmured, caught off guard. Sol Madoc met her gaze steadily. I truly missed you. In the midst of the romantic tension, he suddenly uttered two words. Hua Lian. The princess paled instantly. Hua Lian. Sol Madoc froze, realizing too late that he had spoken aloud. The princess's anger flared. Who is Hua Lian? Sweat beaded on Sol Madoc's forehead as he tried to explain. I am sorry, Idol. I just spoke without thinking. She calmed slightly but spoke firmly. Ice King, I like the way you look at me. From your gaze, I feel love, but today, I have realized something for certain. Do you have feelings for me, or for this woman, Hua Lian? Her question hung heavily in the cavern, and for a moment, the air turned suffocatingly still. Sol Madoc opened his mouth to respond, but the princess quickly covered it with her hand, then turned away, tears streaming down her cheeks. You do not need to say anything. I already have my answer. Sol Madoc stood there, clenching his fists. Silently, he walked into the forest, thoughts churning. I can't possibly make her understand. Hua Lian and Idol. Even if I explain the concept of reincarnation, there is no way to convey all the years and emotions that have accumulated. He focused entirely on his thoughts as he walked, unaware that a hidden assassin waited in ambush. The moment he passed by, the attacker struck, the tip of a blade darting toward the back of his head. Blood spurted out instantly, spraying like rain. A short while later, somewhere in the shadows, Justin called out sharply, Arbin. The figure appeared immediately. You summoned me, Lord Justin. Justin's eyes flicked toward him, cold and calculating. How did it go with him? The ambush succeeded, Arbin replied. A cruel smile crept across Justin's face, uncontrolled, almost predatory. Meanwhile, at the site where Sol Madoc had been attacked, only a necklace and a pool of fresh blood remained on the ground. The scene shifted to the guest reception area of the White Castle. Inside her chambers, Princess Idol was sobbing uncontrollably. This is just too tragic. Her mind was consumed by images of Sol Madoc, and the more she thought, the more powerless she felt. How foolish. He could have held me back, even just once. At that moment, footsteps approached outside, followed by the call of a guard. Your Highness, a visitor has arrived. Hearing this, her face lit up with joy. Is it the Baron? She hurried to the door and opened it. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Have you come to apologize for earlier? But her excitement turned instantly to horror. Before her stood a scene drenched in blood. It was Justin, and the two royal guards outside lay dead at his feet. Apologies for arriving so late, Princess Idol, he said calmly. The princess, terrified, tried to slam the door shut, but before she could act, the hand holding the door was severed by a swift strike. The door itself was then sliced to splinters, and she was thrown backward into the room, panicking. The weapon was no ordinary blade, it had been magically enhanced. Sitting there in shock, she stammered, Lord Justin. What is the meaning of this rudeness, attacking the royal guards and barging into my room like this? Justin's cold laugh cut through the room. If you dare stand in the way of a noble, you must be prepared to face the consequences. And more than that, the one being disrespectful here is you, princess. You have ignored my feelings, clinging instead to that man who appeared out of nowhere. Have not you? The princess's eyes blazed with anger. What are you saying? You are committing all of this over something so trivial. Baron Blizzard would never allow this. Justin's laugh grew louder, tinged with satisfaction. Even now, you are still searching for that man, he is dead. The words froze her in place. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. Justin continued, his tone sharp and final. I sent a team of elite assassins to pursue him. The ambush was successful. At this very moment, even his body cannot be found. The princess sat there, disbelief etched into every line of her face. Then, without warning, a sudden wave of icy cold energy erupted through the room, chilling the air to a bone-deep frost. A moment later, Justin was seized by that wave of cold energy and yanked away. The princess snapped out of her stupor. The young man was dragged outward, smashing through the adjacent wall. The one who struck was none other than Sol Madoc. Justin was hurled clear. Sol Madoc launched himself toward the castle and in an instant appeared before the princess. "You all right?" the princess cried, frantic with relief when she saw him unharmed. "I am fine. And you, Baron?" They exchanged a look thick with feeling, unaware at first that Justin's sword was twitching on the floor behind them. Then Sol Madoc's eyes widened with alarm. He threw up his hand to parry the blade. The sword's edge met his palm and was stopped, for the moment. Watching it hover like that, Sol Madoc felt a chill of astonishment. Is that sword being controlled by Qi? The blade then shot outward again and landed in someone's hand. Sol Madoc stayed pressed over the princess, shielding her. That bastard Justin. He has been preparing for this for a long time. Before them stood a warrior who looked like a demon, and that sword was an extension of him. Cut back to events a moment earlier. Duke Ikaru had asked, "You said you will take care of that Sol Madoc?" Justin replied, "Yes, father. Lend me your elite assassins." The duke stroked his chin, hesitating. Justin pressed on, manipulating the conversation. "They even killed a sword mage, so they will be perfect for this." The duke interrupted, "No, that is not enough." He raised a blade. "If you intend to kill him, you must prepare properly. This sword moves at the will of its wielder's mana and can generate a magical armor. It is a demon sword." Back in the present, Sol Madoc, sensing the danger, shoved the princess aside. Justin's aura flared, voice cold, "With this, I could even kill a grand swordmaster." A single chop split the cliffside in two. Justin laughed maniacally. "How does it feel? Bastard, different from last time, huh? Lucky that fools failed back then. Now I will tear you apart myself." That blow left Sol Madoc visibly strained, clearly taking a hit. The princess cried out, "Baron, your arm is bleeding." Sol Madoc waved her back. "Hide somewhere safe." She asked anxiously, "Will you come back?" He glanced at her and smiled, "Hide well and wait for me." Then he vaulted away. "You are certainly different from last time, Justin. But I still do not see anything in you," Sol Madoc taunted. Justin swung his sword again. "Now who is lecturing me?" Sol Madoc raised his palm, summoning a gust of freezing chi to meet the attack. Justin was suddenly before him. Sol Madoc remained unafraid and met him head-on. Their strikes collided, and Sol Madoc was forced to step back to avoid being overrun. Justin attacked with frenzied intensity. Bellowing, "Shut up, Sol Madoc," inside him a savage joy burned. "This is it. I am going to beat him. He has spent himself fighting my assassins, now I have the perfect opening. It is over, Sol Madoc. But life does not follow one's dreams." A streak of freezing chi cut past Justin's face. His eyes widened in terror. That bastard. He is still using the wrist he injured earlier. One strike tore a massive hole through Justin's wrist, agony shooting through him. Across from him, Sol Madoc smiled coldly. "Perfect. At this distance, you won't be able to touch Eschidel." Justin growled, "You faked an injury just to separate me from the princess." Sol Madoc condensed the freezing chi into his palm. When a dog's cornered, it bites. At the end of the line, even a dog acts recklessly. Someone like you might harm Eschidel. Justin ground his teeth in frustration. "How dare you underestimate me?" Before he could strike, Sol Madoc had already intercepted his attack. "No. I am just cautious. I won't lose her again," he said. Then an overwhelming assault erupted. Brilliant waves of freezing chi enveloped the forest. When it dissipated, Justin lay utterly defeated, kneeling, his armor shattered. Trembling, he could barely comprehend what had happened. What is this? My mana. I can't absorb it." Sol Madoc's voice was calm but firm. "No matter what you try, it is useless. I have destroyed your Dantian. From now on, you will never be able to absorb or use mana for the rest of your life." The words hit Justin like a thunderclap. Horror gripped him. He let out a roar and tried to attack again, but the moment he raised his hand, Sol Madoc delivered a sharp slap across his face. Spend the rest of your life atoning. Once you tormented others, now you will become weak. At that moment, the dawn began to break. Sol Madoc stood there, looking toward the rising sun, a faint smile on his face. It is late. I should return quickly. She is probably still waiting for me. Justin's scheme had come to an end, and the ringleader's life had been ruined. Locked away in a cell, he remained obsessed, constantly screaming, "My mana, this can't be, why? Why is this happening?" Sol Madoc chuckled quietly to himself. Now, all that remained was to spend time with Eschidel. Yet what he saw made him almost unable to believe his eyes. The princess was holding hands and laughing with Jerome. 15 minutes earlier, Sol Madoc had been shouting frantically, "It is somewhere nearby, go find it. Whoever finds it first will receive a great reward." Jerome stood beside him, deep in thought. "I was ambushed by assassins here, and you lost a precious necklace," he said. Sol Madoc nodded. "Exactly. That is what happened." Jerome continued, "I investigated their skilled assassins." "How did you come through the attack unscathed?" Sol Madoc sighed. "Skilled, not exactly. They only know how to move silently. They're just a bunch of weaklings. If I had been at my best, I would not have a scratch." Just then, someone approached. "So it was me that caused you to lose it." Sol Madoc turned and saw the princess. She was sobbing as she spoke. "If you had searched immediately after losing it, you could have found it. But you did not, because you had to save me." Sol Madoc hurried to explain. "It is not like that, Princess Eschidel. If anyone is to blame, it is that bastard Justin." "Ah. No, it is Jerome," she corrected. Seeing Jerome, the princess looked genuinely surprised. "Impossible. Count Jerome Creuin," she ran up to him, smiling. "Why is the count here? I heard you were missing." Sol Madoc's expression darkened at how familiar she seemed with him. Jerome calmly explained, "Princess, I understand your happiness, but such a warm welcome is rather troublesome for me." Sol Madoc then walked over, draping a hand around Jerome's shoulder with a teasing smile. "You two seem close." Jerome hurriedly clarified, "Lord, it is not what you think." The princess's attendant leaned in and whispered softly, "Princess, perhaps you should resolve this misunderstanding immediately." After a moment, Sol Madoc looked on, puzzled. "Wait. Jerome is the one the princess respects most." The princess nodded happily. "Yes. The count is wonderful. He truly cares about his people. I felt terrible that he was exiled to such a barren land. You can't imagine how heartbroken I was when I heard he had disappeared." Sol Madoc's eyes widened in realization. "I see." He turned to Jerome. "And you did not tell me any of this?" Jerome replied calmly, "Who brags about their good deeds?" Sol Madoc raised an eyebrow. "Then why are you speaking in the past tense?" The princess's cheeks flushed immediately. "Because now I know him." The three of them locked eyes for a moment. The princess, embarrassed, turned and ran off. "You are looking for the necklace, right? I will search over here." Everyone else watched helplessly as she ran. After a short distance, the princess stopped, panting heavily from exhaustion. At that moment, her gaze fell upon something lying on the ground. At that moment, the maid hurried over. The princess held up the necklace and asked, "This is what the Lord was looking for, right?" The maid nodded. "Yes, that is it. I will report to Lord immediately." The princess stared at the necklace, lost in thought. Judging by Sol Madoc's reaction earlier, this must have something to do with the woman called Hua Lian. Seeing her dazed, the maid called out, "Princess, your expression right now is exactly like the Lord's." The princess blinked in surprise. "Really?" The maid smiled and nodded. "Do not rush. Just like now, while you are thinking of him, the Lord is thinking of you too." Hearing that, the princess smiled. At first, she had been jealous, but now curiosity overtook her. What kind of woman could have captured the heart of such a remarkable man? Who was she really? Flashback. A vase shattered to pieces, accompanied by the sharp rebuke of the patriarch. "Throw that out immediately. A flower blooms because of true love. Nonsense, you already have a fiancé. Stop being distracted by such foolish things and prepare for the marriage I arrange." Hua Lian panicked. "Father, you need to open your eyes. Lovers can be blessed by everyone when the twin lotuses bloom. Even after seeing a miracle, you still speak of political marriage. It seems the affairs of the martial world are more important than your own daughter, just as you abandoned mother for the martial world. And now, it seems I am no different. The patriarch roared in anger, enough, guards, lock her up immediately. Ensure she cannot reach the ice palace until the wedding. Keep her under strict supervision. Wall Lian's heart sank. I should never have come back here. Present. It had all been a dream. She awoke with a start, looking out as she thought, was that just a dream? She then walked with her maid toward the hot springs, still puzzled. Who was the woman in her dream? Suddenly, Sol Madoc appeared behind her. Is something wrong, princess? She quickly waved her hands, trying to reassure him. Nothing at all, Lord. Why are you here? Really, there is nothing to worry about. You do not need to concern yourself. Sol Madoc turned with a smile. Princess, shall we take a short walk together to clear your mind? Both the princess and her maid were baffled by his suggestion. A short while later, they arrived at the ice dragons. The maid, already terrified, clutched her head in fear, while the princess was wide-eyed with excitement. These are ice dragons. I have never seen so many tamed ice dragons in one place. Sol Madoc smiled. They have been trained since hatching. They are very friendly, so there is nothing to worry about. At that moment, someone approached. Jerome smiled. Lord, preparations for departure are complete. Sol Madoc nodded. Good. Have you prepared that item? Almost immediately, something came flying. The maid, already frightened, was now even more alarmed. Jerome stepped in front of her, bowing slightly. Forgive me, I did not mean to scare you. This is Condal. It is a yeti. The princess's eyes widened in amazement at the adorable creature. A yeti, you mean the legendary tribe that has lived under the snow for centuries. I never imagined a yeti could be so cute and tiny. Jerome exhaled in relief. I am glad you like it. Ha ha. Sol Madoc secretly gave him a thumbs up, smiling to himself. Jerome recalled not long ago. Sol Madoc had instructed him regarding Condal. She will be startled if she sees it like this. Use magic to shrink it, Jerome. Present. Now, the princess was utterly delighted, playing with Condal. Sol Madoc finally spoke seriously. Shall we be on our way? Then, an ice dragon was immediately summoned. Climbing onto its back, he extended a hand toward the princess. Take my hand, princess. She looked up, smiling, and placed her hand in his. Sitting together on the dragon's back, they soared into the sky, followed by the rest of the group. The princess squeezed her eyes shut, too scared to open them. I am terrified. It is my first time this high up, but since I am with Lord Sol Madoc, I will be fine, right? Sol Madoc spoke to reassure her. Princess, why do not you look up just a little? Hesitantly, she slowly opened her eyes, and the scene before her made her gasp. The horizon. It is so beautiful. Oh my, it is absolutely breathtaking. Sol Madoc asked, feeling a little better. Princess, she paused, lost in thought. He has been caring about me all this time. Then she smiled and said joyfully, thanks to you. Sol Madoc returned the smile. Then hold on tight, princess. Let us go even faster. Soon, evening approached. Sol Madoc heard Rui's report. My lord, should not you have at least sent a message beforehand? He replied, we are too far apart for me to contact her. Report the trade matters to Jerome. I'd trust him. Jerome, drenched in sweat, protested, I have to handle everything. What about you? My lord. I will be having dinner with the princess at a nearby restaurant. Finish everything before I return, Sol Madoc said, smiling. Jerome could only sigh helplessly. Do I even get a say in this? Meanwhile, Ashidal was outside, enjoying the breeze. Sol Madoc approached and asked, I prepared all this for you. Do you like it? She nodded. I love it. Glancing at him, her mind wandered. Now that I think about it, the flower inside Lord Sol Madoc's necklace. I have seen it somewhere before. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the dream from the other night. She had seen this flower there. Noticing her sudden distraction, Sol Madoc asked, Princess, are you all right? Startled, she shook her head. Sorry, I was just thinking about a strange dream I had yesterday. Sol Madoc raised an eyebrow. A strange dream. She explained, there were people wearing clothes I have never seen, and a house I have never visited. In the dream, I felt as if I were 20 years old. There was a woman with fair skin, black hair, and gentle black eyes, but she looked sad. I already had someone I loved, yet my father forced me into a political marriage. It was a strange dream, was not it? Sol Madoc smiled, touching the necklace. Indeed, a strange dream. The princess lowered her gaze. And I think I even desperately called out someone's name in the dream. I am certain I said, Caca. Sol Madoc's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, throughout my entire life, only one person has ever called me Caca, and that is Wah Lian. Thinking of this, he gripped the necklace even tighter in his hand. The princess noticed his expression and asked, "Are you all right?" Sol Madoc replied, "I am just lost in thought for a moment. The food will get cold, so you should eat first." Eshidol looked up. "Lord Sol Madoc, I have a request. Every time you call me princess, it feels as though there is a distance between us. If it is not too much trouble, from now on, please call me Eshidol." Sol Madoc froze for a moment, and the image of Wah Lian became even clearer in his mind. Slowly, a smile curled his lips. "Very well, Eshidol." The two of them then sat at the table and began their meal. No sooner had they finished than Jerome entered. "Have you enjoyed your meal?" I returned after finishing the work with Tenston. The princess, hearing the name, furrowed her brows. "That name is unfamiliar. Is there such a place in the kingdom of Drake?" Sol Madoc chuckled, explaining, "I forgot to mention Tenston is not in Drake. It is in the kingdom of Gaia." Eshidol's eyes widened in surprise. The kingdom of Gaia, that is a powerful nation in the northwest of the continent. Ruled by successive queens, it is known as the Land of Women. Especially, all the royal knights in Gaia are female, said to have strength on par with the dragon-riding knights of the Zeba Empire. I realize we have traveled far, but I never imagined we would end up in Gaia itself. My presence won't cause any diplomatic problems, will it? As she pondered, she was startled by Jerome clearing his throat. "I am sorry, princess, please continue." Jerome shook his head. "It is all right, princess. I will continue. The ice elf leather we are supplying to Gaia has become very popular. Today, Luya made an interesting suggestion. She asked whether the Carolyn Company could open a workshop here to manufacture and sell products directly." Sol Madoc raised an eyebrow. "The leather already sells well. Is it necessary to sell the finished products as well?" Jerome explained, "In Gaia, the queen and most nobles are women. If we make clothing and accessories that fit their tastes, they could set a trend, and sales would skyrocket. Luya knows a master leather artisan in Carolyn, and with your approval, we could start immediately." Sol Madoc smiled to himself, thinking that entrusting the company to Luya had indeed been the right choice. "Very well," he said. "I will supply all the leather needed. Go ahead and proceed." Jerome nodded, accepting the order without question. Just then, something outside caught their attention. A large fire was raging nearby. Jerome's face tightened. "It is close to our workshop. The wind could carry the flames to our building." Sol Madoc immediately stood. "I will go check it out. You stay here with Eshidol." Jerome's eyes widened. "You are going alone, it is dangerous out there." The princess also stepped forward, wanting to accompany him. Sol Madoc shot them a serious look. "It will only take a moment. I will be back quickly, so do not worry." With that, he decisively leapt out of the room. Inside, the princess was anxious. "Then we should go too, we can't just sit here and watch. We have to catch up with Lord Sol Madoc." At the scene, a female shop owner knelt before the fire, crying, "Oh no! My shop! The shop I have spent my whole life building." Firefighting and evacuation efforts were in full swing. Sol Madoc arrived, quietly assessing the blaze. "The fire is massive. Bigger than I expected." At the same time, someone approached behind him. "My lord, the two princesses have arrived." The princess explained, "I am sorry. I was too worried to just stand by and watch." Sol Madoc felt a pang of sympathy. I can't blame her. If it were me, I would do exactly the same. At that moment, a cry for help echoed in his mind, making him look into the raging fire in astonishment. "What is this?" The princess called out to him, but he did not respond. Without hesitation, he leapt forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was standing atop the roof. Without a second thought, he smashed the door and charged inside. Inside, the flames roared fiercely. Sol Madoc did not dare act carelessly. He urgently channeled his frost energy, freezing the ground beneath him instantly. Observing carefully, he spotted a young woman lying collapsed amidst the inferno. He hurried over and checked her pulse. Thankfully, she was still alive. Without wasting a moment, he hoisted her onto his shoulder. How fortunate! To survive such a fire. But he had not even had time to sigh in relief before the ceiling behind him thundered down. It seemed certain that the debris would crush him, yet all the falling rubble froze solid in midair under his frost energy. Not only that, the entire building was encased in a thick layer of ice, snuffing out the fire in an instant. Outside, Jerome wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "That is 8th level ice magic." "No, 9th level." Sol Madoc emerged from the building, carrying the young woman safely. The princess, seeing him unharmed, could not hide her joy. He strode out proudly, the rescued woman still in his arms. Elsewhere, two men were in conversation. The middle-aged man poured wine as he said, "Your Highness, signs of rebellion have been detected." The man opposite gripped his cup tightly, frowning. "Rebellion, who dares to oppose me?" Seeing the reaction, the first man panicked, sweating profusely. His figure then blurred and faded. Back in the present, the young woman slowly came to, seeing a familiar figure before her. She sat up, disoriented. "Where am I?" she asked, pushing open the door and stepping outside. Luya, seeing her emerge, asked, "You are awake, are you feeling all right?" The young woman barely paid attention. "Where is this place?" Luya explained, "This is the Carolyn Trade Guild." Frowning in thought, the woman reflected, "I have heard that this guild has recently become famous for trading demon beast hides. And yet they did not recognize me." She then asked, "Is there anyone here from the kingdom of Gaia?" Luya shook her head. "No. We are from the village of Carolyn in the northern part of the kingdom of Drake. That is why our guild is named the Carolyn Trade Guild." She then asked, "Who saved me?" With a smile, Luya pointed to Sol Madoc. "Our lord, the one sitting there, Baron Blizzard, saved you." Hearing the name, the young woman's eyes widened. She approached him. "So you are the one who saved me, thank you." "I am Schiller McMahon." Everyone around her was shocked. "What?" Seeing the confusion, Luya shouted angrily, "You fools! I told you to study the kingdom of Gaia. Princess Schiller is the second princess of Gaia. She reached the rank of Sword Master at 25, currently commands the Royal Knights, and is the most renowned person in the entire kingdom. Please forgive our ignorance, Your Highness." Schiller waved her hand. "It is all right. You are not from Gaia, so I will overlook that you did not recognize me." Eshidol, sitting nearby, was sweating intense, thinking, "Oh no. Of all the people, we encountered a foreign princess. If her identity is revealed, this could become a serious diplomatic issue." Sol Madoc also noticed her tense demeanor. Schiller, excited, said, "I will personally reward you for saving my life. After you have eaten, come with me to the royal palace." Unexpectedly, Sol Madoc shook his head firmly. "I must decline. I need to return to my homeland." Schiller blinked, incredulous. "What?" Luya, tense, realized the gravity of the situation. Refusing a royal reward from Gaia is a serious insult. "We must change the topic before things get worse." She quickly intervened to mediate. "Our lord is probably concerned because he stands before Princess Schiller. Your Highness, may I ask why you were in the burning building?" Schiller's expression darkened. "Baron Dayton. I supported him so much, and now he tried to murder me," she said coolly, "just a coward who won't face me directly. He poisoned my food, and the arson was meant to trap me. Regardless, I must repay you for saving me. Tell me what you want." Suddenly her stomach gave an audible growl. Sol Madoc smiled wryly. "A reward, huh? Sounds more like you want something yourself." Schiller flared with indignation. "How dare you, are you mocking me?" Sol Madoc did not bother to hide his tone. "You must be hungry, you have not eaten since yesterday. Sit and eat." She sat without pretense and ate, mulling things over. "You really intend to refuse my reward? If you were not the one who saved me, I would have thrown you in prison already." While eating, her gaze landed on a sword propped in the corner. "Whose sword is that?" she blurted. Sol Madoc answered matter-of-factly that it was his. Her curiosity piqued again. "So you can use a blade, a noble of knightly lineage, as captain of the Royal Knights. I am curious about your swordsmanship. She said bluntly, Baron, duel me after the meal. Sol Madoc leisurely shook his head. I refuse. I do not duel those weaker than me. Schiller bristled. Weaker, are you saying I am weaker? Do not you know I am a swordmaster? Foreign knights used to refuse to fight me because I am a woman. Forcing them to accept a duel was never difficult. A mocking smile tugged at her lips. Are you afraid to lose? Everyone around, including the princess, broke out in a sweat at that challenge. True to form, Sol Madoc refused to back down. He rose and, with a sly smile, invited her out. I will teach you a lesson. Once outside, Schiller stated firmly, the duel will follow knightly rules. Mana use is limited. Whoever subdues the other first wins. Sol Madoc barely paid attention. Do as you wish, he said casually. Jerome stepped forward with a warning. Do not forget she is the Princess of Gaia. Even a scratch could cause a diplomatic incident. Sol Madoc shot him an annoyed glance. I know. Can you be quiet now? Schiller's expression darkened. Are you done talking? Internally, she recalled, I have faced many like you before, and they all ended up kneeling at my feet. I have been eager to see the expression on your face. Her eyes blazed with fierce determination, and she launched herself forward. Sol Madoc, entirely composed, raised his sword and effortlessly blocked her first thrust. Schiller froze in astonishment. He blocked my surprise strike. Undeterred, she spun and attacked again, but once more, Sol Madoc deflected it. She pressed on relentlessly, swinging her sword in continuous, precise attacks. The two moved fluidly, strike and parry, Sol Madoc never counter-attacking, merely defending. As she fought, Schiller analyzed the situation. With minimal movement, almost no effort, he has blocked every attack. I am a master swordswoman, yet this man's skill is insane. Another strike cleaved through the ground, yet Sol Madoc leapt gracefully, perfectly avoiding it. Schiller planted her feet and aimed a kick straight at his descending trajectory. Sol Madoc raised his sword to block, but the force still hurled him backward. Using both his legs and sword, he slid across the ground before regaining his stance. He looked up, thinking, she is like a master of spear combat at the unity level, a relentless storm of thrusts. If I keep just defending, this entire area will be destroyed. Acting decisively, he launched himself toward her, aiming to finish it in a single strike. In an instant, he appeared in front of Schiller. Her kick met his hand, which caught it, and then he struck her in the stomach. Not stopping there, he grabbed her by the neck, spinning her head first toward the ground. The moment she lifted her head, Sol Madoc's sword rested against her neck. After a flurry of attacks, she was finally defeated by a single move. Sol Madoc stood there, smiling as he advised, accept your loss. Stubborn as ever, she glared, clearly wanting a rematch. Jerome, tense, clapped nervously. Both of you have displayed extraordinary swordsmanship. Perhaps we should head inside and continue dinner. Schiller, still serious, threatened, if you refuse a rematch, I will officially file a complaint with the Kingdom of Drake. Jerome's jaw dropped. Please, do not. Sol Madoc gave her a cold glance, a faint smirk on his lips. Acknowledging defeat is part of a warrior's honor. Yet the princess acts like a mere child. Schiller rose to her feet, irritation sharp in her voice. What did you just say? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Before she could even make a move, the tip of Sol Madoc's sword was pressed just in front of her face, forcing her to halt. Once again, she could not keep up with his speed. Resigned, she sank to the ground, powerless. I have lost. I did not even see him move. Sol Madoc glared down at her. Is this how you treat someone who just saved your life in this country? Does your tiny brain not understand that I held back because you are a princess? Think carefully about who is truly being disrespectful here. Schiller sat there, stunned, lost in thought. Why can't I win? If I lose, what happens to everything I have worked for up until now? Memories from her childhood surfaced. She had once proudly presented her medals to her mother. I won first place in the sword tournament again, mother. The queen had beamed, praising her. Schiller, you are amazing. If you grow stronger, you will be able to protect me and your younger sibling. Become the sword of Gaia. And so she had spent her entire life living as Gaia's sword, defending the kingdom and becoming untouchable. She had poured everything into becoming who she was. Now, she looked up at Sol Madoc. Who is this man, really? Eschidol approached Sol Madoc, calling for him. He cast Schiller a sharp glance and lectured, "From now on, choose your opponents more carefully." Then, turning to the young noblewoman beside him, he said, "Miss Eschidol, since I will be returning to Carolyn tomorrow, let us finish exploring the city." The two walked off together. "And Jerome," he added over his shoulder, "have a few usable swords purchased for me. My current blades are worn down." Schiller watched them leave, her gaze lingering on their backs. Then she intercepted Jerome. "That woman with him, is she his wife?" Jerome explained, "No. I can't reveal much, but she is the daughter of a prestigious noble family." Schiller fell into thought. "So they are not married yet?" She said aloud, "Prepare a carriage for me to return to the palace." Clenching her hands, she thought, since becoming a swordmaster, this is the first time I have encountered someone stronger than me. His name is Blizzard, right? If someone like him had been by my side sooner, would I have been different? After returning to the palace, she had her most trusted aide search for Baron Dayton. But he was found lifeless in his own basement. In his hand was a letter, explaining that his family had been taken hostage. The lower portion of the letter had been torn away. The mastermind's name had likely been there, but the killer had erased it. Schiller continued tracing the person behind the assassination attempt, but no clear evidence or name surfaced. Yet one person made her particularly suspicious, and that person was. The scene shifts to the following day. "Your Highness, Princess Schiller has arrived," a beautiful woman announced. She was Rin McMahon, the first heir of the Kingdom of Gaia. Rin greeted Schiller politely. "It has been a while, has not it?" After hearing Schiller recount the events, Rin's eyes widened. "What? Baron Dayton plotted to assassinate you?" Schiller nodded in confirmation. "Yes. He slipped a sedative into my drink and set the building on fire. If it were not for someone stepping in to save me, I likely would not have survived." Rin's fury erupted as she stood. "Where is he? Bring Baron Dayton here immediately." Schiller shook her head. "No need. By the time I arrived, he had already been killed. Most likely, whoever orchestrated the attempt on my life eliminated him as well." Rin stepped forward and embraced her, offering comfort. "My dear little sister, I thought you were strong enough as a swordswoman to be fine. I was far too careless. I am so relieved that you are safe." Her words seemed sincere, but the cunning expression on Rin's face revealed everything beneath the surface. Schiller, though unable to see it clearly, did not trust her. "Is she truly regretful, or is it just that I did not die as she expected?" she thought. "Even though all the evidence points toward her, I still hope she is not the one behind this. Can things ever go back to the way they were? If he were here now, what would he do?" Then a thought struck her. "By the way, sister, you said you were going to join the royal delegation for the King of Drake's birthday. Right, could I go in your place?" Rin froze. "That is strange. I thought you did not like those kinds of events. Do not tell me you want to meet the person who saved you in the Kingdom of Drake, do not you?" Schiller, flustered, jumped up. "It is not like that." Scene change. 3 days had passed since they returned from Tenston to Carolyn after Justin's attack. Certain assets, such as domestic beasts, were deemed at risk of discovery by the enemy. As a result, official activities and public engagements had been moved to the old castle, previously used before White City. Today was the day Miss Eschidol would depart. Time had flown, and much had happened since then. Sol Madoc recalled Jerome's words, "Captain Schuart has launched an attack. We must reinforce our defensive forces as soon as possible." Sighing, Sol Madoc stepped outside. "I just hope today passes peacefully." No sooner had he gone out than Jerome approached. "Sir, Captain Schuart is about to strike. We need to execute the plan to strengthen our troops immediately." At that moment, Eschidol arrived. "Honestly, I am a little worried. After all, she is a princess of the Kingdom of Gaia. I fear this could escalate into a diplomatic issue." Sol Madoc frowned at the concern in her expression. "In the Central Plains, especially back when I was inexperienced, situations like this happened all the time." He observed the proud look in her eyes, the gaze of a true martial artist. If it were her, she would not recklessly reveal this matter to outsiders. With that in mind, he spoke to reassure her. "Do not worry so much, Miss Eschidol. In reality, the one with legitimate reason here is me, and I trust you understand what I mean. But if anything happens to you, use this to contact me when necessary." Eshidol's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at the object in the box. Sol Madoc explained, "This is a communication magic stone, crafted from enchanted rock. It allows long-distance communication without a mage, even from the Kingdom of Drake back to White City. Use it to contact me anytime, Miss Eshidol." As they spoke, a distant maid called out, urging them. "Princess, it is time to depart." Sol Madoc leaned close and whispered to Eshidol, "This communication stone is not widely known, so only use it when alone to avoid exposure. And to prevent Justin from causing trouble, Jake will monitor you from above." Eshidol smiled inwardly. "Just by looking at it, I can tell how precious this is. A personal message, hand-delivered. I can feel his care in every word and action." She returned his smile, bowing lightly. "Thank you, Baron." Sol Madoc stood silently watching the carriage procession pull away. "Right now I am only a baron. The distance between me and Princess Eshidol is still like heaven and earth. If I want to be worthy of her, I must raise my status. It is time I go there." Once they arrived, Jerome was taken aback by the scene before him. "What is going on here? Who are these people?" Sol Madoc answered calmly, "They are the assassins who tried to kill me." Jerome's shock deepened. "You mean the killers Justin sent? Justin actually knows about this?" Sol Madoc shook his head. "No, he probably thought the job was done. He thought to himself, these bastards. I locked them up and withheld food to see how long they would last, and after only 10 days they are already in this state. Compared to the assassins from the Central Plains, their skill and survival instincts are pitiful. Still, 2 of them might be usable." With that decision, he ordered, "Jerome, bring food for them, and take Schuart with you." He fell briefly into thought again. It will take time to make these men useful. Soon food arrived. Jerome watched them eat and asked, "Sir, why are you keeping them alive?" Sol Madoc explained, "I plan to train them into a private assassination unit under my command." Jerome went pale. "What, an assassination squad? Why would you raise killers like that? Are you planning to have assassins act before the Kingdom of Gaia attacks? If not, then we will have a Dragon Rider cavalry and an assassination unit. Are you plotting a rebellion? What exactly are you thinking?" Thinking it over, he asked, "Sir, we already have the Ice Dragon unit, and now assassins too. Is not that over the top? We managed to survive the inspection because the princess stopped by, but next time this could be considered treason." Madoc ignored his protests and stood there impassively. The princess's words before she left echoed in his mind, "Won't you attend His Majesty's birthday celebration this time?" Remembering that, resolve hardened his features. "I plan to use the Emperor's birthday as a pivot to step onto the central political stage. If Eshidol becomes a princess in influence, then I must at least be a duke. To get there, I will have to face a host of enemies. An assassination squad would be invaluable then." "Schuart," he called. "Has the entire Snowstorm Legion assembled?" Schuart bowed. "By the orders, they have gathered at the gate." Sol Madoc issued his orders with deadly seriousness. "Listen up, killers. You have 2 choices, become my subordinates or die here at my hands. But your skills are pitiful, unfit to serve. I have prepared a training regimen to whip you into shape. Take the weapons from behind me and wipe out those knights outside." Time passed. 3 weeks flew by. In the woods, the knights were finding themselves in a rough spot. A would-be assassin suddenly burst from the underbrush only to be pinned to the dirt by 2 knights. As a knight raised his sword for the finishing blow, the assassin froze in terror. A moment later someone removed a badge. When the knights retrieved it, they released the captured assassin. "Ha, I killed one. I won't go hungry tonight, heh." The victor ordered the defeated man to take a seat in the back. Sol Madoc watched from a treetop and reflected. It has been 3 weeks since the Snowstorm Legion's joint drills with the assassins began. The rules were simple. Every participant was given a single emblem. If the emblem was stolen or damaged, that person was considered dead. If one side lost all its emblems, they lost. It sounded basic. But nothing drives rapid growth like competition. Both sides needed training. This method worked. Below him, a flash of blood-red light signaled the fight had restarted. All of the assassins had been tagged with Jerome's tracking enchantment, so if any of them left the designated area, an alarm would blare immediately. Meanwhile, someone was sprinting frantically. "This is the 10th time for you already, Miller." Madoc stood in the treetop and looked down. "You have deserted 10 times now. Did not I tell you I would kill you if you tried to run again? Miller immediately dropped into a fighting stance. I do not have time for these games. Before he could finish the sentence, a hand struck from behind. He went out cold on the spot. The one who knocked him unconscious was Baker, the assassination squad's leader. I am sorry, my lord. Please spare him this once out of mercy, Baker begged. Madoc asked, puzzled, why was he so desperate to escape? Baker explained, he says he must get revenge. Miller is not like the others who became killers for money. When he was young, his entire family was slaughtered. He was the only survivor. He says the murderer will attend a banquet at the capital next month. Madoc's mind drifted, recalling the moment he would said goodbye to Eschidel. A banquet at the capital next month. Dawn came quickly. Miller began to stir from his coma and sat up. At the window, Madoc spoke crisply, Tomilova's birthday banquet will be guarded by hundreds of mages and knights. Do you really think you can assassinate him alone? Miller asked. Desperate, has the leader told you about me? I have spent my whole life for revenge. If I can kill him, I do not care about anything else. Madoc turned and looked at him. I am certain you won't even get close to your target, let alone succeed. You will just die for nothing. Miller fell silent, unable to answer. Madoc continued, but as a noble, I can attend that banquet. I am offering a bargain. I will help you get revenge. And in return you must serve me with absolute loyalty. Miller was bewildered. Why me? There are better assassins than I am. Madoc answered, Baker says you are the only one who could become a senior assassin by age 25. I value your potential. You have weaknesses now, but you will grow far stronger. I need someone like you in the assassination unit I am building. Will you accept my terms? Miller's thoughts returned to his family's massacre. He immediately dropped to his knees and bowed. If it means revenge, I will do anything. Madoc nodded in satisfaction and turned away. Agreed. We leave in a few days, get ready. At that moment someone called in from outside, Master. Sabina came in cheerfully. The cream is ready. Miller's cheeks uncontrollably flushed at the sight of her. Madoc relaxed a little at news of the dessert. Come on, or it will melt. Miller stood there, dazed, hand on his chest. Who is that girl? Elsewhere, Duke Icarus sat in his chair, furious. You are useless, you failed despite having that precious treasure. Justin tried to speak up, but the Duke barked, shut your mouth. Justin fell silent and lowered his head. Icarus thought to himself, that bastard Blizzard makes me angrier by the day. After a moment's thought he turned to his subordinate and asked, can you handle this? The man replied confidently, Duke, do not worry, I will make sure to stop that blizzard. Elsewhere. So that is my full report. We need to relocate 6,000 civilians from the outer city to Carolyn, and you are telling me we harvested 6 ice dragon eggs. Max confirmed, that is correct, sir. When will the relocation begin? Madoc answered, let Jerome take care of that later. There is something more important right now. Hearing that, everyone stiffened a little. Madoc spoke seriously, I still do not know what to give Tomilova for his birthday. Seeing the group's reactions, he frowned and asked, why is everyone reacting like that? At minimum the gift should outshine whatever Duke Icarus gives. If anyone has a good idea, speak up. Max offered a suggestion first, but Madoc dismissed it as too ordinary. Someone else said, give flowers. Madoc snapped, are you kidding me? The man hurried to explain, not ordinary flowers, ice flowers. They only bloom in Carolyn, so they are special. Jerome interjected, but ice flowers only grow in freezing regions. They are hard to cultivate in the capital. Schuart chimed in, then we have only one choice. Everyone turned to look at him, waiting to hear what that choice was. Just then someone burst in from outside. Sir, I can't stand it any longer, that bastard's blocked every route. Madoc sighed. What are you talking about? Explain it clearly. Jake quickly reported the situation. Baron Roxlin has been extorting us with outrageous tolls, and now he has completely cut off our trade routes. Madoc asked, puzzled, then can't we go around or use the ice dragons? Jerome explained, ice dragons have limited cargo capacity, so we need land routes for large-scale trade. From Carolyn to the capital you must go through the city of Two. They probably do not know we have got ice dragons, so they block the roads. Blocking the road right before the noble's banquet means he wants to stop you from attending. Madoc frowned. That man is hiding something. Why is he obstructing me? Jerome offered. Roxlin of Toth is building up power under Duke Icarus. This happened soon after Justin's return. It is highly possible Duke Icarus is behind this. Madoc snorted coldly. We have no choice then. If they provoke us first, we must respond. Jerome panicked. Are you planning to start a territorial war? Seeing Madoc's confusion, Jerome clarified, it is a war between territorial lords. As long as you do not break royal law, even the king can't directly intervene. To start a territorial war, you must file a report with the crown and send a formal declaration of war to your opponent. Unless you finish the fighting before the king hears about it, in which case you only report it after you have forced the other side to surrender. Madoc smiled coldly to himself. Perfect timing. This is exactly the chance to test what I have been preparing. He issued orders without hesitation. Leave only a minimal force at the domain and be ready to mobilize for battle. The assassination unit stands by for my command. Miller will scout Toth on his own. Jake, be ready. The Ice Dragon unit departs now. Jake blanched. But we only have 20 combat-ready riders. That is nowhere near enough to fight a territorial force. Madoc looked at him. Too few. Are you really the captain of the Ice Riders? After all the time you have spent with the dragons, you still do not believe in their power. Jake went silent, thinking back. I used to think the same, but our ice dragons are not weak. Let them show what they can do. Madoc then glanced at Jerome. Because Roxlin oppressed Carolyn's people and blocked our routes, prepare the declaration of war. Before he could finish, Jerome surprised him with a refusal. Madoc stared. Jerome explained, this is a gamble with uncertain outcome. Endangering the domain's people like this is reckless. Reconsider. Baron Roxlin still holds 6,000 civilians as hostages. If we strike first, their lives could be in danger. Toth's forces outnumber us 10-1. If Toth receives reinforcements from Duke Icarus, the situation will turn much worse for us. Madoc's face was calm. 2 days. I will wrap this up before they can react. Jerome was shaken. 2 days, that is impossible. Madoc brushed past him and warned, you are my strategist, Jerome. Do not let the troops sense panic. Jerome thought to himself, if it is him, he may well defy my expectations and pull off a miracle. Madoc stepped outside and ordered the guards to prepare. The troops assembled quickly. This was Carolyn's declaration of war. The scene shifted elsewhere. Soldiers were hurting civilians somewhere. One man could not hold back and asked, what crime are you saying we have committed? Without hesitation, a soldier drew his sword and pressed it against the man's throat. Anyone from Carolyn must be detained. That is the order of Baron Roxlin. A short while later, inside Roxlin's mansion. By order, we have captured all the residents of the domain from Carolyn. Roxlin asked, anything unusual? The subordinate explained, the merchants who used to trade at the city gates no longer come by. Roxlin let out a cold laugh. Those fools finally understand that I will not open the gates. The icy lands of Carolyn have no choice but to depend on outside supplies. To reach the imperial capital, they must pass through Toth. With the treacherous mountains and terrain, Carolyn is now undoubtedly facing a serious food shortage. He continued, eyes gleaming. And with the mandatory gatherings of the nobility, if Blizzard cannot even attend the king's birthday banquet, he will be stripped of his title as lord. The very moment that happens, Carolyn will be mine. Roxlin exulted. This is a flawless plan. To oppose Duke Icarus, whose power surpasses even the king, is nothing short of treason. If I handle this perfectly, who knows, after a countship, maybe even a marquisate could be within my grasp. Lost in his dark satisfaction, he suddenly noticed something outside the window. A shadow appeared from nowhere, and both men tensed immediately. Outside, a massive creature materialized. The ice dragon roared, smashing through the window with terrifying force. Roxlin screamed in absolute terror, sweat pouring down like rain. A dragon? How? How is a dragon here? They only live beyond the mountains. How could one appear here? Madoc strolled in leisurely, looking down. You must be Roxlin. Though terrified, Roxlin tried to steal his voice. Who are you? State your name. Madoc's tone was firm. I am the Lord of Carolyn. Hearing that, Roxlin's mind went numb with fear. The Lord of Carolyn. Could it really be Baron Blizzard? Without another word, Madoc struck, sending a blade-like motion toward Roxlin. It cut across his face, spraying blood. What he would thrown was not a sword, it was a letter. Standing atop the dragon, Madoc looked down coldly. This is the declaration of war. I will return in 1 hour. At that moment, soldiers ran in from outside. Baron, are you all right? The ice dragon then rose majestically into the sky, Madoc perched on its back, gazing thoughtfully toward the city of Toth below. Meanwhile, the soldiers could only stare in disbelief. A dragon? Is that really a dragon? How can there be a dragon here? Roxlin suddenly turned to glance at him, and the young man nearly wet his pants from sheer terror. He swung his hand and slapped the young man hard. The youth, bewildered, was sent flying. As the man tried to say something, the Lord kicked him relentlessly. Useless scum, all you do is sit on your pay and accomplish nothing. The enemy is at our gates, what have you been doing? After a brutal beating, he finally calmed enough to bark and order, burn them all, press the city prisoners into service, strip them, give them armor, hand them weapons. The subordinate hesitated. You mean arm our conscripts? Exactly, Roxlin snapped. That bastard Blizzard, I want to see the look on his face when he learns I slaughtered his people myself. With that, he strode to the window and picked up the war dispatch. I will pin this on the Baron. He dared provoke a territorial war with me, announced to every knight in two. From this moment, we declare war on Carolyn. Whoever wins great glory will share my power and spoils. The men below roared in approval. Behind Roxlin, one soldier watched him closely. It was Miller. He quietly sent a message through the comm stone. Do you copy? Madoc has the situation. He did not miss a word. Inside the city, everything had been set in motion. Civilians were forced into armor and handed weapons. They trembled with fear. Roxlin stood on the wall, savoring the moment. Slaughter his people by your own hand in despair, you wretch, he muttered. On the other side, Madoc's forces were arrayed and ready. He smiled and gave the signal to attack. Panic erupted within the city. Roxlin looked up in astonishment. What is this? A force of ice dragon cavalry came in like a storm. Massive boulders secured on the dragons' backs were hurled into the city. Soldiers on the walls were cut down. The civilians below were swept up in the chaos. But at the crucial moment, something unexpected happened. Jerome appeared and used magic to catch falling stones, saving many lives. Sir Baron Blizzard, the soldiers outside the gate are Carolyn civilians. The first unit evacuate them to safety, the rest breach the collapsed walls and pour in, show the soldiers of Carolyn's strength. The knights followed orders and charged through the breach. Roxlin stared in disbelief. How did they know those troops were prisoners, and since when did Carolyn have this power? Below, cavalry rode in. Above, the ice dragon squad thundered. Within moments, Tu's army descended into chaos. Madoc himself rode in on a dragon and dismounted atop the broken wall. The soldiers, confused to see him seemingly alone, lunged forward to cut him down. Madoc lifted a single hand and in an instant he was through them all, moving like a blade across the mass. By the time he stopped, every one of them lay dead. His gaze then swept to another spot. Now, over here. A single soldier looked up, trembling all over. From behind the ranks, Roxlin roared in fury, What are you doing? Fight, after everything, do you still call yourselves my knights? He ground his teeth and thought to himself, I have already sent for Duke Icarus, hold out until reinforcements arrive, and victory will be mine. But at that moment a soldier swung and socked him square in the jaw. If you want to die, die on your own, pig. Roxlin panicked. What? That is an order, fall back at once. An ice dragon materialized behind him. Madoc walked forward slowly and said, Lilith, eating garbage will give you a stomachache. Roxlin collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated. Baron Bi was wrong. This is my failure. I could do nothing. I acted on Duke Icarus's orders. Please have mercy. At the same time, other ice dragon knights rode up. We intercepted troops heading to Duke Icarus's domain, my lord, they reported. Roxlin's face went white with terror. Damned traitors. Madoc glanced at him coldly. You had to lie to get people to do what you wanted, Roxlin. For persecuting my people, you will pay with your life. Madoc's blow struck, but it was stopped by a defensive barrier. Jake stared in disbelief. He blocked Madoc's strike. Madoc looked toward the source and asked, What do you think you are doing, Jerome? The one who had intercepted the attack was Jerome. Jerome stepped out from the forest and answered, My lord, no matter how vile a noble's crimes are, the authority to take a noble's life belongs only to his majesty. If you kill Baron Roxlin here, our situation will become very precarious. Roxlin seized the reprieve like a lifeline and cut in. Exactly, she is right. That thoughtless fool. In his mind, Roxlin smiled with smug anticipation. This is the moment we were waiting for. They have come. Heh. And, indeed, someone approached. Roxlin rose and laughed triumphantly. You idiot. You really thought I only deployed troops to Duke Icarus's lands? A territorial war must be reported to the crown and overseen by a royal observer. You did not even notify the royal council. So I sent Volmer to the capital. Before the king could learn of this, you forced us to surrender. All your efforts were destroyed by your arrogance. Jerome panicked inwardly. Impossible, there must be troops guarding the route to the capital. How could he have slipped past them? Madoc's expression darkened, and then he suddenly laughed. Roxlin, surprised by the change, asked, Have you lost your mind? Madoc replied coldly, You may remove your mask. The man complied and pulled the covering away. Jerome and the others stared. Stunned beneath the mask was Miller. Roxlin could not believe it. What is this? Since when? Miller reported to Madoc, The mission is complete, my lord. Madoc continued, There is a clause in the rules of territorial war. You may declare war if the opponent has violated royal law. You are selling Carolyn's citizens into slavery. Slavery is banned in the kingdom of Drake. Saying that, Madoc channeled his Kai into both hands, preparing to act. Roxlin's face went pale with horror. Damn it, do you know what I had to do to get this far? If I lose too and my title now, Duke Icarus will have me killed. With that thought, he turned to flee. But he looked back in terror as Madoc unleashed an ice technique that froze Roxlin's legs in place. He could not escape. At the same time, Madoc launched a punch, teeth gritted, his strike merciless as it slammed squarely into Roxlin's face. The impact sent his body flying like a kite cut loose, a single blow knocking him senseless, leaving his life uncertain. Madoc then turned his head and glanced back. This territorial war belongs to Carolyn. The onlookers erupted into cheers. Nightfall descended quickly, and everything progressed smoothly. Roxlin had lost everything and was expelled from his holdings. A few days later, he vanished without a trace. The castle was now fully integrated with Carolyn. Jerome had been entrusted as the governor of the newly acquired district, but he adamantly refused. Absolutely not, I am already buried in work. If you assign me this, I would truly consider rebelling. Madoc asked, Then who will fill the position? After a moment of thought, Jerome recalled someone. I know the perfect candidate. Following Jerome's suggestion, Volmer, the former vassal of Roxlin, was entrusted to oversee the castle. Naturally, they could not fully trust him, so 2 knights were assigned to monitor and report on his actions daily. Time passed, and the day of 3rd Princess Tomilova's birthday in the Kingdom of Drake arrived. The guards outside watched in awe. I wish we could attend the festivities too. Do not worry, I heard there is extra reward for us. Why is there suddenly a shadow in the sky? Looking up, they saw a massive frost dragon appear, looming above. Panic swept over them immediately. A monstrous attack, quickly, ring the alarm. But a commanding voice cut through their panic. Madoc descended from the dragon's back. I am Count Blizzard of Carolyn. The guards froze in astonishment. Count Blizzard, so he is the Spellblade, he saved his majesty. Madoc produced an invitation card. I have come to meet his majesty. Cut to the interior of the opulent palace. Noble youths, dressed in lavish attire, were gathered, enjoying the festivities. Suddenly, someone shouted, Count Blizzard is entering. Following the announcement, Madoc himself appeared. The crowd murmured excitedly. What a heroic man, I heard he once saved his majesty's life. I have even heard he can wield magic across all 5 realms. Schiller was also present. She approached him with a greeting. You are here. It is wonderful to see you again. Are you well? He replied nonchalantly that he was fine. A moment of awkward silence followed. Schiller, slightly annoyed, said, You should ask how I am too. Madoc raised his glass toward her, urging her to take it. My assistant says that at a banquet, ladies always take priority. Schiller thanked him and took a sip. At that moment, another announcement echoed through the hall. Princess Daphrin of the Kingdom of Hazen and Count Anos are entering. The two individuals named advanced swiftly into the grand hall. The crowd buzzed with chatter once more. Princess Daphrin is as beautiful as ever. Is that Count Anos, the one Emperor Laird arranged to be betrothed to the princess? What a perfect match. Madoc observed the pair carefully, pondering silently. Could the individual mentioned in Edmund's letter really be a grand swordmaster? Noticing his thoughtful expression, Schiller leaned closer and asked, "Do you know him?" Madoc assessed the stranger, concluding that this person did not seem to belong to this world. Still, he shook his head. "I do not know him." Schiller narrowed her eyes, continuing, "By the way, the girl who accompanied you last time, she is not here." Madoc smiled faintly. "Curious about her, are you?" Schiller's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her face away. "No, it is nothing. I was just asking. I do not know many people here." Madoc reminded her, "Wait a moment. She always enjoys making a dramatic entrance." Almost immediately, the announcer's voice rang out again, "And now, the main attraction of tonight's banquet. Her Majesty 3rd Princess Tomalova of the Kingdom of Drake is entering." The princess arrived, accompanied by her two attendants, and made her way into the hall. Schiller's eyes widened at the sight of Escheidel. Could that girl really be a princess of the Kingdom of Drake? She then glanced at Madoc. "Is this the dramatic entrance you mentioned?" Escheidel approached her father's side, preparing to sit, but froze in surprise. Madoc was standing there, smiling and waving a greeting. Noticing Schiller at his side, Escheidel scowled as she lowered herself into her seat. "Why is she here?" she thought. "I heard the first princess of Gaia would attend, and I am not fond of that count either." Moments later, all the guests joined together in wishing the king a happy 50th birthday. The king responded graciously. "Thank you all. I extend my gratitude to everyone who has come to celebrate my birthday. I hope you all have an enjoyable evening." Escheidel leaned forward eagerly. "Father, I wonder what gifts you will receive this year. I am so excited." The king nodded. "Very well, let us begin. First, a gift from Duke Icarus." The king accepted a box and opened it immediately. Inside lay a finely crafted ring. Icarus smiled. "From this day forward, this ring will protect your majesty. It can nullify any offensive magic within the 4 realms." Gasps of astonishment spread through the crowd. "A magical artifact? I did not know such a thing existed." Madoc and his companion shared the same stunned expression. Schiller, more knowledgeable than most, spoke up to explain, "That is an item enchanted with magic. Nowadays, there are no sorcerers of 9th rank or higher, so such items have become priceless relics. If this is a magical artifact capable of nullifying high-level spells, its value is truly beyond measure." The king, slipping the ring onto his finger, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for this rare gift, Duke Icarus." The crowd murmured again in admiration at the duke's generosity. Numerous other precious gifts were presented afterward, yet none could compare to the offering from Duke Icarus. Finally, the gift from Count Blizzard, the announcer declared. Madoc knelt with a composed smile. "Your Majesty, I hope you are in good health." The king responded with a warm laugh. "It pleases me greatly to see you well." Madoc bowed slightly. "It is all thanks to your Majesty. The gift I have prepared," he continued, "is the hide of a frost demon I personally hunted." The king's eyes widened as he held the hide. A frost demon, could this be one of those ferocious monsters from the north? Madoc confirmed, "Indeed, your Majesty. It is not much, but please accept it as a token of my sincerity." Icarus, standing to the side, sneered silently. "Bringing that as a gift, how petty. Typical commoner behavior." Madoc, however, continued unfazed. "In truth, a mere hide seems insufficient. That is why I have brought an additional gift." The king and his 2 children opened the second box. Upon seeing the contents, the king gasped in astonishment. What is this?" Madoc replied calmly, "This is a monster egg." The assembled nobles were struck dumb. A monster egg? Why would he bring something like that here? Icarus could not contain his outrage. "This is outrageous, a direct insult to the royal family. Guards, why are you standing there idly? Seize Count Blizzard at once." The palace guards immediately moved forward. At that moment, however, the king bellowed for them to stop. The hall fell silent. With a stern expression, he addressed Madoc. "Count Blizzard, may I ask your intention?" Madoc answered plainly, "This egg is the egg of a frost dragon." Both the king and Icarus were stunned. Dragon eggs, frost dragons only live in Caroline. They are 1.5 times the size of normal dragons. Since ancient times people have tried and failed to tame frost dragons. Their ferocity makes taking eggs nearly impossible, and raising them is an ordeal. Taming them has long been considered impossible. Even ordinary tamed dragons confer enormous military power. The rise of the Zeba Empire built on mounted dragon knights was a famous example of that truth. In short, taming frost dragons would send Drake's military strength skyrocketing. The king lowered his gaze and stared at the eggs. Blizzard, I am grateful for your gift, but you know that raising a frost dragon is harder than getting its egg, do not you? Madoc agreed. You are right, your majesty. Raising a frost dragon to maturity is no small task. Then, unexpectedly, he removed the cloth from his shoulders. The crowd panicked and turned to the windows. A dragon. Madoc explained calmly, this dragon is a frost dragon I personally raised from a hatchling. I will teach the royal breeders how to rear frost dragons. If, when the eggs hatch, we imprint your majesty's portrait upon them, they will see you as their parent and obey your commands. I will offer 2 of these eggs for the princesses, he continued. The frost dragons will make steadfast guardians for the royal family. The king was dumbstruck. You thought not only of me, but of my daughters as well. You are remarkably considerate. It seems the Dragon Kingdom has taken a step toward matching the power of the Zeba Empire. This is the greatest gift I have ever received. Thank you, Count Blizzard. Madoc replied, I am glad it pleases you, your majesty. Schiller, standing nearby, thought to herself with quiet satisfaction, a few days ago he mentioned something over the calm stone. This must be what he meant. Icarus, meanwhile, seethed inwardly. How the hell did that bastard Blizzard acquire dragon eggs? Then he forced a smile. I have prepared something for you too. He stepped forward. Your Majesty, I must report an urgent matter. 2 days ago, did you know Count Blizzard sent troops into Baron Roxland's territory? The king's expression went blank. What? Caroline sent forces into too? Icarus said grimly, Count Blizzard has launched a territorial war. A murmur swept the hall. A territorial war, declaring one without reporting it is an offense and must be punished. For someone so insolent to start a territorial war without informing His Majesty, I demand the harshest penalty. Despite the outcry demanding condemnation, Madoc stood there composed. The king cleared his throat. If that is true, then this puts us in a difficult position. Schiller felt a chill of worry. What should they do? If this continues, Count Blizzard's reputation will be at stake. Icarus stood there, secretly delighted at the turn of events. At that moment Madoc raised his voice, Your Majesty, is slave trading legal in the kingdom of Drake? The king shook his head. No, the slave trade is forbidden. Madoc produced something from his robe and held it up. This is a ledger Roxland's records of slave trading. The hall fell into a hush. Faces went pale. Madoc began to lay out the facts. Roxland captured the people from my domain and sold them into bondage. My own subjects were sold as slaves. How could a lord tolerate such an outrage? A ripple of outrage swept through the crowd. Icarus, sweating, cursed under his breath about the wretched Roxland. How dare he traffic in slaves behind their backs? Then Eschidel spoke up unexpectedly. Father, if there is a breach of royal law, is not it lawful to launch a territorial assault without first reporting to your Majesty? Am I wrong? The king considered a moment, then replied, Because this case has righteous cause, I will not pursue punishment. I hereby proclaim that the castle is now part of Caroline's territory. No one in the audience objected. They all voiced their approval. At that, Count Slave stepped forward. Your Majesty, since Count Blizzard's dominion has expanded, should he not be granted a higher title? The king nodded. You are right. Count Blizzard, come forward. Madoc moved up without hesitation. The king pronounced the elevation, Count Blizzard, from this moment forward, I grant you the title of Marquis. Icarus watched them, envious and bitter. Blizzard, you insolent bastard, I will do everything to pull you down. He spun away in a huff and left. Night fell. Madoc lingered alone on the balcony. Because the nobles swarm around me, I still have not had a chance to speak with Lady Eschidel. But at last I have come this far. Just a little more. He stood lost in thought, then turned and glanced back. Standing there was Count Anos of Hazen. The man's face hardened as he ground his teeth. At last I have found you, snow of no poison. Madak froze. Was that the Zhongyuan tongue? The other man shut the door behind him and went on. You are the enemy of my master and my sect. I have wandered a long time in search of you. He drew his sword as if intent on fighting on the spot. Madak registered the scent of faint plum blossom fragrance. Could it really be him? In his head a memory surfaced. This was the disciple the master mentioned before he died, the one famed as Zhongyuan's greatest prodigy, Li Jinchong. Without warning, the man launched his attack. Madak dodged and deliberately retreated, but his opponent would not relent. If anything, the pursuit grew more brutal. Another strike carrying terrifying force slammed down. Madak was sent flying. Before he could steady himself, the attacker was already upon him again. This time Madak used blistering speed to leap clear. The killer's intent had not cooled for a moment. Madak narrowed his eyes and called out, so the rumors about you being the rising star of the Central Plains were not lies. The other man snorted coldly. Do not get arrogant, Snow of no poison. I have hunted you for 3 years. After I tracked you and boarded the same ship, I waited for the right moment to end you. Then a great storm and a flash of light I came to and found myself here. Not a day has passed without me thinking of revenge. Madak sensed a different kind of air about him. Something darker. The man tightened his grip on the greatsword. At the least I will cut off your head and purge this hatred from my chest. Madak watched the motion carefully, thinking, this attack feels off, even I will have trouble blocking it. At that instant someone else stepped forward. Both men flinched and glanced over. Schiller walked in with a smile. Count Blizzard. No, Marquis, I have been looking for you. What are you doing out here? Madak replied, just talking with a fellow countryman. The swordsman eyed Schiller and thought, that woman is the second princess of Gaia. If she is close to Snow of no poison, killing him in front of the princess could escalate matters. Annoying, but better to withdraw now. He bowed briefly. I will take my leave. Please continue your conversation. Then he retreated quickly and sighed. Before he left, he whispered into Madak's ear via the comm stone, just as you stole what matters to me, I will destroy what you cherish and love, your possessions, the people you care for, everything without exception. First will be the one you look upon with affection. Like the Princess of Drake. Madak flared with anger. Do not you dare touch Eshidol, she has nothing to do with this. The man answered coldly, that depends on your attitude. Then, farewell. Schiller, completely unaware of that exchange, still smiling, said naively, Marquis, are you listening? You look like you were in a serious conversation. What is going on with Count Anos? Madak cut himself off and said firmly, an urgent matter has come up. I must excuse myself. Unexpectedly, Schiller reached out and grabbed the hem of his coat to stop him. He turned, puzzled. You still have something to say? She nodded. Well, it is not that important. For a moment she went blank, at a loss for words, then forced herself on. You came all the way to see me and then you just leave like that, it is a little rude. You should learn the etiquette for banquets. Madak looked at her straight on. Princess, do not you have anything better to do? Dignitaries from other lands came to congratulate His Majesty. Is not your duty to represent Gaia and speak with them? Why are you bothering me? Her face froze at that. Bother him, other men throw themselves at me, why is this one different? She trembled with excitement. Do not misunderstand, I only came to congratulate you on being elevated to Marquis. That is all. Madak paid her little mind and turned away again. I already spoke too long. Forgive me, Princess, but something urgent came up. I must go. Thank you for your congratulations. Before long Schiller was left alone. She watched through the window as Madak moved toward Eshidol. If I would seen him first, would he have liked me, she wondered. Then she slapped her cheek to steady herself. This is not the time for that. Calm down, Schiller, you need to survive first. The priority is staying alive while my sister plots against me. Once I am back at the palace, then I can do what I must. Just then she noticed something else. Is that Princess Daphrin, who is the man beside her? I have seen that face before. Wait, I remember, is not he one of Blizzard's vassals? Why are they standing together at a moment like this? The scene shifted elsewhere. What, the princess has disappeared again? One of the subordinates replied nervously, yes, your grace. She said she wanted to go out and get some fresh air, but we have searched the entire castle and have not found a trace of her anywhere. The young man clicked his tongue in frustration, silently cursing. Damn it. She really knows how to make me worry in every possible way. After a moment's thought, he gave a sharp order. Search the castle again, thoroughly this time. And report back to me the moment you find her. The scene shifted once more. A young woman sat quietly, gazing up at the stars. In her mind echoed a man's voice, go to the kingdom of Drake as an envoy, together with Count Anos. Remembering those words filled her heart with melancholy. If it had not been for my brother's command, I would have no reason to be here at all. I just want to run away from everything. Coincidentally, those very words mirrored the thoughts of the man sitting behind her. Startled, she turned around. Who is there? Jerome stepped forward and replied, my apologies. I did not expect anyone else to be here at this hour. She stared at him blankly for a moment, then turned away. There is no need to apologize. You just startled me a little, that is all. Inside, however, she could not help but think, he is kind of handsome. Jerome bowed politely. I have not properly introduced myself. My name is Jerome, and I serve under Viscount Blizzard. Her lips curved into a small smile. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Daphrin Laird. Jerome replied, what a beautiful name. But almost instantly, realization struck him. Wait. That name, that face. The woman famed across the entire continent for her beauty, Princess Daphrin of the Kingdom of Hazen. He immediately dropped to one knee in apology. Please forgive me for not recognizing your highness sooner. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. She quickly waved her hands. It is fine, truly. I do not care about things like that. Only then did Jerome rise to his feet. If your highness permits, I will take my leave. But as he glanced at her once more, he noticed something. There was sadness in her eyes. Hesitating for a moment, he spoke up softly. Forgive me for asking, but would it be all right if I stayed here as well? I am waiting for my lord. He is attending the banquet, and if my presence does not bother you. Facing his sincere gaze, her face suddenly flushed red. After a pause, she nodded and sat back down. All right then. Do as you please. And so the two of them remained there, talking quietly beneath the starlit sky. After a while, Jerome realized he would been talking too much and pulled himself back. It seems I have said more than I should. The princess laughed lightly. That is all right, it has been enjoyable. He glanced at her and asked gently, Your Highness, why did you run away? Her expression dimmed as she lowered her head. Because my brother is forcing me into an arranged marriage. You see, I have no desire to sacrifice my life like a pawn for the sake of the kingdom. Seeing the sorrow on Jerome's face, she waved her hand lightly. That turned into quite a heavy topic, did not it? You are just really easy to talk to, so I ended up blurting everything out without thinking. Jerome scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. It is all right. As a humble vassal, he hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Is there any way I can help you, Your Highness? If there is, then I will stake my mana to assist you. Her face immediately flushed a brilliant red. Why is my heart beating so fast? I can't even look him in the eye. She quickly turned her head away and replied, Thank you. If you are willing to stake your mana, then I assume you must be a mage. Just then, another figure appeared, Count Anos himself. He strode toward them, irritation written all over his face. Your Highness, I have been looking for you everywhere. His gaze shifted toward Jerome. And who might this man be? Jerome bowed slightly. I am just a lowly mage who happened to pass by. Since your highness's escort has arrived, I will take my leave now. As he turned to go, the princess suddenly called out to him. Anos narrowed his eyes suspiciously, watching the two of them. Seeing the princess smiling and speaking so warmly with Jerome made anger simmer beneath his calm exterior. He quickly stepped forward and took the princess's arm. By the way, your highness, did you know that once all this is over, His Majesty has promised to hold a grand engagement ceremony for us? Both the princess and Jerome froze in shock. Anos gave a cold, mocking smile. So perhaps it is time you started opening your heart to me, your highness. The princess frowned, her mind reeling. My brother did not even bother to consult me about this. She turned away, her voice quiet but firm. If you will excuse me, I will be taking my leave. Anos followed after her, disappearing into the crowd. Jerome stood there in silence, lost in thought. So it is just as I suspected. That arranged marriage is with Anos. Then, as she reached the staircase, the princess suddenly glanced back at him. Her lips moved silently. 3 days from now. Meet me here. With that, she smiled softly and walked away. The scene shifted again. Eshidol was chatting with several nobles. After a while, she finally managed to slip away for a brief rest, exhaling wearily. Entertaining guests all evening has completely drained me. Just then, Madak approached her. Would you care to dance with me? Though tired, she could not help but smile and accept. The two of them soon joined the flow of the ballroom, moving gracefully in rhythm with the music. Above in the royal box, the king was observing the pair with a thoughtful expression. Those two. They seem rather close. He paused. Am I the only one who thinks so? Slave responded quietly, I feel the same way, Your Majesty. The king sighed. It has been a long time since I have seen her smile so brightly. Please, answer me honestly, do you think Eshidol has feelings for Blizzard? Slave thought for a moment before replying. Baron Blizzard has recently built quite a reputation, but that surely is not the main reason, right? Not long ago, he was just a commoner, an ordinary man. Even now, as a newly minted baron, courting a princess. That is nearly impossible. No matter how skilled he is in close combat, there are limits. He would not understand the intricate webs of the nobility. It would be far too complicated for him. The king nodded, accepting the assessment. I suppose you are right. I should not let myself harbor meaningless hopes. I should not have. The scene shifted elsewhere. A massive ice dragon suddenly soared through the skies. Madak sat astride its back, smiling. How have you been lately, Moon? The dragon's eyes lit up at the sight of him, and it nearly wept with joy. Madak chuckled. So you have been making a living, then? The dragon responded cheerfully, more than just making a living. Thanks to you, Swordmaster, we have become the top merchant group in the kingdom. Business is booming every day. Stop standing there and come inside. Once inside, the dragon let out a nostalgic sigh. I heard you won your battle and became a baron. Truly, so much has happened in such a short time. Madak cut him off, serious. I have come because I need a favor from you. The dragon nodded. A favor, go ahead and tell me. Madak's expression hardened. I need a mansion as magnificent as Duke Icarus's, grand and imposing. A wry smile spread across the dragon's face. I understand. I will prepare it as soon as possible. In his mind, the dragon reflected, so, he is finally taking action. Those who destroyed our Roxland Merchant Guild. The guild and Duke Icarus are due for revenge. With this young man, he will not only defeat Icarus but surpass him. The only thing I can do is ensure he never runs out of resources. That is all I can give him. Then, the dragon suddenly remembered. But Swordmaster, where are your ambassadors? Why did you come alone? You are a baron now, are not you? Madak smiled faintly. I have sent them on a special mission. The scene shifted again. Jerome was sitting alone in a tavern, a sigh escaping him. The task Madak had given him was clear. Uncover the mastermind behind the Miller family massacre. He muttered to himself, frustrated. Do I really look like a vassal? Why does he keep making me do these ridiculous things? Just because someone is a lord, they have the right to command others. His thoughts drifted to the princess. I wonder if Princess Daphrin is all right. Why does she want to see me 3 days from now? He was lost in thought when someone suddenly approached from behind. What the? I thought you were gone. You are still alive. Long time no see, Jerome. Seeing the newcomer, Jerome stood up with a grin. I am still too handsome to be dead, do not you think? The man laughed too. Even after dying and coming back, your prince-like manner has not changed. If anything, it is stronger. So what did you come here for intel? A pouch of jewels had already been set down on the table. The newcomer's eyes widened. That is a bit much for a routine background check. Who is the mark? Jerome answered plainly, Mill Kramer. At that name the man's face went pale. He jumped to his feet as if he wanted to leave. No wonder the fee's so high. Whoever's asking for this wants me dead. Jerome frowned. What are you talking about? The man's tone dropped. Do not you know, anyone digging into the Kramers gets themselves in trouble. I have never seen records on them forget this deal. Angered, Jerome slammed his fist on the table. If you actually give me the information, I will pay you double. The man rubbed his head and thought for a moment. It has been over 10 years. Maybe it is safe now. He waved Jerome to wait, then hurried off. Jerome sat back down, troubled. What happened to the Kramer family? Even Leon, the head of the Intelligence Guild, treats them like something to avoid. How dangerous could this be? Scene shifts. A short while later, Jerome returned. Let us cut to the chase. The Kramer family was a noble house. Miller is the second son of Count Kramer, a highly prestigious family in the kingdom. 10 years ago, the entire family was poisoned. Only Miller survived by the skin of his teeth. Madoc asked, so you have found the culprit? Jerome nodded. Yes. The perpetrator is believed to be Baron Gideon. At that moment, Edmund spoke up. But Baron Gideon is not the true culprit. He was just a pawn. The one who ordered the poisoning was someone else. Night fell swiftly. Miller silently stepped out from his room. I will kill Baron Gideon. End this grudge once and for all. At that moment, Madoc and his group arrived. The young man was startled. Sir, what are you doing out at this hour? Edmund replied calmly, I met you when you were a child. You have grown a lot since then, young master. I am Edmund of the Roel Trading Guild. Count Kramer once supported my guild. Let me tell you the truth about that day. The one who directly poisoned your family was indeed Baron Gideon. But the one who gave the order to assassinate the Kramer family was Duke Icarus. Miller froze in shock. Impossible. What could Icarus possibly gain by killing the Kramer family? Edmund explained further. The Akasa Trading Guild is the largest guild in the Drake Kingdom. The true power behind it is Duke Icarus. Seeing that Miller seemed to be piecing things together, he continued, exactly. To expand the Akasa Guild, Icarus eliminated the Roel Guild, which was thriving at the time. The Kramer family was dealt with in the same way. Miller dropped to his knees in anguish. So, I have been working under the very man who destroyed my family. His anguished scream echoed through the place. Madoc and his two companions stood silently, waiting. No one spoke. After a moment, Miller calmed himself and exhaled. Madoc stepped forward. Where do you intend to go? Miller replied bluntly, I am going to kill Icarus. Madoc warned, with your current strength, you can't hope to kill a grand swordsman like Icarus. Seeing Miller still stubborn, Madoc's tone sharpened. Do you realize how reckless your actions are right now? Miller's anger only intensified. And what if I do not care? Are you trying to stop me? Madoc, seeing that reasoning was futile, let his energy surge, readying his combat aura. Edmund and the others watched in alarm, hearts pounding at the sudden escalation. Madoc pointed his sword at Miller and said, if you insist on leaving, then first you will have to defeat me. Miller showed no fear. If that is what must be done, I will never step back. He lunged forward, launching a relentless flurry of attacks at Madoc. Yet, without warning, Madoc appeared behind him, striking a precise blow to a vital pressure point. Proof that you have been training diligently every day, Madoc remarked. Quickly, he continued striking Miller's pressure points one after another. I have immobilized you. You won't be able to move for half a day. But to Madoc's surprise, Miller still managed to sit up, countering with his own rapid pressure point strikes. His whole body trembled violently from the effort. Madoc's eyes widened. I never taught you to use your thumbs like that. How did you? Miller answered seriously, were not you just showing me? Madoc recalled the moment. He only watched once and immediately copied it. Miller stood again, trembling. It is not over yet. Moments later, however, he collapsed. Madoc turned to Edmund. Take Miller back to his room and tell him to come see me once he wakes up. Edmund, concerned, asked, are you planning to punish the young master? Madoc smiled. No. Starting tomorrow, I will personally teach him the essential techniques. Indeed, my judgment was not wrong. Miller is a rough gem with rare talent. If properly trained, he could become a top-tier assassin. Of course, the path ahead is still long. At that moment, Madoc's communication stone buzzed. He quickly retrieved it. What is it? It was Eschidel. Please. Help me, Viscount, I am feeling so cold. Madoc's heart raced. Eschidel, where are you? Without hesitation, he launched himself toward her, flying out of the mansion through the window. Wait for me.